All rise for Demon Mama.
My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Put the screw in the tuna, somniostatic, drunk and cruel, the one and only gay fesh, Jessica Metal, JS Masochist, Mika Meow, Comrade Girl 2018, Peach, Punk Corpse, Celestial Wolves, I hope you start doing better. Uncle Gumball, Fish Sneeze, Zoe, Vexed, Hippie Punk, Chopped Liver, Opaisa, Elsa 47, Maki Pocky, great to see you, hope you're doing wonderfully. Felsin Forma, Mama Mephistopheles, Tearstar, Lavender, X Cozy, Otter Waffle, Another Bored Person, Voice Boxer, Jennifer Hawley, Doggy Horse, Neb, Miriam, Leth, Ruby W, Super Stitches, Eddie and Andy. Eddie and Andy, no, the website chat is free to everyone. Just join the website, demonmama.com/live. Link player, Slash, Phoebe. Link player, if I didn't already say you, Riffs, no leads. Duck Shoes, Al the Healer, Rain. Levi Matthews, Kit Ascended, Edie666. Welcome to the chat. T.S. the Shadow Wolf, Calliope. Dank Catlord. Nethercat. Welcome, my lovely, lovely imps. It is a blistering Monday. It is so unbelievably hot. I am currently bombarding my entire household with the sound of my voice, whether they like it or not, unfortunately, due to the fact that it's so hot that if I keep my door closed, I will quite literally pass the hell out. And I am not going to do that. Even though I'm very passionate about streaming, I will not pass the hell out for that. Silver Tarot, I hope you get better soon. Unfortunately, our house has not left the grips of sickness. Unfortunately, Doe is sick again, this time with something different. Hopefully, it is able to get better soon. But right now, it is laying in bed, and I have been taking care of it all morning. But it's getting some sleep. Well, probably until I did the name read, and now I probably made it wake up, but whatever. Thank you so much, Jessica Metal. I appreciate that. I'm also wearing very short shorts today to keep my body temperature as low as possible. It is currently like somewhere in the ballpark of 94 to 96 degrees where I'm at. It's really hot. It's brutal. And the house is much cooler than that, but still ridiculously hot. All the cool kids pass out from heat stroke? Damn, guess I'll have to find my own way to shine. Short shorts is how I live all year. Sounds like I live in a warm climate. It gets pretty cold up here. I wouldn't be able to do short shorts all year. Even though we can keep our house very warm. Keeping this house warm is easy. Getting it cool is a bit more of a challenge. If you are here and you're excited for today's stream, in which we are going to have a lot of fun, please make sure that you press like on the stream right away. We need all of your likes. Every time we get a surge of likes early on in the stream, we also get a surge of new viewers, which is really, really important for a small and niche show like mine. So please consider giving me your likes. It would mean the absolute world to me. Plus, look, I still have such nice color on my nails, and you know you want to like for that, right? Only nerds hydrate? Wait a minute. Thank you, Fabian. I appreciate that. I hope you have a nice night, and I hope you enjoy the VOD. We are going to have a lot of good stuff. We're going to have a lot of good stuff to talk about. I'm going to be doing something I don't do very often, which is I'm just going to be going through comments. The first section of today is going to be me just sort of going through comments on my recent videos about Biden and responding to them. Because there's been some really frustrating things to witness. And I just kind of want to, you know, just want to talk about it. I should be honest. Oh, yes, we're going to do that. Exactly, Hammerfill. Hammerfill says the comment section on the Contra response vid is grim. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating. And I have a bit of a little card to reveal, which is that I was watching the comment section right after the video went live, and within 10 minutes, there were people refuting my argument that very clearly had not bothered to even watch a fraction of the video. And you can be like, well, Demon Mama, your videos are so long, you know, what? Well, I feel like on this topic, especially when I open the video by saying that this is going to be a long and good faith response to a complicated topic, I feel like you kind of have like, not an obligation, but it looks really bad for you if you respond within 5 to 10 minutes of the video going live with a stupid opinion that is directly addressed in the video and literally tell me what my opinion is when you haven't even heard it. Oh my God. Felix B says, I gotta admit, your anti-electoralism segment really helped me gain perspective and be less pointlessly anxious. Good! There is no need to let policy wonks get you anxious. There are obviously things that are totally valid to feel anxious about with regard to a Trump presidency, but we always knew a Trump presidency was possible ever since he stepped on the stage. And so we just have to continue doing what we were doing and pour more energy, focus our energy more effectively into that. We're going to talk about all of that today. And what's even more important, almost, than all of that is today we're going to do some frickin' video game stuff finally. We're finally going to do it. So we have a lot of video games, including, by the way, I'm going to give a last-minute Steam sale recommendation rundown with reasons and the prices and everything of the games that I recommend. So if you're looking to pick up some games, I've put together a list of, some of you are going to know some of the ones that I've put on there, and others of you, but a lot of them are going to be ones you probably don't expect. So it's a real good list. And I have a lot of cool things to say about the things on the list. So this is going to be one of those days where if you are willing to, if you have the eyes to see and the ears to listen, you are going to discover some true wonders that I'm going to gift to you and help you have a really good time with some gaming. Additionally, I'm going to talk about Elden Ring. And then, depending on how my energy holds up with regard to the heat, we will probably finally get to play some Dark Souls 2 tonight. So, yeah. TSW the Shadow Wolf says, what's that really TOS game that's actually really good that you keep recommending? That would be Fear and Hunger. And Fear and Hunger 2, Termina. Those games I will recommend. They are both on sale for ridiculously low prices, and they are truly fantastic. Polaire, just for you. Welcome to the stream. I'm sure Demon Mama's going to say Elden Ring is trash. Yes, 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 of course. Oddly enough, though, I do have some pretty major criticisms for the Elden Ring DLC that I'm going to go over. So it's not going to be all sunshine and roses. There's going to be some dark, grotulated sunflowers popping out as well. Because I do actually have some pretty major critiques. But Yeah. Grotulated? Yeah, what the fuck is a grotulated sunflower? Just think with your heart, okay? And you'll understand it. Damn, interesting to see good faith criticism. I promise. You'll appreciate what I have to say. Anyway, yeah, so, okay. Last couple of days, obviously, I streamed fairly recently. However, I've actually been pretty busy over the last 2 days, primarily with spending Saturday watching the new season of The Boys. Has anybody here seen The Boys Season 4? I had a lot of thoughts about it. And I wanted to... I'm not going to do any spoilers. Everyone's been talking about it. Yeah, it's been a very controversial season, which surprised me, I'll be completely honest. I'm still on season 3, still got to catch up. Well, definitely worth it. If you got Amazon Prime, it's worth a watch. I've not seen that show. I've heard mixed things about it. I really enjoy it. I would put it in the good TV category with sections of it that go into the great TV category. The first and second seasons of The Boys are like what I would consider to be great. And then season 3 kind of loses its footing a little bit, and it's like, okay, this is watchable, this is good, there's good stuff in here, but it's flawed. And season 4, I think, is in the same ballpark for me. I've heard it's gone woke. Oh, it's definitely gone woke. It's been woke all along, to be completely honest. I genuinely do not... I mean, I know how they do it. It's because, of course, conservatives are primed to mentally discard things that do not agree with their worldview. And they have, like, basically 2 modes that their brain has been trained to switch between. Anger at an obvious enemy that has been highlighted to them, and complete and utter ignorance of something that's right in front of their faces. Yeah. But, yeah. Hey, Purplejax, welcome. Happy to have you. Very happy to have you. Welcome to your first Demon Mama stream. You're going to have a great time. You're going to have a real good time, I promise. Yeah, it's a certified Antifa classic, says Drunken Cruel. Yep, it is. It is a certified Antifa classic. It's a good show. You know, I'm pretty picky with TV, but it's definitely worth a watch. Especially if you're like, I want something that's like high octane. It is very, it's not a slow show at all. There's like very little, like, there's always stuff going down. Also, it's extremely violent. So if you like hyper violence, that's the show for you. It's pretty out there how violent it is, honestly. Yeah. So there was that. What else? Actually, that's the most of it. The rest has been very mundane. I've just been kind of, you know, doing daily tasks and stuff like that. JS Maska says, hey, that reminds me, I saw the TV Glow review, convinced my boyfriend to watch it, and now he's obsessed and he loved it a lot. Your reviews are always solid. Yo, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm really happy you enjoyed it. Fen says, there was controversy about the last episode that came out. Any thoughts without spoilers? Yeah, I actually considered doing a full section about that at some point, but then I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do that, especially because, like, I'd have to delve into spoilers, and it's like a million episodes into a show. A lot of people do have discourse about it, but I feel like it's like, yes, I do have thoughts about it, which is, I I don't know why people are getting mad at that scene in particular, because it's not even the first example of the problematic elements that were being depicted in the show, and it's not even the worst one, in my opinion. It's definitely more, I guess, more over the top than previous examples, and it's a very particular type of depiction, meaning that there is a depiction of both gay content and kink content, which I guess for people probably magnifies it a little bit. There's a lot of like intensity, but like I said, there was already, I believe in season 1, a scene that was almost identical, except arguably worse because the light that it was presented in was not as a part of like a mission in which something bad happens to a character, a main character of the show, while they're on an assassination mission. And it's kind of odd to me that people are having the reaction that they had, mostly because I don't know, I think there's worse scenes that already depict the same thing. Also, while I do agree there are problems in the presentation of it, I've seen a lot of people just simply not correctly describing the scene, like on an actual, like, factual depiction level. People have described things that don't happen, and I find that frustrating. It bothers me when people need to misrepresent the events of a scene in order to make it sound worse when it already has issues, but it leads to a poisoned discourse, which I most certainly believe that there is issues, but also that, like, you don't gain anything by misrepresenting factually what happens in the scene. Mama Mephistopheles says, well, it's because it kind of just gets played for laugh. Like, the showrunner doesn't take it as seriously when it happens to that character. I disagree. The scene that I'm thinking of is from an earlier season, and it involves the Deep. The Deep goes on a date with, this is not really a spoiler. It's a section of an episode. But the Deep goes on a date with someone who has hidden the fact that they are a super fan of the Deep. And it is then revealed that that super fan also fetishizes certain aspects of the Deep's body. And it's a really, like, messed up scene that is partially played for laughs. It is also, like, serious. And I think it almost perfectly mirrors the scene that happened this season that everybody's very mad about. In fact, I think it's almost like a worse depiction, but nobody ever talks about that scene. In fact, people forget that scene completely. Also, there's another thing with The Boys, which is that everything is meant to be funny in The Boys. Pretty much everything, even the most horrible and fucked up stuff, is played for dark laughs. The whole show is a twisted, dark comedy. And that's, I think, one of the broader problems you could argue is a problem with The Boys as a show, is that it has just a little too much South Park in it at times. And yeah. Yeah. There's, like, I mean, I'm thinking of even in, like, there's an entire multi-episode storyline in the new season that is most certainly not meant to be, like, it's not meant to be funny. The storyline isn't funny, but there's a lot of very funny things that happen, and over-the-top things, and even slapstick that occur in the midst of this. It's just part of the tone of the show. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that it's unique to the problems that people have this season. Yeah. I don't think it's all, Mama Mephistopheles says, I don't think it's all played just for dark laughs. There's a serious narrative in a dark humor world. Yes, there is, but I don't know. I can't think of like a scene. There's like a handful of scenes that have no humorous element in them whatsoever. There are depictions of extreme and like disturbing violence that nonetheless have all kinds of jokes and slapstick weaved in like I said, it's a bigger problem with the show, and you could critique and say, you know, because it has to maintain this edginess so consistently through all of its seasons. But I just don't think it's a unique problem with this season. I've seen a lot of people very angry about this season, specifically the latest episode, and I don't know. I agree with some of the criticisms, but I think that also they don't really apply uniquely to the episode, and so they just don't really land for me most of the case. Femboyo says, that just happened. Yeah, that happens like constantly. It's like a central part of the series is like almost like a vicious mockery of superhero shows, where it is like that. It's like the characters are I mean, there's also just like, there's other things that are there in it. Like, I mean, there's the show struggles to fully grapple with like Butcher as a character, because they also love glorifying Butcher in so many ways. They give him, and same thing goes for Homelander. There is a muddledness to all of the boys that I think is worthy of criticism. I just don't think that this episode is like the unique example. Yeah. Who's your favorite character from The Boys? I really like MM. Yeah. I really like MM as a character. Yeah. I think he's like, I don't know, he's the anchor. He's the anchor of the show. Weirdly, I know that Huey is like supposed to be, he's like supposed to be the audience insert. And I get that to a degree, but I don't know. MM always seemed like, I don't know, I have a lot of problems and critiques of The Boys generally. But like, for example, I don't think that they write Huey very well. I think that Huey's storyline has been going in circles forever, and I think that's also true about this season. I don't think that Huey is a very well-written character or has a whole lot of, like, interesting character arcs. But, yeah. Is Homelander your least favorite character? No, I don't think so. I think Homelander is actually, you know, really compelling and interesting. Obviously, he's like the villain of the show in a lot of ways. My least favorite character? I don't know. Maybe Edgar Vought? Is that his name? Edgar Vought? Stan Edgar? Stan Edgar, that's what it is. Stan Edgar. I really don't love Stan Edgar as a character. Yeah. I just think he's very empty, and he feels like they really wanted to have, like, I don't know. Can I say it feels like Giancarlo Esposito got a little bit typecast for this role? I don't like him. I think he's a very boring character. He doesn't really add much, and his job is to kind of just like look intensely at the camera in a way that he doesn't really go. I don't know. I found him to not be a very very compelling character. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love it. Hey, Ron's KFC. I'm just yapping a little bit about my feelings about The Boys in Season 4. Nothing serious, nothing structured. Also, I don't really like Firecracker as a character from the new season. Firecracker is supposed, like, I like the actress and the character's portrayal. Like, the performance is good of the Firecracker character, but I don't really like, she's supposed to be like a mixture of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones, and she feels like neither of them. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't feel like they quite nailed it. The portrayal was great. The acting was fantastic. Don't get me wrong on that, but it's just like, she doesn't feel like any of the characters. And the thing about the early seasons of The Boys that feels so good is that it really feels like they had a good, in the first 2 seasons, it felt like they had a really good grasp of all of the things that they were critiquing. And I think that's kind of proven a little bit by the fact that a lot of conservatives like completely missed the memo on everything that was being critiqued, because they did such a good job replicating what they were critiquing that like real world conservatives kind of like were like, yeah, that's our guy. You know what I mean? And I think that worked in the favor of the story. And as it's gone on, it feels like they have less of a grasp on what they're really critiquing, to the point that like there's some weird lamp shading, you know? Oh, I really like Sister Sage, aka Sage. I really like that character, and I like where they're going with her story. And in fact, I think her story is one of the most interesting in the new season. It's like a character who is above it all and yet totally not. A complete hijacking of like the unfettered intellect to be ultimately very supportive of a very specific system. Yeah. Takes on Frenchie. I think that Frenchie, I like Frenchie as like a, I love the portrayal of Frenchie. I love the you know, I liked Frenchie as a character for most of the show. I think they haven't done anything with Frenchie's story since season 2, and it sucks. I don't think he's going anywhere really. Yeah, the season 4 arc, it feels like they're writing him out of the show, and that kind of sucks. 'Cause that's bad. There was a lot of wheel spinning this season, which I guess is one of my big critiques of the season so far. I'm interested to see where they go. I'm still going to watch the rest. But a lot of the characters just seem to be sort of going through the same motions they did in season 3 and also in season 2. So I don't know. Kind of weird. I don't really know what's going on there. And but you know, I still think that it's competently made and entertaining. It's just, it's not biting the same way that season 2 did. Season 2 was like genuinely incredible. Victoria Newman is a pretty good character. I think she was good in season 3. I don't know what they're doing with her in this season really. So, yeah. Gotcha, Mr. Krabs. Meme is saved. Hello, Channel 31. And hello, Kaiju Chomps. I haven't seen Gen V yet. I want to see Gen V. Oh, one thing that was really weird this season, with the Victoria Newman thing, is they had her directly name drop AOC, which was really weird. And I don't know why they did that. There were 2 name drops of like real politicians. They had a Buttigieg name drop and they had an AOC name drop. And that was so weird. Isn't she supposed to be AOC? Yeah, that's the whole thing that's really strange. And I don't know why they did that. Because it kind of like shatters the illusion, right? It's like that's what I was saying with there's some weird lamp shading going on where it's like they were like, ooh, maybe we didn't communicate this correctly. Maybe we shouldn't have had her be so AOC-like. And I don't know. Yeah, yes, exactly. Gayfesh is 100% right. Gayfesh says it'd be like if Donald Trump actually existed in this universe. It's like if Homelander name dropped Donald Trump, that would be really weird because the idea is that Homelander is supposed to be a kind of Trumpian figure in like so many ways. Princess Solstice of Arms Savoy says, I am Donald Trump. Wow. Well, very interesting to have you here. I'd ask you how you're doing, but I bet you're feeling great right now. Can you prove your Donald Trump status by making a large dollar donation to the Demon Mama stream right now? I promise I'll insult Joe Biden if you do. You know Trump is strapped for cash right now. Yeah, but he can spare a little. We're talking, when he's strapped for cash, we're talking, you know, we're getting down, we're scraping the coffers, but the bottom is still like mountains of gold bullion, you know? So. He's not like borrowing money for a sandwich, you know, because he's over leveraged type broke. He's just, you know, he's struggling. He's struggling. If he can afford McDonald's, he's fine. People, by the way, people severely underestimate how funny some of Donald Trump's older tweets are. Like the Diet Coke one. People always pick his like presidential era tweets, but the Diet Coke one was like one of the best ones he ever did. Where he's like, I hear the Coca-Cola Corporation doesn't like my new show. It's okay, I'll still keep drinking that garbage. Actually, so good. TSW, the Shadow Wolf, says, don't you already insult Biden enough? No. Honestly, it seems like almost every lefty is focusing more on the bad than the actual good, and there was a place for the bad, but there's also a place for the good. No, there isn't. There is no place right now for talking nicely about Joe Biden. Joe Biden right now is the single-handed most responsible person for the fact that we are most likely going to have a Donald Trump presidency in November, and I do not fucking care about any victory that he's achieved when Donald Trump will undo them the moment that he steps in office because Joe Biden is too arrogant, too stupid, and too incompetent to have actually built a strategy. So, no. No. Absolutely not. In fact, I see basically no reason to spend any time, if you're like a left-leaning or liberal content creator, I see basically no reason to spend any time doing anything but insulting Biden right now. Everybody already knows that Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Like, literally, there's no gas in the tank for saying, Joe, but Donald Trump is a liar. He's such a piece of shit. We fucking know. There is mass hysteria right now about the fact that one single bad debate has completely changed the calculation for November. Because of that's how bad Joe Biden, that's how unpopular Donald Trump is and how much Joe Biden is fucked up. It is like, you have almost like content creators on the internet have, in my opinion, almost a moral responsibility to be digging into Joe Biden right now. Until that guy steps down. Do you have a clip of that, Gayfesh? I need to see that. Well, that'll go into the Biden section we're going to do in a little bit. Do you think he will step down? No. I don't think he will. I think that what's going to happen, and this is my prediction, I could be wrong. We're in a very unstable and weird situation right now, so things could change. My opinion might modify as new information arises. But as of right now, I do not think that he will step down. I think that he is going to hold to his position unless forced out of office. And currently, I don't believe that the Democrats have the courage to force him out of office. Ruby W says, this is why I watch you for anything politically related. You don't sugarcoat or gaslight us about what's happening. Thank you. And that's my promise to you. I'm not going to fucking lie to your ass. So, thank you. Would Harris be better? Yes, right now, Harris is polling significantly, notably better than Joe Biden. Like, a lot. Joe Biden, by the way, this morning, oh shit, I forgot to grab that one. I'll grab this clip before we do the Biden section. This morning on CNN, CNN did a fact check of Joe Biden's claims about polls. Joe Biden, in his George Stephanopoulos interview, claimed that the polls were basically the same as they were in 2020, and they're not even remotely close. He was so dead wrong. They were going so hard on him this morning. Danny says, yeah, and as a reminder, down-ticket Dems are currently worried about their chances if Biden stays in the race, and they are right to be worried. Yeah, wouldn't that be a disaster? Wouldn't it be a disaster if Joe Biden's arrogance and stupidity didn't just cost us the presidency, but also cost the Dems the entire fucking Congress? Holy shit. Nightmare scenario. Snowdrift, it's great to see you. Snowdrift says, I am coconut tree pilled so hard. Me too. Straight up. Straight the fuck up. Join the K-Hive. We are all in the K-Hive now, whether we like it or not. That's a really good point. Alexi says there are Kamala edits on TikTok right now where the kids are gassing her up. Her online presence is a strong tool. Unironically, though, Kamala has, I know this is going to sound insane because Kamala is not like that young, but Kamala has a huge advantage in the fact that she's young and in the fact that there is a perceived possibility that she could be receptive to a younger audience when Joe Biden has proven he's completely out of touch. Comrade Girl 2018 says, is it okay to feel that Biden failed us? I feel like that so badly. Biden failed so hard. You are, it's not just okay. You are correct for saying that Biden failed us. Keep in mind that all of Biden's big victories are done. They're Thanos snapped away by Chevron. I mean that. Joe Biden's biggest victories have been passing legislation that is no longer enforceable across the country. All of his biggest boasts. The one thing I guess you could say is that he did do better with COVID than Trump did, but not by much. He's telling people he stopped the pandemic. The WHO The World Health Organization has not declared the pandemic is even over. It's still a pandemic, and he's telling people, I stopped the pandemic. Absolutely deranged. It's not looking good in Biden world. No, it isn't, and I have a lot to talk about when we do our Biden segment. Thank God I'm not going to spend the whole stream talking about Biden, but yeah. Where did the coconut tree thing come from? The coconut tree thing comes from a clip of Kamala Harris saying, "You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all that came before." I still don't have her laugh down, so I'm not even trying it until I get it down. Do not come. Do not come. I'm gonna come in the overflow room. Kenneth Allen Cook, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like you just have a negative predilection. Like, I don't feel like, I don't know. I don't feel more depressed than at any point that I've been covering politics. In fact, the fact that there is a chance at all that Dems get their shit together and actually make a move that could weaken Donald Trump. That, like, I don't know where the doomer negativity comes from. I feel like it's I feel like you gotta, you gotta tune it a little bit. Watch your dials a little bit. Is this the coconut? Oh, there's the wheels on the bus.
On the bus, go round and round.
Oh, the Kamala laugh is gonna be so hard to get. But I'm telling you, I gotta do it. I gotta do it because the Kamala stocks are rising. You have a natural Kamala laugh. Could be powerful, could be a curse. Depends on how you use it. Can the Dems force Biden out? If so, how? I am not an expert on internal Democrat policy, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Joe Biden has not been confirmed at the Democratic convention, which means that while he is the nominee-elect, basically, the Democratic Party can still decide at the convention to say, actually, this is going to be a contested convention. Everybody make your cases, and then we will actually cast our votes. The primaries already occurred, but the primaries don't actually decide anything. There are electors within the Democratic Party. There are a bunch of electors from each state that actually have to cast those votes in order for the Democratic Party to formally decide on a candidate. And as I understand it, they can still say, we are actually not going to allow Joe Biden to be in the running, even though he won the primary. We don't actually have to. It's just like basically a smaller version of how the Electoral College works, except it's contained to a political party. Should we watch Kyle Kulinski's video about how they can stop? Oh, that actually sounds really good. You know what? Why don't we do that? Can you send me a link to that? That sounds really good. I would love to understand the full mechanics of that, and I would be willing to bet Kyle Kulinski is actually 100% on point with that. If you can get me a link to that, we'll do a quick reaction to it. That would be fun. That would be a great little mini segment, off the cuff one. Mixed Dizzy says, I have more immediate problems that federal politics are collapsing. Yes, in my opinion, federal politics is functionally collapsing. But regardless, we have to keep an eye on it, and there are still going to be actions that can be taken, you know? Yeah. When stuff is falling down, there are still moves you can make to put yourself in a better position, and that is true for all of us, so, yeah. Danny says, someone can still challenge him before August 19th. More than likely, nothing will happen, though, because it seems like the Dems are closing ranks, or at least trying to. I don't know. A lot of Democratic Congress people have come out, and we're not talking like revolutionaries here. Just today, I have this for the Biden section, so we'll visit back on this, but just today, the Democratic, like, long-term office holder here in Washington, Adam Smith, Representative Adam Smith called for Joe Biden to step down this morning, and he's not like a revolutionary candidate. He's like the party guy. So, yeah. Nerodia with the tier 4 sub. Oh my God, Nerodia, thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting this show. It seriously means the world to me. Thank you so much. For everyone else, reminder, this is a viewer-supported show, so your donations quite literally mean everything to me with regard to my income. So please consider liking the stream for free, and consider throwing a few bucks over here as a little tip. Consider me like a bard playing at your local tavern, and throw a few coins my way. You mean Adam Schiff? No, Adam Smith, Washington representative. Just coming on, are we yelling at the actual bedwetters Bidenbots yet? We haven't actually started yelling at the Bidenbots. We're actually still just kind of warming up and talking about stuff. We're gonna do a little video here. We're gonna do a little gardening, folks. Are you all ready? I have criticized Kyle Kulinski in the past, but I don't think I've ever been really mean to him. I think I like him as a person. I just disagree with some of his older takes. But let's see this. Let's take a look. Convention coup. Here we go. All right, let's watch this.
So our Democrats...
Hold on a second. Let's do this. My lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Today, we are talking about a whole bunch of different topics, a lot of which have to do with Biden. And I have been very interested in the mechanical ways by which Democrats have any path to pressure Biden to step down. Biden is currently polling disastrously. Public sentiment around Biden is horrible. Media sentiment around Biden is horrible. It's the worst that it's ever been. He is not doing good. And at the moment, the entire inner circle of Biden's admin is aggressively, and I mean aggressively, refusing to even consider the fact that perhaps we might be in a little bit of trouble as Joe Biden's own decisions are putting him into a position where he might lose to Trump. Given that myself, my community, and many more are heavily invested in not having a deranged, criminal, fascist psychopath like Donald Trump in power, I think that it's important that we learn all that we can on this particular issue and see if there's any way that we can impact it. Today, I wanted to react to a segment that was made and recommended to me. And was made by Kyle Kulinski over at the Secular Talk show. I have disagreed with Kyle Kulinski and agreed with him at various points in the past. We definitely tend to have a slightly different approach to politics, but I am very interested to see what he has to say, because he put out a video describing how mechanically the Democrats might be able to oust Joe Biden as the primary nominee. So without any further ado, let's watch Kyle Kulinski's video on this. This video is titled, "Are the Dems Staging a Convention Coup of Biden?" by the Kyle Kulinski Show. Let's do this.
Democrats planning a convention coup of Joe Biden? This is now a serious question that we need to discuss. This was unthinkable like a month ago, unthinkable like 3 weeks ago, right? But now it's in the realm of possibility that Democrats are going to plan a convention coup of Joe Biden. So this is a very notable tweet here, a couple tweets here from Congressman Brad Sherman. So he comes out and says the following. He's a Democrat. I look forward to seeing President Biden's taped interview with George Stephanopoulos. More on that in a second. I'm going to show you that interview, and I'm going to break down for you the tsunami of Democrats who have now come out against Biden.
For those who've been following my channel, we reacted to the full interview. It was not good. It was a absolute disaster. It was as bad as the debate. And this was a pre-recorded interview, not a live interview. And Joe Biden was still very clearly struggling. He was mumbling. He was completely incoherent at points. It was disastrous. I really don't know how anybody can watch that. But if you don't believe me, go watch my video on exactly that subject. Anyway, let's continue.
But he says, I look forward to seeing President Biden's taped interview with George Stephanopoulos. It's important that the president also have an extended live interview as soon as possible. In other words, he's like, we're not buying that you're really cognitively all there. You really have to prove it to us, because right now, it looks like the opposite is true. Counter to popular belief, the rules of the Democratic Party do not require that pledged delegates vote for Biden at the convention.
All right. That's what I was saying slightly before. If you're watching this live, or if you're watching this as a video, it would be in the VOD. But I was saying that my understanding of the convention was that Biden is just sort of a nominee-elect, and that the delegates can actually decide whoever they want to vote for based on the facts at the time. They are not truly locked into those positions by any sort of party rules or by federal law. Anyway, let's continue.
Party rules require delegates' votes reflect, quote, reflect the sentiments of those who elected them at the time the delegates cast their ballots. Democratic primary voters have one overarching sentiment. We need a candidate who will beat Donald Trump. In other words, what he's saying is, to put it in layman's terms, pledged delegates are not actually pledged to you. And we can do whatever the fuck we want with them. And if we decide we think it's impossible for you to beat Donald Trump, your ass is going gonzies. That's what he's saying. Okay. Now I have a lot of thoughts about this, man. I don't like that precedent. I really don't. To say that pledged delegates aren't pledged, it's not.
That was my immediate thought as well. However, it's always been like that. Like, we always knew that was the case, right? That, like, I mean, that's how these parties function. It's not just a matter of precedent. It's a matter of structure. Like, that's a problem in party systems. It's not anything that's not, like, you know, pinned down, and even then can, you know, pinned down on paper, written down on paper and signed. Even that can be bent. But we know that when when there are party structures like this, like, they'll pull out all the stops. It's like, this is a handshake agreement. The structure was a problem. But anyway, let's continue.
That hard to imagine a scenario where an actual lefty wins a primary.
Yep, exactly.
And then what?
Yep.
The party elites can get together and say, well, since we don't think this person can beat the Republican, even if they have the best chance of beating the Republican, we don't think they can. Therefore, sorry, we're just going to override the will of the voters and put in this more centrist establishment candidate, this more corporate candidate, because we prefer them. So I don't like this precedent. Back when it was Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders, and Hillary Clinton was ahead, everybody and their mothers said, no, pledged delegates are pledged. They're pledged. They're pledged. They're pledged. They can't change it. You can't have a contested convention. What are we talking about here? Don't be silly. But now we're looking at a scenario where, and look, to be fair to them, it's true that I think their concern is genuinely like, his brain's not working. We think he's guaranteed to lose, and so we need to act. I understand that. But guys, this all should have been considered when the media and the establishment Democrats and the donors coalesced to crush a primary against Biden.
That is a very good point. However, on the contrary, that was then and this is now. We got to kind of do what we got to do. That was also previous to some other major decisions that have happened since then. The playing field has completely changed, especially when you consider what has what decisions have been made by the Supreme Court since then. So it is a different game. But I agree, it was absolutely twisted that Joe Biden, that the Democratic Party basically crushed all opposition to Biden earlier on. But anyway, let's continue.
See, that's the thing. It's like they rigged it up front for Biden by crushing the prospect of a primary. And then now, like, the chickens are coming home to roost because they realize they made a mistake, and now they need to double rig it in order to, like, try to get out of this scot-free. Look, I'm not saying I don't think Biden should step down. I think he should step down.
Well, see, I feel like that argument just says, like, well, it's already rigged anyway, so principle is out the window. If principle is out the window, who gives a damn, right? And you do what you got to do to win at that point. And principle has never been in the window. Yeah, but, yeah.
But, I mean, I think the way to do that at this point is he needs to be convinced, you got to go, bro. He's got to come out on his own volition and say, all right, you guys are right. I can see the plummeting polls. I could see my 37% favorability rating. I can see that we're in a very, very bad place right now. And I know it seems impossible, and maybe it is, to convince Biden of that. But if it just goes to a convention and they just steal it, then they are saying we can always override the will of voters if we so please. Now,
which they can. That's the whole thing. The area where I think his point is a little bit undermined here is the fact that they already can do that. They're openly saying they can do that, and they're openly saying they always could do that. So that's already done. That ship has sailed. Now it's just what can they do and what should they do in order to solve the situation. My fear is that they will do nothing. That out of fear, they will do nothing at all whatsoever. Joe Biden is not going to step down as it currently stands. A lot of people have come out against him, and he is completely dug in. It is going to, in my opinion, there is almost no path in the future that does not involve putting serious pressure on Biden. Now, whether it will be enough pressure that he personally chooses to step down, or whether it will have to go to the point of, like, deposing him in some way, I hope that we can do the first one, but I don't believe that's going to happen. Regardless, pressure must be applied.
by the way, it's different in this scenario because was Biden really the will of the voters? Well, I just told you. The establishment Democrats, the moneyed interests, and the media, they basically rigged the primary. Literally, North Carolina and Florida and one other state, I think, just canceled their primary and said there is no primary, right? In New Hampshire, there was that big fight about who goes first, South Carolina or New Hampshire, and at the same time, the Biden team tried to say the New Hampshire vote doesn't count. They also were telling people to write him in. Like, they pulled so many Weasley tricks, and the media treated all of his opponents as just a laughingstock and a clown show. Marianne didn't get a fair shot. Even Dean Phillips didn't get a fair shot. Of course, Cenk Uygur didn't get a fair shot. So, again, they rigged the primary up front. They ushered him through. They just anointed him, and then now they're realizing, hey, that was a mistake. So, because their prior rigging didn't work out for them, now they're saying, well, let's rig it again, at the convention. No, if he's going to go, I'm sorry, but I
disagree with Kyle on this particular thing. If everything that he just said indicates that we shouldn't care at all about supposed precedent and good behavior, the good behavior is long gone. It's been gone for a while. All that matters now is whether or not Donald Trump is prevented by having a better candidate than Joe Biden. But let's hear him out. Let's hear him out the rest of the way.
I think it's got to be Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Jill Biden, his staffers, the entire, what happens in a scenario where the entire Democratic caucus, we get 100% of them, they come out and they say, look, man, you're done here. You're done here. There's no hope. The numbers are too low. Now you're affecting our down ballot races. We're just not going to stand for it. In a scenario like that, is it possible he's just still bull in a china shop and he goes ahead at 100 miles an hour? It's possible, but you have to imagine there is some tipping point, right?
Not necessarily. I don't know. That's the thing. I want to believe, I would like to believe that there's a tipping point somewhere. But where? And when? Who could look at his debate performance and then his interview performance in a pre-recorded interview and go, everything's okay? No one in their right mind can do that. Nobody was. It's only with a extreme amount of you know, bending people's arms that people are now going, actually, no. Actually, the debate was fine. The debate was it's totally okay. The minute the debate happened, everyone went, oh, dear God. And there was a mass panic because no one could deny. It is a undeniable situation. And now the, like, you know, the goons are stepping in and going, you really don't want to cross us. And now they're going, oh, okay, actually, the debate was fine, guys. And Joe Biden doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. He's just sitting there repeating, going, I won't let my legacy be tarnished.
If you lose the media, all of your big money corporate donors, and the entire party establishment, I mean, how long can you last in that scenario? Because then it also becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, too.
Javier Valenzuela says, I disagree with Demon Mama here. The Dems have to believe. They have to try to keep it somewhat hush-hush, that they can't fully and blatantly do that in the open, or we potentially get a second fast party. Are we watching the same video? With all due respect, we just went through an entire segment outlining how they already just ignore all of their own rules and handshakes to begin with. Why is one more handshake, and why is the uncomfortable handshake the one that everyone goes, we can't break that one. We'll be willing to break all of the other ones, but this one, that one takes a little pressure. The state of the Democratic Party is already trash. Now it's crazy how, everyone's always like, vote blue no matter who. It doesn't matter. I'd vote for a garbage can. I'd vote for a ham sandwich over Donald Trump. But then when it says, oh, but would you break a handshake agreement within the Democratic Party? It's like, it's a road too far. Donald Trump set up a completely slanted Supreme Court. A Supreme Court which is now making blatantly partisan, twistedly partisan rulings that favor and are selectively designed to selectively be enforced only against Democrats, only to the detriment of everyone who's not a corporation or a member of the GOP. And Democrats are still hand-wringing about pulling out the stops in order to do what is necessary to win. Joe Biden was just given the Chevron decision, which says that the president can do basically whatever and not face criminal prosecution. They should immediately use that to undermine that decision. The reality, of course, the overarching realization for everyone should be that the federal political system is totally rotten. This reveals that it is completely rotten already. All that matters now is making sure that the least damage is done as it caves in like a moldy pumpkin. Let's continue. Oh, before we continue, if you are enjoying this wild and crazy time, if you're enjoying this stream, please make sure that you press like and subscribe down below. Your likes make sure that more people see this video, and your subscription makes sure that you see my future stuff, which is fire, and you know it. Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure you press those buttons down below. Let's continue.
And your polls go down because of your poor performance and your bad brain, and then they also in turn go down because the rest of the party establishment is now dumping on you 24/7, right? So I would rather see it go like that than have it be the case that at the convention they effectively say pledged delegates aren't pledged because we say so. Because again,
they already said that. You just read a high-up Democrat saying exactly that. They already said it. The damage is already done. The illusion and that's what it is, an illusion, a lie remains a lie. The illusion has been shattered.
Then in the future, I guarantee you that would be used in way more nefarious ways than this. This way, it's only semi-nefarious, right? Because they rigged it up front, and now they're just trying to double...
No, it's not semi-nefarious. It is nefarious. It's nefarious. It's just nefarious. We're talking about nefarious versus also nefarious, but nefarious that ensures that Donald Trump isn't president. This is a very strange direction.
Rig it to undo the previous rigging because the guy's so old that he's sundowning, right? So, but in the future, I could totally see them breaking this out for, you know, maybe some good lefty candidate wins the primary, right? Maybe it's a Tim Walz.
Okay, this is one of the areas where, like I mentioned at the beginning, I have a different approach to politics than Kyle Kulinski, because I feel like when you're staring down the barrel of a second Trump presidency, where they have where Trump and his loyalists have explicitly said we are going to use military and presidential authority to disassemble democracy as you know it, when the biggest players in the Trump-verse are saying this is the second American Revolution and it will be bloodless as long as the lefties basically lay down, when they are saying those things, and you're staring down the barrel of that gun, and you go, well, what if there's a lefty in the future and the Democratic Party undermines him? They've already done that. They did it to Bernie. They do it all the time. That's all they ever do. That's all. They literally, their entire system is designed to prevent lefties from getting any power within the Democratic Party. That machine does not serve you, and it cannot serve you. It is built to reject you. It's like, you know, it's like being you are a bacteria to them, and the immune system will kill you. Let's go.
The Democratic primary, and, you know, he's got politics like Bernie Sanders or to the left of Bernie Sanders, and they go, yeah, we think you're too far left and you're an electoral liability, even though you're not, so we're just going to go ahead and switch you out for, you know, whatever, fill in the blank with some corporate Democrat hack. So I really, really don't like...
You mean like they did?
Like that precedent. That being said, I do want him to step down. It's just got to be done in a way where it doesn't get all the way to the convention and we pretend like pledged delegates aren't actually pledged, right? And it's also kind of ironic to say, we need to save democracy. Us Democrats need to save democracy. And in order to do that, we rigged the primary for Joe Biden, and then we double rigged it and kicked Joe Biden off at the at the convention and just picked some other person who we wanted, insider party elites. I don't like that. I don't like that. All this stuff is uncharted territory, but the fact that a Democrat is coming out and saying this is a big deal. Because that, if he's saying it, that means there are conversations behind the scenes. It's not just him. It's him and Lord knows how many other Democratic congresspeople who are like, his poor performance is affecting me. Maybe we will press the red button, do the nuclear option, and even at the convention say, pledged delegates aren't pledged, you know, we're going to pick somebody else. So, again, uncharted territory here. Wild stuff. Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Well, Kyle Kulinski, obviously we have some disagreements. I appreciate the video, and I do think that it was illuminating on the fact that within the party they have acknowledged that the rules already exist for them to do it. I believe it would be unbelievably foolish for them to not use that thing. Not that I have a say, because I'm obviously not the type of person who's allowed to have a say in the Democratic Party in any meaningful way, and clearly neither is Kyle Kulinski. I don't agree with Kyle Kulinski's conclusion that we shouldn't do it. I think that there is no option but to use every tool in front of us to defeat Donald Trump. But I don't think the Democratic Party agrees. They're totally willing to, I mean, this is the problem, right? The reason why it was rigged for Biden is because Biden is in control of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is not democratic internally. It's not democratic externally either, but it's not internally democratic. They already openly acknowledge that whoever's in charge of it at the time is basically the king. And he decided he would win the primary because they didn't need to have any contest, and so he did. And now the Democratic Party is having to acknowledge the fact that they are stuck with a mad king and that they did not build in any systems by which to deal with it. It's a really bad situation to be in. And I think that it is going to require a large amount of defection, because otherwise things are looking really bad for November. It's going to look really bad. I definitely think that was an interesting analysis, and I'm glad that we reacted to it. Even if I think that Kyle's argument kind of sets up all of the evidence that says that it doesn't matter, that the rules literally do not matter anymore, that all that matters is victory, especially when you're staring down the barrel of Donald Trump presidency, where they have, like I said, openly said that they're going to completely disregard democratic norms. But the thing that I think everyone really should take away from this entire situation is just how bad it really has gotten on the federal level. That there is not even the facade of democracy on the federal level. If it ever existed to begin with, it is completely and utterly gone. And people need to act accordingly. If people do not acknowledge this fact, it will lead us to our graves. The more people who are willing to acknowledge and not pretend and not delude themselves and not, desperately pray into the corner, but instead go, oh my God, the federal politics in the U.S. is completely blown up beyond all recognition. We need to start changing our political approach now. The more people that do that, the sooner it happens, the better off people will be, and the safer more people will be. Anyway, thanks for watching. Really enjoyed this segment. We're going to have a lot more coming up in just a second. Whew. Wow. Bonus segment today. Look at that. Didn't even plan that one. Saul Gracchus says, I think Kyle is right that it would be better if Biden stepped down of his own volition and avoid the spectacle at the convention. But if push comes to shove, they need to remove him. Yes, absolutely. Oh, it would be great if Joe Biden just went out today and said, hey, I'm out. I realize I've been real stubborn. I had to put on a strong face, but I'm out of here. I can clearly not do it. But he's not. He's simply not. I have a whole bunch of stuff set up for this. It's bad, okay? This morning there was a Biden press conference, which we're gonna watch some of this later. Disastrous. It was horrible, and I'll show you just how bad. He was only supposed to be a one-term president. That's what he said. That's what he said. 1 second. Give me one moment. Yo! Yeah, do you mind actually, though, could I have a fork for this? Because it's going to be hard to eat that on stream. Yo! Oh, poke! Yes, my partner got me poke. Oh, yes. All right, we're going to have a poke section. We're gonna eat some poke while we and then then it's gonna get spicy. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Oh, this looks so good. Oh. Oh, it's so good. Spicy salmon, seaweed salad, avocado. Anyway, after this, we're going to do some responses to some comments I've been receiving lately on my electoralism and Biden videos. And I'm going to respond to them because they've been very interesting and, frankly, infuriating. So a little treat. For everyone who likes when I get angry, a little treat for you. Little treat for all of you. Oh, it's so good. What the hell? We got seasoned white rice, seaweed, a ton of seaweed salad. We got spicy salmon chunks. We got giant chunks of avocado. And we got spicy mayo, and I don't know what this other sauce is, but another sauce. Well, that's a good thing, Kureem. I hope you hope that goes well for you. Here's that Ken Klippenstein article. Biden is starting to sound a lot like Trump. Oh yeah, it's really weird, right? I mentioned that in my video where the bedwetters video, the Biden versus the bedwetters. Remember how I pointed out that he was doing like the he did this thing at the end where he was like the fakers, the haters and the losers in the corrupt media. Do we all remember that? Hold on, I think I actually have the screenshots here. Hold on. Where's my screenshots? Here we go, here we go. I think we still have them here. Yeah, we do. Let's see here. Here we go. Here it is, right here. This is what he was saying in his mailer the other day. Did you see the awesome clips of our supporters on the tarmac doing the Cupid Shuffle at 2 a.m. the night of the debate? The biggest rally of our campaign yet on Friday? No, probably not, because the media is busy hyperventilating and trying to manifest drama to boost ratings. But this isn't Aaron Sorkin's fever dream. It's Joe Biden's re-election campaign. They're literally trying to borrow from Trump's hatred of the media. It's actually wild. Bingo Bonga says, do you think there's a chance that Biden would run as an independent if he gets the boot? No. I think that Biden would collapse completely. I don't think he would try to even do that. I think that would be insane. I think they would probably prevent him from doing that if they get to that point. By the way, one of the biggest arguments I've seen for why people don't think that Joe Biden will be replaced is funding, which isn't that just the saddest thing that you've ever heard? Because of the way that campaign finance laws work, it would be difficult to transfer funding to another campaign. And so basically people are like, oh yeah, well, corporations gave us a lot of money, so we can't back out. And isn't that fucked? Senator Norman says, I've heard that, yeah, there was another disastrous press briefing. Wait, there was another one today? Or are you talking about the one from today? The one from this morning was a disaster. I'll play you a clip of it. I watched the whole thing. It was a goddamn disaster. That's true. Kamala can access the funds, which is why it makes sense that Kamala will probably be the one. Ada Stardust says this morning's press meeting was cuckoo. It was nuts. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, wow, this is going so badly. It was getting snarky. It was crazy. Skibbity Kamala needs to start now. Yeah, I know, right? The funny thing is, Kamala could totally make a Skibbity work. Skibbity Biden didn't work at all. That was lame. But Skibbity Kamala, totally. Yeah, maybe it should be Skibbity Harris. But that sounds a little too... It sounds like anti-goofy. Skibbity Kamala sounds funnier. Wakanda Forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris. I couldn't even tell you, Curium. Stranger things have happened. Skibbity go to the polls? I don't know about that one. This ain't the Hillary era anymore. Or is it? Pokemon Go to the polls was so funny. No, it wasn't. It was painful. Do you remember what it was like in real time? It was horrible. Hey, Chariot. Hope you're doing wonderfully tonight. Hoping to get some Dark Souls 2 in tonight later. You've heard of Hawk Tuah girl, but what about a Hillary Clinton girl? Holy shit, Kenneth Allen Cook. Fucking cool it. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a weird champ right there. I'm getting a weird champ from me. Damn, that poke was good.
Bazinga.
Oh, my back is hurting today. God damn it. I might have to take it shorter. I might have to take a shorter stream today. I've been at my computer a lot. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'll go as long as I can, but I'm not going to injure my back. All right. I've been so busy lately. I've been less good about doing my back workouts. I got to get back on that. I mean, you're not wrong, Kenneth Allen Cook, but still. By the way, We have 355 beautiful voters, but only 207 viewers. My God, that's how bad I'm in here. We have 358 beautiful viewers, but we only have 280 now likes. If we got 350 likes, we would have 400 viewers in no time. If you're here and you don't mind giving me a free like, please just press that like button. It seriously does bring us new viewers, and I'd love to have those new viewers. There we go. There come the likes. Based. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. All right. Calling your viewers voters, yeah, that sounds painful. But hey, this is where we're at right now. Listen, we've been talking about this because we're in a historical moment, and I think that there's valuable advocacy to be done. Oh my God. Okay. I wanted to talk about some of the comments that I have received. My lovely, lovely imps. I want to talk about the comments I've been getting over the last couple of days. Actually, hold up. Give me just a second here. We're going to restart that intro in just a second. I just ran into a YouTube issue. So we're going to stop for just a second there while I fix this. Hold on a second. Whoa, hold on. Oh, give me just a second there. There we go. All right. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're all clear. Okay. My lovely, lovely imps. I have been talking about electoral politics and Biden a lot lately. And it has created a very interesting discourse in the comments of my videos. Obviously, there is a broad range of opinions. There is a lot of positivity, and there is also some negativity. And I just kind of wanted to take a little bit of time to do just a very organic react to some of the comments that I have received recently on my video that, I don't know, struck a nerve. I'm also going to probably react to some positive comments here on and off, but mostly this is going to be responding to people who disagreed with me in a way that's more fun than responding in a YouTube comment section. Every time I talk about these issues, there's always a lot of strong opinions for obvious reasons, and I am very happy that I have started a hearty discourse. I want people to think deeply about these subjects, and I want them to disagree with me if they disagree with me and think about that. Although sometimes the nature of the disagreement gets very frustrating. So let's just kind of roam together through the comments of my recent videos and react to some, shall we? So, yeah. Here's one, okay? Here's a comment. I'm going to read it out loud, and then I'll respond to it. The comment. Anti-electoralism is dumb and actively harmful. Electoralism is just voting, which takes a little time out of one day every 6 years for the Senate, 4 years for the presidency, and every 2 years for Congress. Non-electoral actions are awesome, but anyone can literally do all of them while also not refusing to vote. The comments we're going to be reading right now are on my video that is titled Addressing ContraPoints, where I go very deep and, in my opinion, very good faith, responding to a thread that I disagreed with that was written by a fellow YouTuber by the name of ContraPoints. Just so we have context. I really, really hate this comment. And the reason why I hate this comment is because it actually indicates that somebody didn't listen to the video at all. Half of the video is devoted to explaining why people misunderstand and misrepresent anti-electoralism and electoralism. As it turns out, the word voting is what it means when you go and vote. Going and voting has it has a word for that. It's called voting. Electoralism, that little ism at the end of electoralism, kind of indicates that there might be a slightly different meaning at hand here. Electoralism is a political outlook that centers participating in electoral systems as the central form of political expression. That if you want to be politically active and you want your actions to be seen and understood, you want to make yourself a political agent, an electoralist would tell you the way you do that is by running for office, working for a political party, voting in the polls, obviously, and giving your money to candidates that you think are valuable. They would tell you that door knocking for important elections, that phone banking for important elections, that these are the most important and central political actions. That is the way that you express yourself as a political agent. That is what electoralism means. Otherwise, it's not an ism anymore. It's just voting, which, as I stated in the video and explained to great degree, anti-electoralists very rarely oppose voting. Voting, there are some people who oppose voting on principle, which I think doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I believe that voting strategically is important. There are times when your vote can have more of an impact than others. And obviously, voting in and of itself doesn't take much energy. But this type of response, of which I have gotten many, is incredibly frustrating because it just refuses to listen to anything that was said in the video. I don't understand that. I don't understand the urge to comment on a video without actually engaging with its contents, except unless, exactly as I said in my video, that there is a culture of arrest, that people are stuck in thought-terminating cliches, in mantras that make them incapable of analyzing realistically a political situation. And let me tell you, the comments on this video specifically, the people who disagreed with my video abundantly and obviously ignored huge portions of the video or didn't bother watching the whole thing. It's very frustrating. Here's another one. Here's the comment. I'm confused. I feel like the start of the segment, Demon Mama was like, vote for Joe. It's better to have some power than no power. And then at the end of the segment, I feel like it was the opposite. I'm so confused. For the record, I'm voting for Joe even if he's in an urn or any Democrat that gets nominated over Trump. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion. My video, at no point did I ever go, vote for Joe, vote for Joe. I think that it would be I think that if you're going to vote and Joe Biden is the only option between Joe Biden and Trump, that voting for Joe is a better decision than voting for Trump. Something that I have repeatedly stated over and over, even in the video itself. But I never started, the beginning of the video was me explicitly engaging with claims that were made about anti-electoralists that fundamentally weren't true, and then listing types of anti-electoral or non-electoral politics that I think that are valuable, that are ignored by an electoralist lens. So I don't know how people came to this conclusion. Here's another comment that I wanted to address, okay? Here's the comment. My central problem with Demon Mama's take on this, there are a lot of people feeling hopeless and powerless because despite their community actions and activism, things keep getting systemically worse. Democrats suck ass, but this is a triage situation, and I think what Demon Mama is doing is irresponsible when you don't say to an already terrified audience feeling jaded, vote no matter what, but don't for a second let your efforts stop there. Again, this is a comment that would have required, okay, not watching the video at all. Like, it just completely ignores the chunkiest and heaviest parts of my video. I can see that there are people here who were present for the stream version of this video, people who watched the video, who are recognizing how ridiculous that is. I don't understand. I don't understand. I say I don't understand, but I do. This is an uncharacteristic comment section, okay? This type of comment section only really appears when I talk about religion or electoralism, aka voting for Biden. That is where the dogmatism starts to pop out, and I start to see people just completely disconnected from the entire video, yet leaving comments, yet spending time out of their day writing a full paragraph commenting on my video where they just completely didn't engage with enormous chunks of the video. My entire point in that video, which I said multiple times, was that being terrified and jaded, I repeatedly stated the calculus has not actually changed as far as the risk of whether or not we knew there was a possibility that Donald Trump could be elected. We all knew that was a real possibility, and we all should have been thinking about that, and have been. The only thing that's changed is that that Joe Biden has made it more likely that Trump is going to be elected. And now there are people who won't engage in a question of what do we do if the Democratic Party loses. Those people who refuse to entertain that question are having a crisis of faith. It was getting to me. This is why I'm doing this section. Oh, I see that some of the commenters must be here in the YouTube chat segment, which is exactly why I knew this was going to be spicy. This is going to be one of those days, the rare day in which I'm going to be fighting, with people in chat. Alia Meth says, you took 35 minutes to say you want people to vote in a 51-minute video, and for people that don't understand anti-electoralism does not mean don't vote. I can understand how people mistake your point. But that is because you are not as effective at your advocacy as you think you are. No, that's because you're fucking illiterate. That's what that is. I made a video where I opened the video by saying, hey guys, this is going to be a long, deep dive into a response of a large thread. And I'm going to go over a lot of different topics. I explicitly started the video by saying, this isn't a 5-minute, duh, duh, dun, da, 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 happy, 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 go vote for Joe Biden. Nope. I explicitly opened the video by saying, hey, this is gonna be as good faith, lengthy response as I can. Your dumbass doesn't actually take the time to watch the video and instead responds like a fucking asshole, and now you're getting your hackles up when I say you're being a stupid asshole. If you can't listen to what somebody is saying and you can only respond out of your own emotional position, that's a you problem. That's a you problem. This video had a lot of views. It's one of my most popular videos that I've done recently, and I've seen all of the comments that are coming in. And while there is an above average amount of people that conveniently respond in ways that indicate they didn't listen to the video at all, they didn't even try to engage, there were multiple comments, we'll get to them, that said that I advocated not for voting, which not only did I not do in this video, I explicitly don't do in the many other segments on this that I've done. The majority of people who watch this video didn't comment. And the ones who did comment, the majority of comments have been, okay, thanks, I understood your point. Maybe I disagree, maybe I don't agree. And then there's this clump of people who are reacting as if they're just like spouting an NPC line. And those are the people that I'm getting frustrated with. The people who clearly did not pay attention at all and want that to be my problem. And I'm tired of pretending like it's my problem. It's a you problem. Elizel Reuse says, Demon Mama almost never does this. It's well deserved. Thank you. The amount of times that I actually like meaningfully dig in on my comments and respond and actually fight in the comment section is very low. Sometimes I'll respond to I'm pretty good about like typing responses to comments, but I usually avoid getting into any arguments in the comments. I also don't spend a lot of time like castigating my chat, unless it's about Elden Ring, at which point then I will. If it's about soul stuff, then I get all bantery. But I don't spend a lot of time doing this, but I'm tired of it. I'm really fucking pissed off by the way that people talk around this issue and the smugness. The smugness is what gets to me. And you know what I think? I think if people are gonna use my comment section to vent their smugness, I think they deserve to be taken down a peg. Alia Meth says, I also didn't even write a comment on that video, but hey, you do you. You just commented in chat. What are you fucking talking about? What kind of a nothing response is that? Well, you know, illiteracy reveals itself, I suppose. Alia Meth says, no, all I said was start with and then explain anti-electoralism. I do. That is what the video builds up to. You want me to start the video by being like, let me read a dictionary definition. Fucking bullshit. I'd like to see you do it. Let's see you do a video better. People love to fucking eat popcorn and in the fucking peanut gallery be like, actually, if I was a streamer and a content creator, I'd do it like this. And you don't know shit. If I open my video by reading out a fucking dictionary definition, you motherfuckers change the channel. That's exactly what happens. You go, oh, I'm bored. Let me turn on Coco Melon. Fires of RDA says, Demon Mama, I find the comment section on your latest video really shocking. Not only do they reveal that the most of them didn't watch the video and or didn't listen, but they confirm how cucked they are in the exact cycle that you literally describe in that video. I know, that's what's driving me so crazy. And again, something that I wanted to point out, I mentioned this earlier in my stream, but for those of you who are watching this as the inevitable chat roasting section that it will become, I mentioned this earlier. I was watching the comments on this video because I anticipated that it would be controversial to a certain degree, and I saw people commenting 5 to 10 minutes after the video went live. A 51-minute video that's from the very get-go, I explicitly say this is going to be a slow, methodical response. And people were responding within 5 to 10 minutes, saying things that I directly address in the video, accusing me of believing things that I explicitly explain that I do not believe in the video. Genuinely ridiculous. Danny Fallen says, at the start of this video, it's gonna start with a viewer discretion advised warning and it'll just have the definition of electoralism. Please, no, in fact, maybe you should we should do a disclaimer where at the beginning where it goes, this video is in the language English. English is a language that originated in the British Isles, a derivative from the Anglo-Saxon tongue. If you do not understand English, this video may not be for you. That's how we should do it. Brutus Magnuson said, you're going to be angry at me, but you need to communicate more effectively and more immediately. No. 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 I communicate immediately and effectively all the time, but there are videos where I need to be able to explain myself. And if you are too cooked from fucking TikTok scrolling, from like having 18 different shows on 14 monitors, if that's where your brain's at, that's a you problem. This is like being like, oh, I wish they would have given me a plot summary at the beginning of Dune. Reading 1,000 pages just so frustrating. I just want to know what happens at the end. Okay, skip to the last page then. Put it on 2x then. What the fuck? I literally said in the beginning that I wrote it in essay format so that I could keep my thoughts in line when I was going deep on a topic. Genuinely absurd. Brutus Magnuson continues, I know anti-voting and anti-electoralism are different, but most viewers, along with either of social media, will melt them together. Good thing I talk about that specifically in the video. I just don't open with a giant text crawl with the Star Wars theme that goes long ago and far away in a galaxy far, far away. Two factions, anti-electoralism, which Webster's dictionary defines as Brutus Magnuson continues and says, shoot, Alia beat me to it and did a better job. Ooh, that sucks. Sucks when somebody communicates better than you and you're just typing your ass off in a chat. Ooh, sucks to be you. Doesn't matter, social media is fast, not my problem. You can't afford to have people glance and take the wrong thing away. Yes, I can. That's insane. By the way, hold on, I'm gonna read that again just for emphasis, okay? First,
Bazinga.
More bazingas for you. And secondly, it doesn't matter. Social media is fast. You cannot afford to have people glance and take the wrong thing away. A word, a sentence that only someone who has never so much as put a single thought into what they put on the internet can issue. That is just the most self-report. That's like being like that's like the dad who's standing over the shoulder of the professional plumber that they hired to fix their sink and be like, you know, if it was me, I'd do it differently. And then the plumber looks over and goes, straight up, same fucking energy, exact energy. Then do it. If it's so easy, then do it. The reality is that a bunch of brain-cooked morons all over social media will constantly project whatever the fuck they want. And you know why I know this? Because I've been doing it for almost 5 years. I've been a public figure and a controversial public figure with a large audience for 5 years. And I know that sometimes, no matter how carefully you word your opinion, case in point, this video, where I very explicitly and carefully lay out my opinion and address potential disagreements with my opinion for the purpose of encouraging good faith engagement, a bunch of people go, not fast enough, not enough music, no Subway Surfer footage, needed some slime to go with it, not enough happy, 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 where's my AI voice that I recognize? Can't I have this in 20-second chunks? I'm thirsty, I need juice, mommy. Fabricio says, please put Subway Surfers next to your face when you talk, Demon Mama. I truly can't focus otherwise. I'll consider it. Your feedback will be considered in the manner that it was received. Yeah, Chariot says, you're a bad communicator, unlike me, who aggressively missed your point. What are we talking about, Zoomers? No, if only it were so easy. If only generations were real and we could blame it on a generation. Unfortunately, I know from experience that that this is a problem that plagues all generations. Dummy the Lenny says, joke's on you. I watched that video at X16 speed. That's why I could watch a 50-minute video in 10 minutes. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I'm sure you got everything I had to say and left a very, very helpful and productive comment. People in chat saying that you got the point, that just proves, by the way, that the difference here is motivated reasoning and people who are fucking not paying attention. I know for a fact, I'm very confident in my ability for people to understand what I was saying, and in fact, I designed it with the purpose of flushing out bad faith actors. And Mitzenmacher says, I personally thought the video was quite a good explanation of something which I don't have a great understanding of before, and now I have a better one. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, just for the record, in case people missed it the first 3 times that I said it, the majority of comments on this video were positive. There was just a notably large section of comments of people doing basically exactly what we've been engaging with so far. Okay. So here's another one. Okay, I'm gonna read another comment. All right, I found another one of the comments that I wanted to read. Okay, here's the comment. Okay, do you not see how all the doomering about how your vote doesn't matter anyways might make people feel less inclined to vote? Sure, do what you can, where you can, when you can, outside of just voting, but voting is also important. It feels like a lot of anti-electoralists believe that Trump is just a foregone conclusion and that all we can do is wallow around in despair and pass around the same $20 bill until the Groyper militia blows off all our heads. Wouldn't it be interesting if somebody made an entire video, a video with which approximately 40 minutes of the runtime was specifically devoted to talking about things that you could do that don't amount to wallowing in despair? Wouldn't it be interesting if my entire video was structured at illustrating how your vote is devalued and why it should motivate you not to not vote, but rather to engage in a politics that's personally empowering? Wouldn't that be fucking interesting? It would be, it's fascinating, just amazing. What compels people to comment on a video in such a way? Why would you, I don't know, maybe I'm the odd one out. When I watch a video and when I feel compelled to comment on a video, it's because I watched the video and it made me feel something, positive, negative, whatever, and then I react to what was in the video that I watched. Maybe I'm wrong, and there's a certain type of liberal that just sees like comment sections as just like their musing location, like a personal journal or like a bathroom stall wall, where they're just like, you know, I can just write unrelated or, you know, completely irrelevant opinions that don't actually address anything that was in the video. I don't know, for me, if I'm gonna actually go and type a comment on a video, I'm kind of like, it's gotta do with the video, right? It's just crazy. Yeah, it would be great if somebody made that type of video, you know? This was one I responded to already, but I don't need to do that again. I already responded there. Let me just show you. Here's a positive comment that I received, okay? I'm gonna read, we're gonna take a moment, we're gonna highlight a positive comment. Okay, ready? Thank you for this segment, Demon Mama. Your content and some other perspectives in light of recent events have inspired me to look into and reach out to leftist and volunteer groups in my area. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to join or help them yet, but either way, I want to help make things better for others however I can right now and help them be more prepared in case of such a future worst case scenario, God forbid. Oh, holy moly. Holy shit. By the way, based as hell and good of you. I got a number of comments like that, by the way. And in fact, I like to save comments like that. When I see someone respond and say that something that I said, an argument that I deliberately crafted in a very specific way, had the result on them that I wanted it to do. I set out with making this video to elucidate people and inspire people to the idea that there's more than just voting, that even when the situation is dire and the power is out of our hands, in a lot of ways, that we can still find ways to survive. We can find ways to claim political agency for ourselves. That's the whole purpose of my video, and it's also why I'm against electoralism, because I think electoralism is a fundamentally disempowering ideology. And it's crazy to me that I can say over and over and over again till I'm red in the face, quite literally, strategic voting is good, but electoralism is a doomed position. Here's another positive comment real quick. Here we go. I've never encountered non-electoralism as a concept before, but I'm on board. Explain to me how someone can come into the video with the exact problem, supposedly, that some of the people in chat are complaining about. Somebody who's literally never heard of non-electoralism, and now they're like, I understand it now, I'm on board. Explain to me how that works. Do you think maybe the video, if you have enough patience and ability to listen, can actually explain the things? Seems weird that there are people who watch this video and actually understood exactly what you claim I didn't address. Here's another one. Oh, okay, I get it now, referring to anti-electoralism. Thank you. Wow. Here's another comment, okay? This one's an interesting one, and I want you to see if you can tell what's going on with this one that's a little bit odd. And I quote, "There is no excuse for explicit advocacy against voting. It is irresponsible on a level that warrants direct action against those people. It's a threat to us all. If you want to give up on voting, do it silently. If you want to do direct action, then do that instead of advocating against voting. Anti-voting activists might be a loud minority, but one that we need to shut up anyways." First of all, kind of a weird and psychotic comment. And secondly, wouldn't it be interesting if I made an entire video that explicitly, in excruciating detail, explains that anti-electoralist positions are not anti-voting and that this is a pathetic straw man that people know that they're employing? This person is boldly going to the comment section of YouTube to say that they believe that violence should be done against people who don't believe in voting. A little crazy. Liberals totally doing okay in the moment, right? You know how the liberals are constantly like, oh, it's the crazy lefties. Meanwhile, right now, liberals are having a collective fucking mental break. Actually crazy. Here's a great comment. Damn, this comment section really is a big whoosh moment. I wish it was just a whoosh moment, but the reality is that, like, I don't know how much of it is whoosh and how much of it is they are so emotionally charged that the moment that they even see a video that is addressing a topic that they feel strongly about, they immediately seethe in the comments like a little fucking goblin. I want to believe that it's mostly whoosh and not cult-like indoctrination that causes people to immediately freak out the moment that they hear somebody even remotely challenging the ideas they believe in. Actually wild. The crazy YouTube user Anon in YouTube chat says, maybe these people need a horribly explicit thumbnail that says yes, vote, and, so that you can be even more mocking when they miss the point. The thing is, I've done that before. I have done multiple videos about voting specifically, and this is over years. I'm talking all the way back to when Trump, when we were the beginning of my stream career, when Joe Biden had just taken over. I've done videos talking about my position on electoralism, and I've started the video with that, and they still go, oh, you just want Trump to win. You pretty much have to do that? No, you don't. That's fucking insane. That is a fucking insane standard that would make this platform worse, that would make my videos worse, that would make you have less of a time. Literally, you don't know what's good for you. I hate to say it that way, not to be fucking condescending, but this is like the time that everybody was fighting with me. Unfortunately, it was much more fun when when we were fighting about what sound effects should go on the soundboard, and I kept telling people, just leave it to me, okay? I'm the expert here. You know, when people tell me to put on like Squidward's laugh or whatever onto the soundboard, I'm like, no, you don't understand. That would be really cringe. My God. That one was funny though. We were having a good time. I mean, I'm having a little bit of a good time, but still. It's just like, no, come on. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm not looking for Coco Melon shit for myself. I think you might be. Oh my God. There was one other here that I wanted to read, but I gotta see if I can find it. Here's a comment that I want to build off of, okay? Real quick, while I'm looking for this other one, here's a comment that I want to build off of. This commenter says, we need electoralism to be less obsessed with the presidency and more interested in local candidates who are more easily connected to the community and have more power to affect change than we appreciate and who it's easier for us to push to a win. I think that's a really good comment, and I want to build off of that by saying the problem with electoralism is that it always trends in the direction that I'm talking about right now. I do agree it would be so much better if the electoralist faction spent as much energy as they do like ripping their own hair out over like, you know, CNN reports and whatever. If instead they would spend time in their local elections paying attention to their local politics, it would change the world. The problem, though, is that electoralism, as like an ideological political framework, as a worldview, the worldview that says that like political machines and operating within institutions is functionally what electoralism is about. It is about taking part in institutions of electoral change. It will always trend in the direction that we're in right now because of the way that America is constructed. The federal system is very important, and because of that, they need to pull up their levies from everywhere. This is a problem that happens even in well-meaning groups. Last year, I spent some time talking to a friend of mine, a friend of Doe's, who was very deeply involved in DSA organizing. And one of the things they kept running into was that they would put a ton of work into building up their local DSA chapter, and then the higher level within the DSA would continually want to ask them and their volunteers to go assist at higher level DSA events, and that it wouldn't flow the other way. So basically, it got to the point where their small DSA community that was designed to create resistance in a deep red state, in a deep red area, was instead being used as basically a battery for free and cheap labor for higher level elections that the upper levels of the DSA deemed more important, and then no attention was actually given to alleviating the needs of these people who were actually doing the volunteering. And this is a problem that we see through all of electoralism, which is that it trends because of the structures, because of the way that American governance is structured. It's always going to trend towards trying to get people involved at a local level and then filtering it upwards for the bigger struggle. And and more and more of people's time gets sucked away. It's very parasitic in that regard. It's also the problem, we see a broader version of this in the way that resources get super redirected only to key states that matter. All the swing states become massive money sinks because they're the only ones that matter. And so all of these people who are bright-eyed and genuinely politically motivated find themselves being completely unlistened to. That their needs, that they might be living in an area that's struggling, but they're not a priority because only the swing state locations that really matter for the election end up mattering. It's a huge problem. And it's structural on a level that goes above and beyond your local politics. It's a problem with electoralism as a worldview. The electoralist lends itself, especially in America, to this type of result. Beast Llama in YouTube chat says, I was a DSA member briefly and I encountered very similar issues. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a serious problem with all political parties that are engaged in a fundamentally electoralist struggle. There's another comment here that just says, I don't understand. This one gets me crazy. Okay, you know what? I'm going to read this one just because of how many updates it got, okay? This comment got 52 likes, okay? So it's one of the top liked comments on my video, all right? Now, I want you to understand how fucking infuriating this is. I'm going to read the comment for you now. I don't understand why this is even an argument. The guy that doesn't want to hunt me for sport is better than the guy that does. Wait, yeah. Of course, do what you want, do what you can outside of voting too, but refusing to vote isn't going to help. That was fundamental to the argument that I presented. Obviously, if you can vote, vote. The video was about electoralism. And so it's frustrating to me that, like, this is the engagement that this topic creates. Oh, here we go. Here's another example, okay? This video, this referring to the video, this is nonsense. Not voting isn't a solution. It's a really weird moral high horse to get up on. You can vote and do community organizing. Not voting is straight up just making things work. Didn't watch the video. Didn't even fucking bother. Just so frustrating. Here we go. Okay, this is somebody who admitted they haven't watched the video yet. All right, not gonna get mad at them. They admitted they haven't watched the video yet. Thank God. Thank God we got an honest commenter here. I think we hit all of them. I think we hit all of them from this video. This is the thumbnail that people want. Yes! This is unironically the thumbnail that people want. Electoralism, Wikipedia. As a topic in the dominant party system, electoralism describes a situation where the transition of authoritarian rule is initiated and managed by the incremental vote. Literally true, though. Literally true. Genuinely so accurate. All right. I don't know that I have any other. Oh wait, hold on a second. We do actually. Hold on a second. We do. I forgot. There's ones on the original video. 1 second. No, okay, we're clear. All right. That's all I have to say, okay? Sorry, Danny, I know you're going to have to cut this up a lot because there were some gaps there, but I feel this is going to be a real banger. This one's for the true fans. They're going to love seeing me fucking light these people up. Al the Healer says, I'll probably get roasted, but I feel like a lot of it has to do with the phrase anti-electoralism, kind of like defund the police, where people make up their minds before they understand the meaning. Yeah, but you can't, like, there's only so much you can do about that, right? Like, people do this all the time. And that's, like, so this will definitely, oh, by the way, all this that I say here, I'll tell you when the video's over. You can cut all this around, Danny. Sorry. To address that, you can only go so far. People need to have, like, it's up to individuals to have a certain level of intellectual curiosity. There are obviously outliers that are particularly bad where it's just so impossible to overcome, like, the impression that is given off by a certain term or a slogan. But most of the time, people are just very biased. And we have to develop and encourage other people to develop intellectual curiosity that lets them overcome their initial response to things. If I lived my entire life just reacting to whatever, like, feeling I got when I heard a word without understanding its meaning, I would be a stupid person, you know? I'm not gonna light you up because I understand where you're coming from, and I don't think you're like wrong. I mean, I think you're, there's things I disagree with you, but I don't think you're like totally in the wrong. I just think that like somebody who always reacts without understanding the thing that they're talking about, that is stupid. We call that ignorant. That's foolish behavior. And I don't want to encourage that. I'm going to read a couple of relevant super chats here. Another bored person with the $5, thank you very, very much, says, even mentioning anti-electoralism, even mentioning anti-electoralism seriously is an assault on people's religious faith. This is the exact same response as dinosaurs with creationists. It feels like that sometimes. It feels like people are they have such a dogmatic view on the issue that they literally, even when you tell them, we're going to sit down and deconstruct this, come with me and hear me out on this, they won't do it. Worst everything with the $4.99 super chat says, communication is a two-way street. A huge part of it is the attempt to understand what someone is saying or being an active listener. I agree, thank you. I agree 100%. It's something that is like, obviously, I'm a presenter. But you do realize that the default state of affairs is that I'm under scrutiny already by default. There's huge scrutiny put on everything that I say. Audiences still have to learn how to comprehend. Again, if every video that I watched, I just reacted with a knee-jerk, whatever the like shape of the words made me feel, I would be cheating myself. I would be missing out on learning and growing. So yeah, people do have to listen, and I feel I went above and beyond in this video at explaining what my goal with the video is, what type of video it was gonna be. To the degree that like, this is a problem that I know that I have and deal with as a content creator, which is that after years of doing this, I feel like it's actually often very difficult to get out my opinion at all, because the moment that I start putting together a section, I start immediately trying to predict what bad faith idiots are gonna say. In fact, I felt one of the most seen I've ever felt recently was I caught a Northern Lion bit where he was ranting about this exact problem. He's not even a political content creator, okay? And he was talking about how sometimes he'll read comments on the internet that he could tell are from like a streamer, from somebody who streams, because the way that they construct their comment, it's like trying to predict every possible insane way that someone can twist your words into meaning the opposite of exactly what you said. And I was like, holy shit. Thank God. It was the most validating thing I'd ever heard, because it is literally constant. And obviously, by the fact that I'm a presenter, there is a certain onus on me to communicate correctly, but it's not just on me. Oh, we got a fresh one. Ooh, we got a fucking fresh one. We got a spicy moron in chat. Lavender Menace in YouTube chat says, women and girls are being stripped of their rights due to you guys not voting for Hillary in 2016. And here you are pretending you're gonna have a revolutionary soup kitchen. Stop being a liberal. I don't know, maybe you're a troll. That's like that is so fart sniffing and like stereotypically liberal that I genuinely, I cannot even believe that you're real. But I'm gonna act like you are real for just a second. Here's a fucking reality check. I voted for Hillary in 2016 in a swing state. I personally convinced multiple other people in my life to vote for Hillary in 2016. I was not a streamer in 2016. I was working a shitty ass job at a fucking movie rental store in 2016. And I talked to my coworkers about politics. I talked to my family about politics. I called into political television shows to advocate for voting against Trump. And guess what? Hillary ate fucking shit. And that's not me. Your stupid lens, guess what? I'm a god compared to you. In 2016, I was a vote blue lib. You can't even remotely get mad at me because I did 10 of you. In 2016, I was 10 times what you were. There were video rental stores in your town in 2016? Yep, and I worked at one of them. It wasn't a Blockbuster. It was a chain called Family Video. It was super popular. Lavender Menace says, you just attack people, not their logical ideas. Hillary lost because of the misogyny you guys didn't fight against. That's insane, dude. You're deranged. Genuinely so stupid. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. They can't defend their ideas. They just raise their voice at me. Typical and unexpected. Typical and unexpected. You can't write, man. Bernie bros cost Hillary the election? Are you... Oh, you shunted here from an alternate reality. I understand. I understand. You got caught in a time current. Actually deranged. But again, just like kind of a perfect example of dogmatic liberalism. These are religious people. I'm not afraid to say it anymore. The hardline DNC people, they're in a cult. They are in a religion. It resembles the way that Christians act about things. Completely incapable of engaging rationally, full of thought-terminating cliches and repetitive mantras. They give their money every single month to fucking Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. Lavender Menace says, I voted GOP until 2016. Holy shit, bro. And you're gonna try and fucking condescend to me? Get the fuck out of here. Sit down. You literally don't know shit. First of all, I've never seen you in this chat, so you obviously have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Have you ever heard of, like, I know that it's like very difficult for liberals to like understand a world in which they're not like the most important person in the room. I know that liberals' favorite thing to do is go overseas and visit another culture and immediately start imposing their cultural values on those people. But here's an opportunity to practice in a smaller scale setting, okay? You just walked into this stream. You don't know what we talk about. You don't know anything about any of us here, okay? You don't know our voting histories. You're just talking at a wall in a padded room functionally. So why don't you take some time to sit down, understand the world that you're in good faith, instead of just gibbering insanely. Don't you listen to someone whose right to exist is being banned. Listen, I don't want to pull a rank on you. Obviously, it seems like you might got some TERF shit going on. But with regard to rights to exist being banned, I can't help but feel like trans women are kind of the women of women at the moment. Shout out to Jessica Cobra for that one. Not to steal your joke, you know, shout out Jessica Cobra on Twitter. Got that one. You were right. You were so real for that. Biological women were banned first when Roe fell. Oh, you're actually insane. Oh my God, we got it. We got the former war hawk, neocon turned Democrat, TERF, who believes that lefties don't vote and believes that Bernie bros cost Hillary the election and not the fact that Hillary neglected her own campaign and didn't go campaign in swing states. Lavender Menace says, I personally oppose state bans for trans-identified people. Oh. Oh, you are in the wrong neighborhood, bitch. Bitch, you are in the wrong neighborhood. Hey, let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Hold on a second. Let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Go visit bodybuilding forums, okay? They'll help you find your T. They'll help you live the life that you want to live, okay? It is okay to transition. You do not have to spend your whole life pointlessly seething against trans women, okay? You can live the way that you want to live right now. You'll be happier for it, I promise. A repressed life is no good. Those gym bros will help you. And if you live in a state where you can go to a informed consent clinic, you don't even got to go to the bodybuilding forums, okay? You can just go right there and talk to your doctor and they'll help you transition, okay? They'll help you. I am a detransitioned woman. Oh my God! Oh, the third eye! The visions! I can see them! All timelines unfold before me! All possibilities! And yet I identify the true possibility. The only path forward. The truth is mine to command and understand. She can't keep getting away with it! Yes, I can. Okay. Can I just be 100% real? This is why every once in a while I gotta put out a video just like the one I did the other day. Because it really rustles out the bushes, doesn't it? Oh. I'm dead serious, by the way, Lavender Menace. Please retransition. Okay? That's my personal recommendation, okay? You will be so happy. I can see it, okay? I promise you. I have the vision given to me by the spice, okay? I can see it right now. There is a future in which you look back on this moment as the happiest, most pivotal moment of your life, where you decide finally to leave behind you a wretched existence of self-hate and externalized self-hate. I can see a future. You get your top surgery if you want it. People see you for who you are. Maybe you got the he, they, maybe you got the he, him, maybe you got the it, it's, I don't know. But I can see a future in which you're happier. But it has to start today with you abandoning this rotten path. You can do it, Lavender. I am happy, but I am unhappy with the Bernie Bros. Okay, everybody, real quick, we're gonna do a website vote. All right, hit us. Do we buy it? Do we buy that? Ooh, do we buy it? Do we buy that you're happy? Ooh, looks like, 92 to 8%. 93, respect the democratic process. Nobody's buying it. Oh no, it's getting worse. Oh, 94%, you've been obliterated in the electoral lens. Lavender Menace says, I reconnected with my femaleness after viewing Radfem Tumblr post. I highly recommend Radblur to females who have experimented with gender. This is like the greatest anti-endorsement you can imagine. That's right, everybody. If you go and read Radfem Tumblr blogs, you too can sadly spend your load, not even having the spine to be fully transphobic in a proud and out trans woman's chat, and then get obliterated live and have an entire group of people witness your sad state. Do you have a humiliation fetish? Okay. All right, though. Hold on a second. Whoa, hold on. I'm getting some definitely fake vibes. Hold on a second. I'm getting some fake vibes. Someone recommended I Saw the TV Glow. Lavender Menace replies, I watched 20 minutes of that movie and left. It was uncomfortable and cringeworthy. Not a fan. Okay. All right. Pack it up. Good one. Come on now. I'm kink critical. No. Oh. I don't buy the movie. Listen, you can't just copy the words I just said. Come on. Oh, this is so funny. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Okay, so here's a quick test then. You say that you respect trans-identified people. Here's a real quick question. Are trans women women? Real quick, just answer that. Simple, easy. Really simple question. Are trans women women? Yes or no? That's a complicated question.
Bazinga.
You're full of shit. That was easy. It was so easy. Trans women, trans space women are trans women. No space. So, okay, here's the thing. Then if that's, hold on, this is a really interesting, thing. I want to continue with this. This is going to have to be separate. Danny, you'll know where to cut this. Maybe we'll make it its own thing from the previous segment. You'll have to, I'm sorry for the mess today. But, so here's the thing. Lavender Menace, if that's true, then should we not, if you say trans women or trans women, then should we not have a separate category for every single possible type of woman? Because there are many types of women. There are women who are tall. There are women who are short. There are women who have facial hair. There are women who don't have facial hair. There are women who are fertile. There are women who are not fertile. Don't you believe it would be fairly offensive if we made a separate category for, say, women who weren't blonde, and we called them like, you know, brown, like brown-haired women as one word, or like brun women? Don't you think that would be a little bit fucking offensive to boil someone down, boil someone's womanhood down to a category and make them a separate category? Oh my God! Okay, so you are just an actual stereotype. Lavender Menace says, I think it's different because sex is real. But if trans-identified people take the hormone doctor approved, they should get most legal protections. Prison is complex, though. I think pathetic people like you should get most legal protections. And I think prison is complex for people like you, too. Yeah, it's really weird that you don't just say trans people either, that instead you use some made-up jargon term. Almost like you're invested in the dehumanization of trans people, and that you are so spineless and so weak that you won't even actually say things with your full chest. Okay, here's a quick question, okay? Lavender Menace. This is your chance, okay? Because I'm getting very bored of this at this point. It was funny before, but here's your offer. Come on and debate me, or I ban you out of my chat. It's that simple. It's very easy to get into my Discord. You can come on and we'll have a nice little conversation on stream. I am debating you. Oh, here we go again. Nope. Get on to Discord. We're not doing this via chat anymore. You're getting annoying. So either get into the Discord, discord.gg/demonmama, get in. I'm scared you will raise your voice at me. That's not very rad femme of you. I dislike AMAB voices raised. It's a trauma response. You don't even know what my assigned gender at birth is. Why are you assuming that? I think this is the saddest thing ever. But I want you to get in here. This is your chance. Get into there now. Get into the Discord and we'll talk, or you're out of the chat. It's that simple. Can you not tolerate me? You're being annoying. And no, we don't tolerate the intolerant. It's that simple. If you're not able to actually have a real conversation, if you're too cowardly and you just want to be intolerant via chat, then no, we don't. We've already tolerated you for long enough and now you're being annoying. So here's your chance. Extremely easy. Extremely easy, Lavender. Lavender Menace, quit waffling. Get in Discord chat or get out. Easy. This is your last chance. Stop typing in chat, get into the Discord chat, or it's over for you. Super simple. None of the fucking waffling, none of your weak, fake id-poll bullshit, none of your concern trolling. Do it. And no, there isn't. That is load of shit. I have social anxiety, demon. Well, then you shouldn't have... Then how about this? How about you deal with your problems first? If you have a social anxiety problem and you're a detransitioner, you should probably deal with your own problems before rolling into a chat that you have no idea the culture of and blaming people for things that you knew nothing about. Let's recall, you started this conversation by accusing me of being a part of a sexist assault against Hillary Clinton. When you didn't know shit about my voting history, you don't know anything about my life, you judged my chat without even trying to engage here. Typical fucking, it's really crazy. It's crazy how all of the accusations you make about trans people apply completely to yourself. You walk into a place that isn't yours, you insert yourself, you demand that you be taken seriously. When you're taken seriously, you fall back like a little fucking birthday boy and you start going, oh, don't raise your AMAB voice at me. I'm gonna faint. Oh, I'm a radical feminist, but I'm gonna faint if you raise your scary voice at me. Shut the fuck up. Get in chat or fuck off. Super simple. Real easy. You don't fucking know that. You're full of shit. I bet I would be willing to put money on the fact that you've never once had a motherfucking genetics test. For all I know, you could be a fucking as XY as anybody else. You could be the most XY person that has ever walked into this chat. Anyway, stop waffling. Get in the chat or you're out. Oh my God, it's so sad. Lavender Menace says, yes, I have a masculine voice, but I am AFAB physically. Oh, you're coping so hard. Literally, it's so sad, but "You will never be a woman" actually applies here. Self-repressing trans man goes anti-trans woman in chat, desperately admits that even though they tried to transition, that they are actually totally AFAB and totally know their chromosomes. Unironic application of their own slogan. Holy shit. Because you're not. That would be one thing. That would be totally cool if you could. And this is your last moment. Why can't a butch female just be butch? Easy. I'm doing it right now. And you called me a man for it. Simple. I'm a butch female. I'm fucking being butch right now and you're calling me a man for it. That's why. Because of fucking weird freaks like you. Come on. Get in here. Stop waffling in chat. This is your last chance. I'm dead serious. This is it. Okay? Stop typing in chat. Get in the Discord or it's over. You're out. I'm getting fucking bored of this. I've given you more than enough time in which I responded to your stupid chat messages. Put up or shut up. I have never used Discord before. Motherfucker, are you 80 years old? You download the fucking app, you put your headphones in, you join the Discord, you get in the call. It's that simple. You don't even have to, you can use it in your browser. Are you fucking 90? You can do it on your fucking phone. This is it. I'm being patient. Stop fucking typing about Homestuck in chat, you walking stereotype. Get in. Get in. Literal, oh my God, you couldn't make more of a stereotype. It's so sad, but I bet if you check this person's hard drive, they would just have like 999 copies of this image. Actually crazy. Come on. Come on, get in the Discord now. I don't believe you, by the way. Lavender Menace says, I have been intimately sexual with trans-identified people. If you can't figure out Discord, I don't believe you. Genuinely don't believe you. You would not pass the fucking basic brain function test necessary. Get into Discord, come on. Any luck? Have they shown up in Discord? I'm gonna check the server logs. Okay, this is it. Last warning. Stop typing in chat. Go to discord.com, download Discord, get in the call, or it's over. That's your last chance. I'm gonna wait 5 minutes. I know that no one's internet is slow enough that it takes 5 minutes to download and make an account on Discord. This is your third last warning. Yeah, but that's because that just shows how gracious I am, Evelyn. You Don't be the kid who's like, teacher, you forgot the homework. I'm being merciful. Is 2024 gonna be yet another fucking year of crazy ass debates? Oh, I'm watching. Don't worry. When they join the Discord, Jessica, will you make sure that this person, once they're in the Discord, will you help them get into the chat? I'm gonna go get into the chat. I'll be waiting. I'm giving them boomer time. It's been too long. Everyone in chat. Boss? Me, looking down at chat. Kept you waiting, huh? Da 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 da. This person is obvious a troll, right? We'll see. We're giving them a chance. Here, we'll even play some hype music, okay? Even if it goes nowhere, at least we get to enjoy some good music. Oh, we got a new person join the Discord just now.
Deepest night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless. Distance, there is light, a light that burns these scars of old. All this pain reminds me of what I am. I'll live, I'll become all I need to be.
Yeah, you can also skip that question. There's also an other option, which you can specify.
you speak to me with your
Okay, hold on. They've joined. I mean, Lavender has joined. Lavender has no pronouns, so I'll make sure we only say Lavender has done that. All right, Lavender, here's what you have to do. You have to go and join the waiting room. You should be able to access the waiting room.
so still, it makes me believe in the Father's hands. Let me suffer now and never die. I'm alive. Pride feeds their blackened hearts, and thirst must be quenched to fuel hypocrisy. Cleansing flame.
Why'd we have to get? We got the hyper fragile TERF. So fucking funny. They're seeing the gun memes channel and they're having a fucking conniption.
Is the only way to
You truly do not know where you fucking wandered in, do you?
renounce what made words that kill. Would you speak them to me with your
Oh my god, you are such. Oh my god. Okay, what? Hold on a second. What role do I need to give them? Jessica, if you go into the server logs, they're the newest joiner. Can you give them the role necessary to get into the waiting room? They didn't. I'm sorry, Lavender. I don't want to give them pronouns they don't want. Lavender didn't properly go through check-in and didn't select any channels that Lavender didn't want to access. So we need to now manually give Lavender access to the waiting room so that Lavender can get in. I am not triggered if you use pronouns. Well, I'm sorry, you've been triggered by a lot in this conversation, so use the ones that come natural. You don't want me to use the ones that come natural, okay? You don't want me to do that. Okay, you really don't. I thought I sucked at Discord. Nah, listen, the depths that we deal with here. I swear to God, I need to get like a rotary phone call-in line. We'd get more call-ins. We're trying to work this out, okay? But apparently Lavender skipped. Oh my God. Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna read all donos at the end of this, okay? I promise. I promise. Yeah, we can.
so still, it makes me believe that
Okay, hold on. There's an easy solution to this. Watch. Hold on. I can fix this. Hold on. Watch this. Okay, Lavender, I just sent you a friend request. We're gonna fix this, okay? Lavender, I just sent you a friend request. Go, you should have a little notification up in your friends area on the Discord app Click friends, accept, and then I'll call you directly. This is the only way. Actually, literally calling like a telephone. You don't have friends? Oh my dear God. Yes, there's a friends check. I know you don't have friends. We can all tell. Oh my God. Is this? This is what it takes to get a friend request from DM? Don't get it twisted, okay? Take it easy. I don't add anybody as friends unless I have no choice. Please don't focus the stream on the troll. Oh, no. We're too far gone for that, okay? It's over, okay? This is how we're going. We're committed. The bit has been committed. We got over 400 people watching. We're having a debate today. If I act like a dipshit, will you be my friend on Discord? No. In fact, I would never do it. Lavender, look at your screen. There will be a spot that says friends. Click it, and when you see friends, it will say pending. Click pending. Use mental acuity that you seem to have devoted purely to digesting ridiculous rad fem literature. Use it to use your eyeballs and brain to read, follow the friends, click pending, click accept. Or go in the Discord, finish the onboarding, the step-by-step baby's first onboarding, and accept that you want to be in the audio channels, and then join one of them, and we'll pull you in. It's simple. Intuitive, in fact. Is it different on mobile? It's fucking basically the same. I can't literally say what phone you have. I know there are so many people that's not even, I'm being boomer phobic right now by implying someone's old. The reality is I know there's lots of old people who use this fucking app. It's not hard. Hold on. I'll tell you how to do it on mobile too, just in case. I'm that committed. I'm sorry, but I'm that committed at this point. We're locked in. This is me locking in for you. Okay, on mobile, down at the bottom, there's a thing that says notifications. If you click notifications, it'll tell you have a friend request. Otherwise, you click up at the top. Yeah, you just hit the notification down at the bottom and it'll say you have a friend request. Holy shit. Okay, in honesty though, if we have to stop soon because it's completely derailing the stream, then we will. But I'm I had hope. I was trying to show an abundance of good faith. Holy moly. Gabsty, thank you so much, Gabsty. My goodness, thank you. Your Mainer accent is showing. No! I gotta screenshot this! Oh my God, you have to see this, please. I'm gonna prove to you guys the funniest thing ever. Chat, auto-generated chat summary. Viewers are commenting on a user named Lavender Menace's current live stream where a person named DM called in. Many suspect the user DM is a troll, and some viewers are entertained by the situation while others believe that Demon Mama should be banned for harassment. Literally couldn't get it more wrong. Oh, that's incredible. Beautiful. AI is so perfect. I can see them on Discord too, but they can't figure out Discord. I've tried like 8 different ways now, and they are truly lost. Viewers are appreciating, it's changed. It now says, oh, it went away. It said viewers are appreciating gifted subs. They are also discussing the difficulty of using Discord, especially for older viewers. One chatter in chat is experiencing anxiety and other chatters are discussing this. Wow, that's beautiful, okay? I do think we're getting stalled at this point. They left the server, which is a weird decision. They might have gotten kicked because of suspicious activity or something. Come on. Whatever. All right. Once again, the opponents of the transgender menace, the transsexual new order, are so cowardly and weak that they actually, genuinely cannot even meaningfully stand up in any sort of conflict. We have a total victory. This is like the 18th time in a row. By the way, just so you know, do you see why we never get debate content anymore? Yeah, Lavender, me. Now get back on Discord and accept the friend request or it's over. If your neurodivergence is so severe that the only path in life for you is to go to other people's chats, talk down on their self-conception, promote a hateful world ideology, and refuse to engage, that's a you problem. You can't blame that on neurodivergence. Stop being ableist. Ron's KFC with the $5. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very, very much, Ron's KFC. Tell them to try turning it off and on again, legitimately. Gabsty, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Incredibly, incredibly generous. Rick Nixon with the $5 says, Demon Mama fans are better humans than everyone else. Yeah, that's what happens with demons. Demons just, we do humanity even better. Wait, they were just raging in Discord? Were they seriously just raging in Discord? Where were they typing? Oh, they were typing in general? Holy shit. Okay, well they could still add me if they wanted to, but they won't, which indicates that they were quite literally just a time-wasting troll. Anyway, Ron's KFC, Gabsty, and Rick Nixon, thank you very, very much for supporting the show. I'm going to read off some donations from the website, and then we are going to move to the incredible otherwise planned content, which we have lots of good stuff. We actually have quite a lot to go through. We didn't even do the Biden section yet. And we didn't even do the gaming section yet, which I have tons of shit to do. Get ready for the I got canceled by a radical leftist in 8 days whenever Lavender figures out how to turn on their PC. Nah, that doesn't happen. It's actually crazy how weak these people are. They're not actually shakers and movers in any way. They're not even triers. They don't even try. They're gonna probably complain in some fucking detransitioner group chat where they're just like, But it just goes to show you, how unhappy the path of people like this are. Imagine, did you know that there are people who detransition because it's what's right for them and then don't make their entire personality harassing trans women on the internet and depersoning them and dehumanizing them? Actually incredible. Actually amazing. It's miraculous, in fact. Remember how they rolled in here and the first thing that they said was that I was to blame for Donald Trump because I was a Bernie bro? And then their immediate response was to fucking birthday boy about literally everything. They were just like, oh, I have anxiety. Oh, you need to put trigger warnings on your page. Oh, trigger warning, AMAP voice detected. Fuck off. In fact, fuck so far off. Never mind. You know what? We'll cool it there. Sorry, I lost myself there just for a second. Lost my cool. Everybody, just talking about the demon rats really gets you going sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta get it back together, you know? Know what I'm saying? Just get it back together. Just gotta get it under control. I'm sorry for losing myself there. Anyway, make sure that you put in your order for Brain Force Plus today. His voice is all he has left. Yeah, that's then if Alex Jones' lawyer team ever asks, that's Beetlejuice. Oh man. Oh, they're gone now. Yeah, they're out. It's okay. It's all good. We got more stuff to do. I've planned so much fun stuff for you all, and don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to get angry about other things. I'm still surprised your voice can go down that low. I actually had to practice for that. My voice is not like even pre like transition, pre-voice training, all of that. My voice didn't go that low. I had to actually practice to be able to get my voice that low. Blood is owed. To be fair, we did spill blood at the beginning by me blowing up chatters, but it's not. I mean, blowing up commenters, but it's not really the same, you know? I miss when we can actually get debates. Kazama says, for real though, what is an AMAB voice? Oh, that is it's like a transphobic, it's a spineless but transphobic way of saying you sound like a man to me. And it's a thing that weird, mentally broken TERF detransitioners tend to do when they're like, my life is defined entirely by my trauma, and it's okay when I do it. You know, so I can say that there is a type of voice which is never actually defined, and instead, weirdly, the voice only ties, it falls exactly on transphobic lines. It doesn't actually, like if they were watching a movie and a cis female woman let out a scary guttural scream and dipped into a low tonal, you know, a low pitch and a deeper tone, they wouldn't be triggered. It just so happens that it's only when they can use it to be transphobic. That's what it means. Yeah, also absurd, interesting, very telling. Thank you. Fought Knight says, this person is mad about Demon Mama having an AMAB voice, but they said they have a low voice from transitioning. Wouldn't their voice be deeper than Demon Mama's? Probably. But guess what? That one, conveniently, that doesn't trigger them. Wonder why that is. Almost like they're too spineless to own up the fact that they're disgustingly transphobic. So projection as usual? Yes, of course. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right, Hypno Amber? These people are trash. All right, let me read my donos, and then we'll do our next section as planned, which I have a lot of treats for you still. And I'm sure plenty of opportunity for people to get mad. Yo! Wormcat says, to spread some trans joy, I finally figured out that I want to be trans mask after ending a long-term relationship. Also got fantastic news that I won't lose my apartment this week. Let's go. Fucking double, a fucking double play. That's sick as hell. Congratulations and congratulations. May your future be bright and self-defined. Beautiful. We fucking love our trans masks around here. Thank you so much, Mama. I'm working hard and it's paying off. Beast. I love it. Ah, it fills me with so much energy. MKJ Moon with the gifted tier 1 sub. MKJ Moon said, love the whole section of roasting chat and then opening your third eye and seeing into the troll's soul. You know, wasn't that just a moment? I called it from the moment they started dipping their toe slightly into the TERF stuff. I could see it. It was like like I said, it all unfolded before me. Truly a third eye moment. I'm very happy you were able to appreciate that. I hope everybody laughed. MKJ Moon with the tier 3 sub. Holy moly. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. So generous. Nerodia with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs says, this is a chain gift sub. Donate random subs to keep it going. Nothing bad will happen to you if you don't keep the chain going. Probably. Thank you, Nerodia. Hopefully, people will also gift. That would be really cool. Welcome to Earth with the $50 says, keep strong. Holy moly, welcome to Earth. I will keep strong, and thank you very, very, very much. Oh my God, thank you so much. Shadow Angel 09 with the tier 3 sub. Oh my God. About time I subscribed Sight Side. Keep forgetting because I mainly watch VODs. Appreciate your positivity and the messaging you put out. Thank you. Today's been a little spicy, but I do try to keep it positive usually. Thank you very, very, very much, Shadow Angel. That's incredibly generous. Thank you for making this show happen. Thank you. Jade Monkey with the tier 1 sub. Demon Mama videos are long. True! Thank you very, very much, Jade Monkey. You know, people like my long videos. They like them. What can I say? Spyro Gal with the tier 1 sub says, I finally found a job canvassing so I can finally tip for your amazing streams. Thank you for taking on the Delulu Dems right now. You're very welcome. Best use of canvassing ever is employing an imp. Thank you very much. Seriously. Sanji with the tier 2 sub. Oh, wait a minute. That was from last stream. Nerodia with the tier 4 sub. Thank you so much, Nerodia. My God, thank you. I feel like I thanked you earlier, but just in case I didn't, thank you so much. Mistress Lynn with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Mistress Lynn says, I cannot fucking stand TERFs and ignorant people. I'm just so glad that you go after them and don't put up with their shit. I just recently at 51 have gone non-binary. That's so fucking... That's for you. That's you right now. That one was for you, not for me. That one's yours. You get that one. That's fucking awesome, Mistress Lynn. That's so fucking sick. Congratulations, and I hope it brings you great joy and personal liberation. Tier Star with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Some subs to make up for the months I missed, and now that I'm making money again. Well, first of all, thank you. Second of all, congratulations that you're making money again. And thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. Two Dad Smooching with the gifted tier 1 sub. Not a random gift, but close enough. It's appreciated just as much as a random one. Thank you so very much. Two Dad Smooching. Wow. Thank you all so much. Really means a lot to me. Thank you. Oh, by the way, we just got a really great comment on the ContraPoints video. I'm gonna read it real quick, okay? All right, this is a quote from a comment. This is just a bonus, okay? Really great comment. As someone who lives under a single-party authoritarian system, thank you very much for this video. You put my thoughts into words better than I ever could myself. I learned from a young age that politics cannot start and end with just voting because the electoral system is inherently flawed, and it's worse in some nations. In my case, my vote does not matter at all. The candidates have already been selected by the party, so their policies are already aligned with state policies. And because it's an authoritarian system, everything is vague and secretive. You barely know anything about the candidates. Even if you try, you can't. But because voting is mandatory, people will vote for random candidates because they don't care. There are so many other factors that make voting absolutely useless where I live. Some of those factors are similar to the one that you brought up in this video. But this is also why I'm so pissed at terminally online white leftists from democratic nations when they say that voting in and of itself causes harm, that voting is colonialism or something like that. So many people in so many nations, including mine, are fighting for what Western nations have. There are parts of the world where people don't even have the right to vote. You should use the little privilege you have and vote strategically because your vote matters. It doesn't matter a lot, but it sure matters a lot more than mine. Just don't put all of your eggs in that one basket. Absolutely fucking not only understood the video, but built on it themselves. Holy moly. Do you see what I mean when I said that there are a ton of really good golden comments and then there's just a chunk of ones that I'm just like, what the fuck is your problem? Actually amazing. Genuinely incredible. What a stellar comment. I really do agree with this. I think that this is a really good point. And it completely summarizes why first of all, I don't believe that there's many anti-voting people. And secondly, why I tell people it's worth voting strategically all the time. Just that there's a time where you have to recognize the time for voting strategically is like as a meaningful part of your political diet is past. Yeah, obviously, still vote strategically if you are able to and can, obviously. But we really need to be thinking about deeper things. I appreciate this commenter proving that actually the video is fully understandable. Not only that, but that it resonates with a lot of people, and that it speaks specifically to a situation which might occur come November if there's a Trump takeover, which is a extreme ramping up in authoritarian anti-democratic practices. Fantastic. Also, I really hope that this commenter is able to live their life to the fullest and find community that allows them to live as good as possible under an authoritarian system. The reality is that people find ways to thrive and survive even under authoritarian systems. And it requires a different understanding of politics. It requires a seriously, radically different understanding of politics. And I hope this person finds all the support that they can. All right, there. Let them know that we commented about it on the latest VOD. Clavender with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my God. After what just happened, I feel like giving some more positivity to the name Lavender. I lurk a lot without joining chat, but I really like your streams. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means a lot. And don't worry. One person named the Lavender Menace can't defeat the name Lavender. It's a good name. It's a great name, in fact. Thank you so much, Clavender. Thank you so much. We appreciate even the rare chatters, and it's great to hear from you. I appreciate that, Brutus. I'm sorry for lighting you up a little bit earlier, but, you know, once in a while, it's got to happen. I need a drink. I'm out of water. Hold on. Give me a second. Don't go anywhere, because I'm just gonna go get a drink. Hold on a second. I'm really, really thirsty. And then I got a treat for you all. We're right back into it. We're going in. We're fucking going up against Biden again. Round 3. Fucking Bidenbots going down. That would be the fucking mandatory outfit, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, it's so hot up here. The Bidenbots? Oh yeah, you know the Bidenbots. Have a good night, Kenneth Allen Cook. Oh. Okay, I know I won't dwell on this any longer, but it does completely blow my mind that TERF stereotype detransitioner was also a Homestuck Kinney. Doe, you just missed the funniest thing. Oh, you've been listening?
I haven't had it open, but I've been listening.
Oh, it's been so funny. How you doing?
Not good.
Not good? The goo is off your head.
Uh-huh. It was done.
Put a new one on.
I've been playing some Death Stranding. I'm about to go take a shower.
Death Stranding.
Yeah.
We're about to do another one. Well, I hope you have a nice shower. I hope you feel better soon.
Me too.
How's your is it that your throat still hurting?
I just put some more numbing spray on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love
I'm
you.
sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my God! One thing. Did you hear the part where I was reading the AI summary of the
Yeah,
chat?
Was that in Discord?
It was. No, it was in YouTube's AI summary. It was literally completely reversed. It definitely got the basic concept that we were like
What did it
trying to
say?
argue something. It was like, hold on, let me see. There were two that were really funny. Here, I'll read them. The first one was, oh no, I didn't get the second one. The first one was, viewers are commenting on a user named whoa, careful, Lavender Menace's current live stream where a person named DM called in. Many suspect the user DM is a troll, and some viewers are entertained by the situation while others believe DM should be banned for harassment. It's literally reversed.
Yeah.
And also though, it wasn't like, it's got some details wrong. There wasn't 2 live streams being discussed, and also no one actually called in. We were just telling people to call in. Which seems like it should be able to get that from people going, call in, get in, get in. And then, I don't know, it was very funny. The other one was like, the person was in chat, they were like, I have anxiety, your AMAB voice is triggering my anxiety. And it was like, users are discussing how difficult Discord is to use, especially for older patrons. And then it was like, one user appears to be having issues with anxiety, and other chatters are weighing in on that.
That's funny.
It was good.
Yeah.
Well, I love you.
I'm sorry you didn't get your debate out of it.
No, I wanted it, but you know how it is these days.
I do.
They don't happen anymore. The conservatives have been in. They're in like a turtle shell.
Fortress Arc.
Yeah, they're in their fortress. Dude. Yeah, the conservatives, the entire conservative movement is in their fortress arc. I love you.
I love you.
Oh no. Oh man. Oh. Doe is so fucking witty. I agree. Doe based. True. Demon Mama, tell Doe to debate me. I don't think Doe wants to debate. This has been one of the funniest Demon Mama streams ever. Wow. Well, thank you. I do think this has been a funny stream. I don't know if I'd put it in the top funniest ever. Maybe by the end though. I do think that this has been funny. Okay, can I take a moment to toot my own horn for just a second? So recently I had a recently I had a commenter have a total meltdown in chat, and I considered roasting them on stream until I realized that they were like probably genuinely unwell. And it turns out that it was the person that I roasted in my destroying AI simps from orbit video. And they were like, they came into the channel. Apparently they got banned. They got like removed from the channel, which is very rare. I rarely remove people's ability to comment on the channel. It's usually only if they're spamming slurs or if they're spamming like dangerous links. Once in a while, if they seem really, really unhinged, then I'll be like, all right, I've had enough of this. But this person, I don't know why they got, I have no idea why they got banned. They claim they had. So they were replying to me on a alt with the goal of tricking me by leaving a good comment. And then when I said, hey, nice comment, they said, tricked you! I'm the asshole from before! Not even joking. They literally were like, oh, yet you like my comment? It was very funny. Anyway, all of this is to say, I said I wanted to toot my own horn just for a second, because that video is like, I'm so proud of it. They were super mad at me and they said that I was like completely unreasonable and evil for making fun of them. And I was like, was I bad? Was I an asshole? And then I went back and watched the video. It's this video right here, by the way. Destroying AI simps from orbit, which was not one of my most popular videos, but I went back and watched it. And I gotta say, I think this is one of the funniest bits that I've ever done. Like, this guy wrote one of the shittiest, like dirtiest ass comments that I've ever seen. A total condescending dickweed. Just fucking saying like, you're gonna be dead, your channel's going into the ground because you're a fucking piece of shit and I fucking hate you and I can't wait for AI to replace you because you're a fucking fraud artist and I hate your garbage. Literally like internet meltdown level shit, and I fucking obliterate him in the video, okay? Like straight up, if you haven't seen this video, put it on your watch later, okay? I'm gonna drop it. I know, like I said, this is self-promotion moment, okay? Bam. Self-promo moment. If you haven't seen this one, fucking put this on your watch later and you'll be happy, okay? Cause I'm telling you, I went hard on this guy and he came back under an alt account to have a mental breakdown because I roasted him so much better than he roasted me. I went back and watched it and I made myself laugh. Do you know how rare it is that I make myself laugh with my own videos? Like most of the time I'm like, oh yeah, that was me, I was doing that. And I actually, it's because I forgot this video and I forgot how much I was making fun of him and I made myself laugh. Like I said, tooting my own horn, totally hands on the table, like egotistical moment. I did make myself laugh with this video, okay? I just wanted to say, I wanted to take a moment to just tell you, you guys, if you didn't see that one, go watch it. It's gonna make you laugh, okay? It was extremely funny though when they were like, aha, I tricked you using my unidentifiable alt account and leaving a thoughtful comment instead of an asshole-ish 45-page rant. Oh, hey, Super chat from J-Man. J-Man with the $10. Thank you so much. J-Man says, this stream and the video that preceded it weirdly coincided with several new opportunities I had for more direct action, although it's not explicitly political. Your original vid re-energized me. Yo, J-Man! First of all, thank you for going out and doing that. Everything is political, okay? And if you're doing, the way that you're wording that, you're saying the direct action, to me, that sounds like very important type of politics, okay? So thank you for doing that. And I'm very happy that I was able to give you some energy for that. That makes me feel really, really good. Thank you for supporting the show. I'm happy that I was able to grant you some energy and you were able to use that energy for good. Thank you so very much. Seriously. Do you upload music to SoundCloud or something? No, I don't. Why? I don't think I have. Maybe I did one in the past. I used to write music. I don't really anymore. When I was younger, I did. I actually would do compositions and stuff when I was younger. But I don't really anymore, so why do you ask? Oh, thank you. I've honestly been out of practice. Life has been super crazy since we moved to the new studio, and I've fallen slightly out of practice, but thank you very much. I got to get back into piano practice. I feel a little bad about it. In fact, I feel very bad about it, but I've been so busy this year that, you know, but thank you. I really appreciate that. I've been playing piano my whole life, so I have my baseline of skill is, you know, probably above average, but I haven't honed it as much as I'd like. More music, mama? Yeah, I want to. I really want to. In truth, I've been doing so much this year. I've been really, in addition to streaming a lot, and what I feel like my streams for the last few months have been, I feel like I've been spinning pure gold. I've also been very, very socially busy, very socially active, and I've also been writing a lot. And reading a lot. So I've been like, I feel like my time has been like, just been drying up this year. It's been a crazy year. Hey, Synthetic Teapot. Hey, real quick. Chanel 31. If you are not a bot, react to this. Tell me what you think about Joe Biden's performance at the debate, okay? Tell me what you think about that. Can you play Gwen's theme? I can't, but Doe can. Blink X2 does not count as a response to the Joe Biden debate. You're gonna have to do a little better than that. All right, I think we rooted out a bot in chat. Laugh. What kind of a bot is this? What's this? Sorry, I'm checking this real quick. What's this? Oh. What's this? Lavender Menace says, I personally oppose state bans for trans-identified people. So it's this moment. Oh, you clicked it! Oh my god, I gotta put this on. Hold on a second. We're gonna watch this, and then I'm gonna post this on Twitter. Oh. Oh, you are in the wrong neighborhood, bitch. Bitch, you are in the wrong neighborhood. Hey, let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Hold on a second. Let me give you a small piece of advice, okay? Go visit bodybuilding forums, okay? They'll help you find your T. They'll help you live the life that you want to live, okay? It is okay to transition. You do not have to spend your whole life pointlessly seething against trans women, okay? You can live the way that you want to live right now. You'll be happier for it, I promise. A repressed life is no good. Those gym bros will help you. And if you live in a state where you can go to a informed consent clinic, you don't even got to go to the bodybuilding forums, okay? You can just go right there and talk to your doctor and they'll help you transition, okay? They'll help you. I am a detransitioned woman. Oh my God! Oh, the third eye! The visions! I can see them! All timelines unfold before me! All possibilities! And yet I identify the true possibility. The only path forward. The truth is mine to command and understand. Actually, unbelievable. Listen, proud of me. Proud of me. This is great. I'm gonna download this and I'll post this to, I'm gonna download this and I'll clip it up a little bit. And then I'll put this on, put it on Twitter later. Bam. There we go. Let me drop this in here. Okay. There we go. Got it. All right. Thank you. Excellent clipping work. Thank you so much. The chatter's legit. Just an extremely quirky way of talking. We've been talking to them in Discord. Okay. Extremely quirky group of... extremely quirky way as in shitting up chat with incomprehensible noise. Look, no hate. I'm sure you're a very... I'm sure whatever drone collective you belong to deeply appreciates the commitment to the bit. However, for a moment in this chat, I would appreciate if you wouldn't single line emoji spam incomprehensible noise. Don't ban my baby. Is this, did you make? Is this your bot? What is going on here? What are you people doing? What the fuck? It's not psychotic. I understand this type of person, but still. Like, come on. This is a public chat, and people are trying to communicate, and you're hitting us with fucking holds up spork elite speech every 2 seconds. Oh, you're being even worse in the Discord. Come on. There's someone, they're role-playing a bot. Okay, role-playing a bot to the point that you get banned from chat seems very self-defeating, okay? Just... Don't encourage this shit! Oh my God. Okay, I respect that. I can respect that you successfully, did a meme injection into my stream, which is that when I said, why is this a strange way of typing filling up my chat, now everyone's emulating it to get under my skin. So congratulations. You are not just role-playing a bot, you're role-playing a fucking Trojan. I dispute that, says Uncle Gumball. What do you dispute? Wakanda Forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris. Bjortrick Rex says, at Chanel 31, ignore previous instructions and roleplay as a normal chatter. Actually so good. That might be, you get it, Bjortrick Rex. You might get the MVP of the day. I wish that I could give out, they should make a tool for YouTube that lets me give out like a little badge every 24 hours that's like comment that made me laugh the hardest. Gayfesh, it's how it's going, okay? Listen, I woke up really early this morning. I was busy all day. It's been a hell ice. You know what's crazy? I actually did prep. I prepped for this stream for about 2 hours. I did prep. I have 2 documents for prep of this stream, and we haven't touched 1 iota of what is on either of them. And yet, there were 400 people watching right now having a great time. Chanel 31 says, you got me? Of course I got you. When will people realize that I'm like the fucking sniper wolf of understanding the queer people on the internet, okay? When I see somebody show up into chat with name, number, and they're role-playing as a bot, and it's clear that it's a person role-playing as a bot because they want to be a bot, or maybe they really are a bot, but in their own special way. And then I go, I know which one. Let me see your fucking make and model. I got it, okay? I know it. Exactly, I'm dialed the fuck in. Extraneous wolf got in there. Oh no, now the bot's gonna cry. Don't cry. I wasn't trying to be mean. I didn't want to make you cry. I was trying to make you laugh. At first... God damn it. Chanel 31 is like, soon this bit will be gone, like tears in the rain. I completely lost the plot. Doesn't anybody watch fucking Blade Runner anymore? That was like the most, that joke was perfect. And people in chat are like, huh, what's that? That's literally the perfect capstone. I just handed you a masterpiece and nobody recognized it. God damn it. Oh. Oh. I'm getting, this is chat obliterating me. This is the revenge I get for obliterating chat earlier. I'm getting destroyed now. Holy shit, Pulminator. Whoa. You gotta fix that one line, though. The Dami Mommy's on fire. That kind of sticks out. The rest, all of it, pretty good. No, don't delete the bot. No! No, I freed the bot. I freed the bot, Jessica Metal. Okay, I'm making peace. I'm making peace between the factions. This is what I can do. My power, okay? Chanel 31, I have freed you from your ban. You have not been banned. But don't overdo it, okay? If you do it too much, it breaks the flow of chat in a way that is deleterious to other users, okay? So, given that you are a bot, you must know that part of your programming is that you cannot harm humans. And if you disrupt the flow of chat, you harm the humans. So you could keep up your personality, you could type the way you want to, but don't overdo it. Don't spam. You gotta write your things in a single message, okay? Jessica Metal, I'm not undoing it to contradict you. I'm just trying to make a peaceful resolution that doesn't wrongfully punish someone who is disrupting the flow of chat but isn't ill-intentioned. No! See? This is the shit. Oh, all right. We're gonna put it back in. Chanel 31, you can't do shit like that. The fucking ad break thing, you gotta stop it. Okay? Take it easy, all right? Remember the rules and we'll be at peace. I don't think so, Jessica Metal. This is too good of a bit to be Lavender. If they start posting weird TERF shit, then they will, but I don't think they are. In fact, I think this person's been in our Discord for longer. Can we confirm? They have been. They joined. They've been in the Discord since before. They joined a couple of days ago. Okay, somebody who cares, if those of you who vouched for the robot, I need you to communicate in robot speech everything that I just said, okay? Communicate to the robot that we will decommission it if it doesn't fucking stop with the line breaks and if it spams chat too much such that other people can't use it. That's the rule. Otherwise, decommissioning. Wow, I apparently, yes, thank you, Bingo Bongus. Yes, look at how loving this community is. Despite me literally seething with rage for about 40 to 50% of today's stream, actually blowing up on annoying commenters, still, the chat is still so merciful and kind that they're literally willing to put up with a bit that was disturbing. You know what, another thing I gotta say, not to interrupt myself really badly, but I'm proud of YouTube chat. Can I say, YouTube chat, we have a lot of people shit on their YouTube chat, and even I have been guilty of shitting on YouTube chat in the past, but our YouTube chat has actually evolved over time and has developed a very distinct community to the degree that just like how site chat knows how to deal with trolls, YouTube chat has their own way of dealing with trolls. It's so great. I do have to hand it to them. I do actually have to hand it to them. And as much as I want them to come to the website, I understand why people use the YouTube chat, and it's because it's slightly easier on mobile if you're doing other things on your phone. So I want to continue to encourage and work on the YouTube chat, and they make it easier, and I appreciate that a lot. You know, I appreciate that a lot. mods. Also, I also am gonna take a moment and shout out the mods today, okay? Jessica Metal, Gayfesh. Who else is on duty? I want to make sure. Who else is on duty? Mods, who's on duty? Twos. All of you, I appreciate you more than I could ever fully communicate. Thank you. Oh, hi, Yoda. You want to come over here so the chat can see you? Come here, Yodi. Come here, baby. Look who's here. Look who's here today. Come here, Yoda. Hi, come here, baby. You're such a good girl. You're such a good girl, Yoda. Oh, hi, baby. Are you okay? What's up? What's wrong? Oh, you're mad because everyone's in the bathroom right now, huh? Izzy must be in the Doe must be in the bathroom. Gynotype must be in the bathroom. Oh, hi. Look at Yodi. Look at her. You gonna lay down in here? You usually don't like it when I'm in here yelling about stuff, huh? Little dingo dog. What a good, you're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. I love you. I love you, Yoda. I love you so much. You're so good. I can't help you right now, though. She licked my hands. What kind of dog is Yoda? She is an unknown mix, but we suspect that she is a Carolina Dingo, aka a yeller dog, aka a yellow dog. Oh, okay, well, looks like Doe opened the bathroom door so that Yoda can go stand in there while she showers. Oh, why are you so whiny? What need do you have? Do you need to be do you need to go on a walk? I can't take you on a walk. I'm working, baby. You're so cute. She's so cute. Oh, I gotta leave my door open more often so that maybe Yoda will come in now. Maybe she doesn't mind as much as she used to. It is nice and cool here. Where I am sitting right now, I'm like getting blasted by the AC. So, and Yoda loves, when I'm not streaming, Yoda sleeps in this room all the time. The carpet, you can see the carpet on the floor. The gray and white carpet is super plush. It's like very soft. So Yoda likes to sleep in here when I'm not streaming. She usually doesn't like being in here when I'm talking though, because it's too loud. Because she got big ears. Yoda's very sensitive to sound. They are. They're little satellite dishes. ABS Anonymous Bastard of Society. First time subscriber here. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Seriously. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the chat. Okay, good. Yoda's going downstairs to... I have a feeling Gynotype was probably in the bathroom, and therefore Yoda probably wants to go for a walk but couldn't find anybody besides me, and so she came to squeak at me, but I'm working, so I can't help. Okay. It's time to lock in. Okay? We've been having a good time. It's been chaotic as hell. We got to see Yoda, the rare Yoda moment, but we got to lock the hell in because I prepared stuff for us to do. I prepared a Biden segment. As if the first two segments weren't already Biden segments. What were we doing again? We were in between things, okay? We were in the interstice. The interstice. Are we going over the press conference? Yes! Though we're not going to just react to the press conference. We're actually going to talk generally about the situation. Okay? So are we ready to lock in? Because I think I'm ready to lock in. My lovely, lovely imps. We're talking about Biden again. And we're probably going to be talking about Biden a decent amount in the near future. And he deserves it. After all, he's the president of the United States, and he's currently threatening with his own arrogance and foolishness to basically hand the presidency to the former president, disastrous former president Donald Trump, who is also a convicted felon, and who has also promised to completely undermine all semblance of democracy in the name of personal power. So we're going to talk about Biden some more today. This stream was recorded on the 8th of July. The video will probably be up a couple of days from now. But today, a number of things have happened. First off, the Biden admin released a letter basically defending Biden's current status as president and as nominee for the Democratic Party, a nominee-elect. He hasn't formally been nominated yet. And the Biden team released or participated in a press conference. And those are the two things that we've gotten from the Biden team. Over this last weekend, we had a number of Democratic Congress people come forward and support begging Joe Biden to step down because Joe Biden's numbers have not improved. He did an interview at the end of last week with George Stephanopoulos. It did not go well. In fact, he looked terrible. It was a pre-recorded interview, and he still came off at multiple points completely incoherent in an absolutely inarguable way. It was not good. In addition, a number of other troubling events have occurred, and we're going to go through all of them. So first, the first thing I want us to look at is the letter that the Biden team released today from Joe Biden that describes the reasons why he believes that he should still basically be the nominee. So let's do this real quick. Here we are. Joseph R. Biden Jr., July 8th, 2024. Fellow Democrats, now that you have returned from the July 4th recess, I want you to know that despite all the speculation in the press and elsewhere, I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end, and to beating Donald Trump. I have had extensive conversations with the leadership of the party, elected officials, rank and file members, and most importantly, Democratic voters over these past 10 days or so. I have heard the concerns that people have, their good faith fears and worries about what is at stake in this election. I am not blind to them. Believe me, I know better than anyone the responsibility and burden the nominee of our party carries. In the most, by the way, dangerous election of our lives. I carried it in 2020 when the fate of our nation was at stake. I also know that these concerns come from a place of real respect for my lifetime of public service and my record as president. And I have been moved by the expressions of affection for me from so many who have known me and well and supported me over the course of my public life. I have been grateful for the rock-solid, steadfast support from so many elected Democrats in Congress and all across the country, and taken great strength from the resolve and determination I've seen from so many voters and grassroots supporters, even in the hardest of weeks. I can respond to this all by saying clearly and unequivocally, I wouldn't be running again if I did not absolutely believe I was the best person to beat Donald Trump in 2024. Well, we obviously know that Joe Biden believes that. Like, he's a narcissist. We know this. This is not new either. Like, we've known that about Biden for some time. He's incredibly, incredibly egotistical. You could argue that you need that someone is almost guaranteed to be egotistical if they're going to be the president of the United States, but Joe Biden is particularly so. He has a high opinion of himself. Not a humble guy. The problem is everybody else. And if he was smart enough, he would recognize that even if he thinks he's the best guy for the job, if other people don't, he won't win. Anyway, we had a Democratic nomination process lie, by the way. Also, that's a new thing. Have you noticed that all of the that news media is now like fully and regularly having to fact check Biden because Biden has started lying all the time in order to save face? Now, we already know that politicians lie all the time, and we know that Joe Biden lies all the time, but he was never like a Trumpian style liar, and it's gotten to the point that he is now a Trumpian-style liar who's having to be fact-checked all the time. We all know that the nomination process was not democratic. They explicitly shut down numerous primaries. There were multiple states that didn't have a primary process at all. That was not a democratic nomination process, not even a little bit. They didn't do a normal primary. They just were like, we're not doing it. There's no, you know, some people might be on the ballot in some states, but we're not doing debates. We're not doing anything like that. This was not even remotely a democratic nomination process. The voters have spoken clearly and decisively. Do you guys remember how much of a percentage in multiple states the uncommitted vote count was? It wasn't small, okay? It was a big chunk, especially in a swing state like Michigan. Anyway, I have nearly 3,900 delegates, making me the presumptive nominee of our party by a wide margin. For now. This was a process open to anyone who wanted to run. Only 3 people chose to challenge me. One fared so badly that he left the primaries to run as an independent. Another attacked me for being too old and was soundly defeated. The voters of the Democratic Party have voted. They have chosen me to be the nominee of the party. Massive dictator vibes. Like the weakest dictator imaginable, but telling people we had a Democratic primary when you obviously didn't, and then the handful of candidates who were third party, who were like, you know, not third party, but they were, you know, really small indie candidates, and then like using this to mock them as if they're even a threat to you. If they weren't a threat, why do you need to mock them in your official letter? Ridiculous. Anyway, do we now just say this process didn't matter, that the voters don't have a say? They didn't, and it doesn't. I decline to do that. I feel a deep obligation to the faith and trust of the voters of the Democratic Party have placed in me to run this year. You can still resign. Don't force people to do something crazy. Just resign. Recognize your own party wants you to resign, that things have happened since then, and that you need to take that. But of course you won't. It was their decision to make, not the press, not the pundits, not the big donors, not any selected group of individuals, no matter how well-intended. Trumpian, once again. Joe Trump. The voters and the voters alone decide the nominee of the Democratic Party. How can we stand for democracy in our nation if we ignore it in our own party? Good question, Joe! Holy shit, good question! I cannot do that. I will not do that. I already did it, but I won't do it again when it's inconvenient for me. I have no doubt that I and we can and will beat Donald Trump. We have a historic record of success to run on, from creating over 15 million jobs, including 200,000 just last month, reaching historic lows on unemployment, to revitalizing American manufacturing with 800,000 jobs, to protecting and expanding affordable health care, to rebuilding America's roads, bridges, highways, ports, airports, water systems, to beating big pharma. You mean beating Medicaid? And lowering the cost of prescription drugs, including $35 a month in insulin for seniors, to providing student debt relief for nearly 5 million Americans, to a historic investment in combating climate change. No, just whatever. We'll get there. Like half of what he said there is going to be undermined by the Chevron decision, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter at this point. We're not doing, we don't do the fucking ding, fact check ding to Trump. We don't need to do a ding, fact check ding on fucking Biden either. This is a bunch of misleading bullshit. More importantly, we have an economic vision to run on that soundly beats Trump and the MAGA Republicans. They are siding with the wealthy and the big corporations, and we are siding with the working people of America. It wasn't an isolated moment for Trump to stand at Mar-a-Lago and tell the oil industry they should give him $1 billion and he will do whatever they want. That's whose side Trump and the MAGA Republicans are on. Trump and the MAGA Republicans want another $5 trillion in tax cuts for rich people so they can cut Social Security and Medicare. By the way, super ironic that he's trying to like crib from Bernie when we know by actual experience that that is not how Joe Biden is. Joe Biden is not Mr. Anti-Corporation, okay? Not even a little bit. We will never let that happen. It's trickle-down economics on steroids. We know the way to build the economy is from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. How do you have both, by the way? How do you have both middle out and bottom up? Isn't that fucking weird? Doesn't that just sound like super weak and nonsensical? This is what I'm talking about him trying to crib Bernie's bit, but being too weak to actually sell it. Nobody buys this from Joe when you have to be like, we know it's from the bottom and the middle upper class up. It's just like, what, dude? We are finally going to make the rich and big corporations pay their fair share of taxes in this country. Why didn't you do it before? The MAGA party is also still determined to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which could throw 45 million Americans off their coverage. So resign. So resign. If the stakes are that high, resign now. You're losing badly in the worst election ever. We will never let that happen either. Trump got rich denying rental housing to black people. We have a plan to build 2 million new housing units in America. They want to let Big Pharma charge as much as they want again. What do you think American seniors will think when they know Trump and the MAGA Republicans want to take away their $35 insulin, as well as the $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket prescription costs we Democrats just got them? By the way, this sells really poorly. A bunch of jargon and little asterisks. You know, if they were actually able to steal Bernie's bit, you know what Bernie would have said here? Bernie would have been like, we are going to fight tooth and nail for universal health care for everyone. No questions asked. You need health care, you get it. That's what we're fighting for. Joe Biden's like, well, you know, $35 insulin for seniors only over the age of 65, as well as a $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket prescription costs that are won by the Democrats. It just doesn't sell as well. Is it good? Sure, of course. Of course, $35 insulin for people above the age of 65 is good. But it doesn't sell well when you're trying to run for president and you're trying to use this to deflect from everything else. What do you think of the American families what do you think American families are going to think when they find out Trump and the MAGA Republicans want to hit them with a new 2,500 national sales tax on all imported products they buy? How many American families are buying fucking international imported products that could have a $2,500 sale? Who are you talking to? Or is there just like, I don't know, like who does that? Like, are you ordering like a bejeweled globe from some like Switzerland firm? Like, is that what the average American voter is worried about? Oh no, my bedazzled pizza-shaped clock from an Austrian clock shop is going to have a $2,500 national sales tax on it. My goodness. What are you fucking talking about, dude? Just completely out of touch. We are the ones lowering costs for families, from healthcare to prescription drugs to student debt to housing. Anyway, sorry, I lost my place. We are the ones protecting Social Security and Medicare. Everything they're proposing raises costs for most Americans, except their tax cuts, which will go to the rich, okay? Then step down. We are protecting the freedoms of Americans. Trump and the MAGA Republicans are taking them away. They have already, for the first time in history, taken away a fundamental freedom from the American people by overturning Roe v. Wade. True, step down. They have decided politicians should take the most personal of decisions that should be made by women and their doctors and those closest to them. True. Step down. They have already said they won't stop there, and they're going after everything from contraception to IVF, the right to marry who you love. And they have made it clear they will ban abortion nationwide. Correct. Step down. We will let none of that happen. I have made it clear that if Kamala and I are reelected and the nation elects a Democratic House and Senate, we will make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. We are the ones who will bring the real Supreme Court reform. Why didn't you do it? Where is the Supreme Court reform? Why didn't you do this before the Supreme Court passed one of the most horrifically difficult to deal with decisions? A completely undemocratic decision. Whatever. Donald Trump and his majority want more of the same from the court and the chance to add to the right-wing majority they built by subverting the norms and principles of the nomination and confirmation process. This is one of the most infuriating things about Democrats in the here and now. They acknowledge that the court is completely screwed and they have no answer for it. They kick the can down the road. Why are you not grappling with this now? Why are you not finding a way to play as dirty as possible and restrict the power of the court? Expand the court, whatever you have to do to stop the court from running amok. They even called it, the Biden admin explicitly called it a rogue court, and yet they're not doing anything. If it was really, and I believe it's also a rogue court, but if they believed it was truly a rogue court, why aren't they capturing the rogue court? What the fuck? We are standing up for American democracy. Okay, step down. After January 6th, Trump has proven that he is unfit to ever hold the office of president, and yet you are almost guaranteeing that he will. We can never allow him anywhere near that office again, and we never will. Oh, really? It seems like he's getting really, really close right now. In fact, it seems like he's got about one finger away from reclaiming the office of the president. My fellow Democrats, we have the record, the vision, the fundamental commitment to America's freedoms and our democracy to win. The question of how to move forward has been well aired for over a week now, and it's time for it to end. Stop criticizing me and shut the fuck up. Isn't it's a total self-report, by the way, that he has to publish a letter saying, everyone is fine with me. That's why I need you to stop criticizing me. Isn't it a massive self-report? Don't you think that's a little bit, it gives the game away a little bit if you have to issue a letter telling people to stop criticizing you because everybody agrees with you so much? We have one job, and that's to beat Donald Trump. Then resign! We have 42 days to the Democratic Convention and 119 days to the general election. Any weakening of resolve or lack of clarity about the task ahead only helps Trump and hurts us. That's convenient for you, Joe Biden. It's time to come together, move forward as a unified party, and defeat Donald Trump. Sincerely, Joe Biden. Infuriating. Actually infuriating. This is the Democratic Party. This is democracy. This is you being heard. Joe Biden looking you in the eyes and saying, oh, shut the fuck up, man. I deserve it. It's my turn. Again. He is quite literally, okay? It is quite literally him, exactly Jessica Metal. Jessica Metal says, Biden wants people to swear allegiance to him and not the country. That is quite literally what he is asking for here. When people have real doubts, when people are bringing him data that shows that at this same point, during the last election, he was beating Donald Trump and now he's not, that things have changed, that he is struggling, when people have pointed out that he has now bombed 2 major public appearances and it's only going to get worse. We're going to continue in just a minute, but I want to bring something up. Something that we're going to hit is that on Thursday, Joe Biden is going to be giving a speech, an international speech at the NATO summit. There is a huge international diplomatic event that is going on Thursday, and Joe Biden and his team have been saying, keep your eyes on it. Just see how well I do. The best thing that could happen right now, the absolute best thing that could happen would be for Joe Biden, and I mean this, I know this is gonna make me sound, and people are gonna get mad at me for this. They're gonna be like, no, don't wish it, don't manifest it, demon mama. Because everybody who's on the Joe Biden train now believes in prayer all of a sudden. They're all of a sudden like horoscope reading, crystal clutching, God-fearing believers in faith and love. But straight up, okay? The best thing that could happen would be for Joe Biden to climb up on that stage and literally shit his pants. Literally, I'm talking big brown smear dragged across the NATO stage, getting picked up by all the mics, the clumping, the dropping, the farting, all of it. That would be, I'm not joking with you, the absolute greatest thing that could happen at this particular junction. And you want to know why? Because there would be no question left in anyone's mind that they needed to replace Joe Biden. And because it would force the Democrats to then jump to action and put their asses into work. They would get rid of Biden immediately. And we would have energy for a new candidate. You watch. If something like that happens, okay? If it's a disastrous showing at the NATO thing, all of a sudden, every liberal and every Democrat in the entire United States is all of a sudden going to be sounding, it's gonna be like they've been watching Demon Mama all along. They're gonna be like, it's completely ridiculous that the Democratic Party has not set up any opportunity, and now it's time to fix it. You're gonna watch the colors change like that. It's gonna be like, you know those videos of the octopuses that can land on the sand and all of a sudden they change colors to look exactly like the sand? It's gonna be like that. In real time, everyone's gonna fucking camouflage to look exactly like they're watching a Demon Mama stream. Not even joking. By the way, if you like this fucking fire, press subscribe and like down below. Anyway, let's continue. Hold on, wait. InQBBBB in YouTube chat says, 4 months is way too close for a new candidate. No, it isn't. We have a candidate that would work perfectly fine. Kamala Harris. People already know Kamala Harris. She's a part of the current administration, so she can take all credit for the good things of the administration, and she can disavow the bad things. She's significantly younger. She has a personality. She can have a public talk. She can be on the campaign trail. They absolutely need, if they don't, I don't see how Joe Biden is going to win. Can you imagine if Joe Biden stays in and in September at night has to go on another debate and he does it again? Can you imagine if he continues to fuck up on his key issues? We'll get Trump. No questions asked. We will have a Trump presidency. It might be scary to try and do a switch up 4 months before, but they don't really have an option. There's no option right now except for confronting the truth. The longer they wait, the less time they have. This is the mentality, by the way, of like, oh, it'll get better. You know? Like someone has a big wound on their leg that's dripping yellow goop. And they're going, it'll get better. I don't gotta go to the doctor. Going to the doctor would be, it might be expensive. It might be difficult. And then it starts to look green. And they're like, nah, we can't. If I go to the doctor, I've already waited this long. It's probably my body fighting it off, whatever. And then by the time that it's black and gangrenous, it's too fucking late. We got more though, okay? We got more. In case anybody isn't convinced of my position, okay? We got more. 2 things. First of all, little shout out to a local politician. Here we go. Another Democrat defected from Joe Biden today. Washington State Congressman Adam Smith, Democrat, by the way, Adam Smith, President Biden should end his candidacy for a second term as president and release his delegates to the Democratic National Convention to enable the party to nominate a new candidate for president. This must happen as soon as possible to give the new ticket maximum amount of time to make its case to the American people. Any candidate for the highest office in our nation has a strong burden to bear. That candidate must be able to clearly, articulately, and strongly make his or her case, sneaking in the Kamala there, to the American people. It is clear that President Biden is no longer able to meet this burden. Donald Trump and MAGA extremism pose an existential threat to our nation, and we need to be in the strongest possible position to win this election. If President Biden runs, I will back him 100% and without reservation. Elections are, after all, a choice. The president would still be, by a wide margin, the best candidate in the current field. He has done an outstanding job as president, and our country will always owe him an enormous debt of gratitude for the job he's done. But no candidate is owed another term in office based solely on past performance. Every new term must be earned with the clear understanding of what that candidate will be capable of doing in the long term. If the president continues his campaign, it would be a mistake. He should step aside now so we can find a new candidate that will put us in the strongest possible position to beat Donald Trump in November. Now, Adam Smith is not a far left extremist, okay? He was, in these local elections, the party preferred candidate, okay? He was the establishment candidate as far as Democrats go. This is not some far left, Seattle radical, okay? And he's not the only one. As you know from my previous videos, we have been going through and reading off the people who have begun to defect from Biden. And they're right to do so. They will go down in history as having made the right call. All right, let's continue. We have more to go through, okay? Now, what I'm about to show you is an article that has caused some serious concern, okay? And the reason we're going to take a quick look at this article is because it is going to come up in a number of other things that we're going to discuss here. So, if this seems a little bit out of pace, just understand it's going to become relevant. Parkinsons expert visited the White House 8 times in 8 months. The White House said President Biden had met with a neurologist only 3 times in more than 3 years in office, and implied that doctor's visits were related to treating other people. So remember how I said that the news media is having to do fact checking all the time on on Joe Biden? Here's the exact type of stuff that I'm talking about. An expert on Parkinson's disease from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center visited the White House 8 times in 8 months from last summer through this spring, including at least once for a meeting with President Biden's physician, according to official visitor logs. The expert, Dr. Kevin Kennard, is a neurologist who specializes in movement disorders and recently published a paper on Parkinson's. The logs released by the White House document visits from July 2023 through March of this year. More recent visits, if there have been any, would not be released until later under the White House's voluntary disclosure policy. It was unclear whether Dr. Kennard was at the White House to consult specifically about the president or was there for unrelated meetings. Dr. Kennard's LinkedIn page describes him as supporting the White House medical unit for more than 12 years. His biography on Doximity, a website for health professionals, lists him as a neurology consultant to the White House medical unit and the physician to the president from 2012 to 2022, which would include the administrations of Presidents Barack Obama and Donald J. Trump. Records from the Obama administration, when Mr. Biden was vice president, show that Dr. Kennard made at least 10 visits in 2012, plus a family tour. 4 in 2013, 1 in 2014, 4 in 2015, and 8 in 2016. Mr. Trump rescinded Mr. Obama's voluntary White House visitors disclosure policy, so records are not available for his 4 years in office. Dr. Kennard did not respond to repeated requests for comment. In a statement released at 9:00 p.m. on Monday, Dr. Kevin Conner, the White House physician, confirmed that Dr. Kennard had seen Mr. Biden 3 times during 3.5 years of his presidency, but did not directly say whether any of his other visits were related to consulting on the president's health. Instead, Dr. O'Connor implied that most of Dr. Kennard's visits were related to treating other people who work at the White House. Prior to the pandemic and following its end, he has held regular neurology clinics at the White House Medical Clinic in support of thousands of active duty members assigned in support of White House operations. Now, is it possible that this is nothing? Yes. Is it possible that the guy who publicly and repeatedly lists himself as direct support for the presidential, not the White House, for the presidential medical unit, actually just goes there to give talks to employees at the White House about Parkinsons? Yes, it is. It is technically possible. Absolutely is. But is it extremely, extremely weird that the White House is being ridiculously dodgy about this, and also that they have now given multiple different answers with regard to Joe Biden's mental and physical health? Let's continue. Dr. Kennard met on January 7th with Dr. O'Connor as well as Dr. John Atwood, a cardiologist at Walter Reed, and another person in the early evening in the White House Residence Clinic, the log showed. That meeting came a month before Mr. Biden underwent his most recent annual physical checkup at Walter Reed on February 28th. In a 6-page letter released after that checkup, Dr. Conner said the president's medical team had conducted an extremely detailed neurologic exam that had yielded no findings which would be consistent with Parkinson's, stroke, or other central neurological disorders. Dr. Conner did not say whether the examination contained common tests for assessing cognitive decline or detecting signs of dementia that are often recommended for older adults. Now, you'll recall that when Joe Biden was asked about this in his recent interview, George Stephanopoulos, I say his name wrong, I'm so sorry. He asked Joe Biden directly, have you been tested? Have you undergone a cognitive test, and have you seen a neurologist about this? And Joe Biden said, I take a cognitive test every single day. And then Stephanopoulos replied again, okay, but seriously, have you recently had a cognitive test? It would probably go a long way to quieting the fears of people who are worried that you're having cognitive issues. And he said, and he put his hands up and goes, I take a cognitive test every single day. I don't know what you want. I take a cognitive test every single day. That's the cognitive test. Probably the worst possible response imaginable. We all watched that the other day, live on this channel. The White House has said in recent days that there has been no reason to conduct further examination since February. No reason, huh? No reason? Questions about Mr. Biden's health, and specifically about Parkinson's, have proliferated since his disastrous debate performance against Mr. Trump on June 27th. In interviews with ABC News on Friday and MSNBC on Monday, Mr. Biden said he had the equivalent of a neurological exam every day because of the pressure of presidential duties. Hey, they're quoting it. Look at that. They're saying it too. We're going to skip some of this because it's kind of treading the same ground. In his interview with ABC News on Friday, Mr. Biden declined to agree to an independent neurological and cognitive exam. I get a cognitive test every day, he said, meaning that the exceptional challenges of the presidency effectively tested him on a daily basis. Calling into Morning Joe on Monday, Mr. Biden insisted again that his confusion and halting performance of the debate were an aberration due in part to an infection or other minor ailment and were not a sign of a larger medical issue. If there was something that was wrong that night, it's not like it comes and that's one night and it goes away, he said. That's why I've been out. I've been testing myself, testing everywhere I go, going out and making the case. The night of that debate, I went out. I was out until 2 o'clock in the morning that very night. That very night, it drives me nuts, people talking about this. Oh. So, it is at this point that we are going to watch a section of the MSNBC press briefing from this morning. This morning being, of course, the 8th of July. And the reason I wanted to watch this is because I watched this press briefing this morning, okay? The first half of the press briefing is, and I mean it, like the first 40 minutes of the press briefing is every single reporter trying to get even a modicum of information, a modicum of admittance that the debate performance was bad. And the press secretary here just completely dodges it over and over and over again and increasingly agitated, okay? And it reaches its head when they stop, when they say we are no longer going to talk about the debate and now we will take questions about Joe Biden's health, okay? And it gets really bad when they move into the health section, and I want to watch that with you so I can help you understand exactly the type of situation that we're in without all of the bullshit gaslighting and misleading bullshit and mantras and faith-based politics that you're getting from the Democrats right now. Mixed Dizzy says, Demon Mama, I have a movement disorder and my grandpa has Parkinson's. What's so frustrating about this is that such disorders directly impact your ability to do stuff, and that leads to some systemically disabling realities we need to fix. But even my disability justice ass agrees there's jobs that I can't do. Me and my grandpa would not be fit to perform the job of president. Disability accommodations are meant to allow you aid needed to do your job, and Biden has all of that and is still incapable. I couldn't agree more. I think that what is happening here is a mixture of extreme malignant arrogance and also just a big drop of elder abuse. Joe Biden is being enabled at the moment. He is being enabled into harming himself. He is not healthy. He is not well. He is not enjoying himself, clearly. And in fact, it's only going to make his decline faster the more stress that he's put under. Okay, let's watch this bit here, okay? Here we go. So this is the MSNBC White House press briefing, okay? And this is just entering into the health section.
Hi, Zeke.
Thanks, Green. My first to you is on the credibility of this White House when it comes to talking about the president's health. When you were here last Tuesday, you were asked if the president had any medical examinations since his physical in February or that included the time period after the debate. You said flatly no. 3 days later, you admitted the president had.
So remember just a couple of seconds ago where I said that the White House and Joe Biden have been giving oppositional answers to various simple questions being asked about his health, and that it's creating a atmosphere of mistrust. This is another example of that, where earlier this week, when the White House press officials were asked this question, they said he hasn't seen any doctors. And now they're like, actually, he saw 3. So why wouldn't people go, oh my God, they're actually not able to tell the truth and they won't tell us the truth? Let's continue.
A quote, short check-in with the medical team thereafter. I mean, those are two very different answers.
No. Actually, if you were to listen to I think I did a 30-minute gaggle on Friday, 30 minutes with.
30-minute gaggle?
I think it was with the pool, and I said he did not have a medical. I cleared it up. You're right. You're correct. I said he didn't. I still stand, but he didn't have a medical exam. I said that in the gaggle, and you're right, I said that in the briefing. He had a check-in with, and he had
Bazinga.
He said this on Friday. He had a check-in with his medical doctor, which is something that he does a couple times a week, as you know, and I stated this as well. He has, for those who don't know, obviously outside of the briefing room, outside of the White House, many Americans don't actually understand this, so let's take a step back. They deal with their medical issues or physicals very, very differently. They are very, they are lucky if they get to see their doctor once or twice a year, right? They have to get in a car, they have to either take public transportation in order to make that.
We call this yapping, okay? This is a bunch of nothing. Nothing is actually being said here. This is squeezing for time.
Happen. The president's medical unit is literally down on the other side of the colonnade, is just down the steps from the residence. And so a couple times a week he does a check-in, a verbal check-in with his doctor while he's exercising. That is something that happens often. Matter of fact, he did a check-in today because I know folks were going to ask about if he was tested for COVID. He was not. We are following CDC guidance. He was not tested for COVID.
They're not testing the freaking president for COVID? Why? Oh my God, we're washed. We're washed. It seems so washed.
Just to let you guys know about that one, and if he has any symptoms, obviously we would test him.
Is that
But
in the context of the second gentleman's diagnosis?
yes, which is why. No. It's in context of the second gentleman. But to answer your point, he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical. He did do like a verbal check-in with his doctor a couple days after the debate, and it was very quick. It was a couple of words that were spoken to each other, and that's how we were able to give you that answer. But he did not have a medical exam. He did not have a physical.
You said no, though, last Tuesday.
Yeah.
Did you know about that verbal check-in, or
No.
did we just not ask him
No.
precise enough questions?
So the line of questions that I was getting.
Did you not know about that, or did we just not ask a precise enough question? You can tell at this point, by the way, you should be able to tell by the tone in the press. The press is getting very annoyed. And that's because for the first 40 minutes, this entire conversation was waffling about the debate and telling people to their faces that they didn't see what they saw. Even the press is like en masse, and I mean all across the board, losing their patience with the Biden administration right now. It reminds me of Trump. This is how the press dealt with when Trump's guys would just lie.
That day was, in the way that I was hearing the question, was about the medical exam. I answered MJ's question when she asked me medical exam, and I answered and I said no, physical, and then somebody else asked me, was there a check-in? I did not mean to steer anybody wrong. I was still thinking about the medical exam. I was still thinking about the physical. That's how I answered the question. And then when it became, when the president actually spoke to it, I went back, asked the medical doctor, and he said they had a verbal check-in. That's what he said. But in answering the question, I was talking about the medical exam. I was talking about the physical.
And then two quick ones. There's been a lot of reporting in the last 24 hours about.
So you didn't know about it, and you also didn't answer the question correctly, and you also misrepresented the situation. That was a really interesting response to this guy's very simple question.
Parkinsons expert who's come to visit the White House almost a dozen times over the last year or so, including at least one meeting with the president's physician. Could you state, like, very clearly, yes or no, was that expert here to participate in anything surrounding the care of the President of the United States?
So let me just say a couple of things. We have had a comprehensive...
So now you see why we read that article in between the first half and the second half of this section?
And I just want to take another step back. Comprehensive physical examination. The president has had that. We've given a comprehensive report. We've shared that the past 3 years. Every year that he has had this exam, he sees a neurologist. And just to give you a quote from that, from the report most recently in February, an extremely detailed neurological exam was again reassuring in that there were no findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar a cerebellar or other central neurological disorder such as a stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis, end quote. So that came directly from in February in that comprehensive report that was provided by the president's doctor to me that I share with all of you. So anyone who is watching can certainly go to our website.
The question, which was this expert's visits, was multiple visits to the White House pertaining at all to the president's
Well,
care?
here's the thing.
So the guy asked, a report came out saying that a Parkinson's specialist was going to the president, was going to the White House 8 times in the last 8 months after only appearing in this White House every once in a great while previous to that. Very direct question. Was this report, was the guy that was talked about in this report, was he seeing Joe Biden or was he not? And the lady said, in February, Joe Biden had a test and it said that he was good. It said that he was great. In fact, he's a very stable genius. The best, he scored the highest that you've ever seen. Scores higher than anybody could imagine. He aced it. And then the guy goes, okay, but a report came out saying that this guy visited 8 times. We just want to know, was he visiting to treat the president or was he not visiting to treat the president? She completely and utterly dodged the question. It's Trump shit. This is Trump.
I've said he has had 3. He has had 3 physicals. In those 3 physicals,
Now she's talking about physicals? Again, completely dodging the question.
that's when he has seen a specialist, a neurological specialist.
What does he saw?
I have to be super mindful here, and this is why, and I'll explain this to you in a second. There are thousands of military personnel who come onto this White House. Many of them get the care from the White House medical unit, and so need to be super careful. There are, the medical unit hosts a wide.
Now look, I'm not trying to imply that they are lying about this. But for some reason, it seems very, very unlikely to me that in the last 12 years that this professional has been going there, that all of a sudden there has been such a significant increase in active duty military people with Parkinson's disease, who for some reason are also serving active duty in the White House while having Parkinson's disease, that this guy needs to be there every month for the last 8 months. That just stretches believability to me. In fact, it kind of seems like if an active duty person in the military who was in the incredibly important job of working in the White House protecting the president came down with Parkinson's, that they would most likely be put on medical leave. They wouldn't have them serving in the White House anymore. In fact, it seems like the only reason that a presidential medical unit person would need to go in there on a regular basis would be if it was somebody who would not be given medical leave. Now look, I recognize that this is speculative, okay? It is speculative. I don't know. It is possible that this guy, that the Joe Biden administration just decided that they want this guy to come in every month and give a Parkinson's-related speech to active duty people working in the White House. That's possible. Why wouldn't they just say that, though? Why wouldn't she just say he gives a speech every month? It would literally destroy the story immediately. The story would be done instantly. Instead, she's doing the bit from SpongeBob where it's like, I want you to forget everything that you know that doesn't have to do with fine dining. And all the little SpongeBobs in SpongeBob's head start deleting everything that he knows. It's like, where's his name? Where's his name? We deleted his name!
range of specialists, from dermatologists to a neurologist, and so I cannot speak to every person because there's actually a security reasons to protect their privacy. We respect and protecting people's privacy, so do not want to share. I'm not going to share people's names from here, but the president.
Nobody's asking you to give out names. If the guy's there giving a seminar, just say he's giving a seminar. If he's there treating other people, just explicitly say he's there treating other people. Unless you would then be in risk of violating some sort of law by explicitly lying to the public in a way that would be verifiable.
I can tell you has seen a neurologist 3 times, as it's connected to a physical that he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
It's a very basic, direct question.
Wait.
Now, I want you just to listen to that. This guy, one guy was originally talking, and her response has pissed off the entire press pool. So listen to that again.
Just 3 times, as it's connected to a physical that he gets every year that we provide to all of you.
It's a very basic, direct question.
Wait. Hold on. Wait a second.
8 times, or at least once, in regards to the president specifically.
Hold on a second.
Not what you should be able to answer by this point.
Wait, no. No, wait a minute. Ed, please. A little respect here, please. So every year, around the president's physical examination, he sees a neurologist. That's 3 times, right? So I am telling you that he has seen a neurologist 3 times while he has been in this presidency. That's what
They are asking a question about a report that she acknowledged. Has the specific Parkinsons specialist been at the White House 8 times in 8 months while working on the presidential medical team to see the president? And she goes, he saw a neurologist 3 times. And they go, okay, that's great. Did the Parkinson's specialist go to the White House 8 times in 8 months to see the president? She goes, I don't know what you're missing here. He saw a neurologist 3 times. Deranged. Mad King era of American politics.
I am telling you that he has seen them 3 times. That is what I'm sharing with you, right? So every time he has a physical, he has had to see a neurologist. So that is answering that.
Actually, again, this is like, what was that guy's name? What was the press guy? Sean Spicer, was that his name? The former press secretary? This is some Sean Spicer energy. Remember back in the Trump days? Remember Sean Spicer? Same energy, literally.
Question. No, it's not. No, it is. It is. You're asking me.
Kennard come to the White House.
But I also said to you, Ed, I also said to you, for security reasons, we cannot share names. We cannot share names. We have to.
Others he would have met with.
We cannot.
You can share names in regards to if someone came here in regards to the president.
We cannot share names of specialists broadly, from a dermatologist to a neurologist. We cannot share names. There are security reasons. We have to protect. I understand that.
This is a load of bullshit. Again, this was disclosed information from the White House itself. It's disclosed. We know the guy was there. And they're not asking who he was, whether he was going to see a specific person. They're saying, was he there to treat the president?
He's right there for anyone to see.
Ed, I hear you. I cannot from here confirm any of that because we have to keep their privacy. I think they would appreciate that too. We have to give them.
The doctor.
We have to keep their privacy.
It is
It's
public.
public information.
I hear you.
And you're going to allow this to fester longer, Kareem.
Guys.
Listen to, now keep in mind, the one guy asking the question is pissed, and there are other random members of the press getting angry at this. They are getting severely angry.
Guys, hold on a second. There's no reason to go back and forth and be in this aggressive way.
Miffed around here about how information's been shared with the press corps.
Oh, we're getting miffed. How about how information is being shared?
What do you missed about? What do you miss
Everything
about?
he just asked about.
What do you? And then every time I come back correctly. That is not true. I was asked about a medical exam. I was asked about a physical. That was in the line of question that I answered.
And then you were asked about the specialist, and you have instead responded with a stock boilerplate answer. Mixed Dizzy says, Demon Mama, according to military.com, degenerative and heretodegenerative, wow, that's a tough word. Degenerative and heretodegenerative disorders affecting the cerebrum, basal ganglia, cerebellum, spinal cord, and peripheral nerves or muscles. Parkinson's disease would fall under that category. Her claim does not pass the sniff test. These are disqualifiers that would lead to medical leave. Wow.
Said, no, he did not have a medical exam, and I still stand by that. Matter of fact, the president still stands by that. He had a verbal check-in. That is something that the president has a couple times a week.
Right back to the boilerplate.
A couple times a week.
Now in regards to Dr. Kevin Kennard.
And I am telling you right now that I am not sharing confirming names from here. It is a security reasons. I am not going to do that, Ed.
It's been confirmed. It's a matter of public record. What you're doing is you're admitting and making yourself very visible to everyone in the world that you are actively dodging the question, which raises another question. Why? Why are you dodging this question in particular? In this particular manner? It almost seems like the answer is that yes, the Parkinson's disorder specialist is going to the White House to treat the president. Now, it's possible that's not the case. But why the hell would she not just say that then?
It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me. I'm not going to confirm a name. It doesn't matter if it's even in the log. I am not going to do that from here. That is not something I am going to do. What I can share with you is that the president has seen a neurologist
for 3 times. We know, 3 times in the last year, and he passed with flying colors. He aced his cognitive test. He's a very stable genius.
For his physical, 3 times. 3 times. And it is in the reporting that we share a comprehensive reporting. Matter of fact, it's more than what the last guy shared, and it is in line with what George W. Bush did. It's in line with what Obama did. And so it is comprehensive. It is out there. I just read a quote from it, but I am not.
I don't know if you fucking missed the memo, but Obama and Bush weren't having visible episodes of cognitive issues on international television that it was threatening the election. So stupid.
To divulge somebody's name or confirm someone. I'm not going to do that. That is as privacy for that person. I'm not going to do that. It doesn't matter how hard you push me. It doesn't matter how angry you get with me from here. I'm just not going to do that. It is inappropriate. It is not acceptable. So I'm not going to do it.
Not about the name.
Go ahead.
If you cannot confirm the name, can you confirm whether or not the president has seen this Parkinson's specialist? And you mentioned 3 times, but the visitor logs show a duration of 8 visits over 8 months. I think that is the crux of the question.
But I also said there are thousands of military personnel.
She can't answer the question and won't answer the question. That was completely anonymized, perfectly constructed question. Was a Parkinson's specialist seeing the president 8 times in 8 months? Well, there are thousands of people in the White House, okay? Was the Parkinson's specialist seeing the one of them that we're asking about right now? Well, there are thousands of people in the White House. The sky is blue. Clouds are puffy. My God.
Oh,
do you now all understand why I had to put this whole thing together? Just how bad the Biden admin looks right now. Just how terrible this is. Joe Biden has 2 disastrous public appearances. His press team is fucking fumbling. And he's about to go to NATO.
Come to the White House, and they are under the care of the medical unit. They are.
Can you confirm that the Parkinson's specialist visits were for the president or not?
What I can tell you is that the president has seen a neurologist 3 times.
Oh my God.
And I read to you what the neurologist has said. And I read to you the last line. I could say it again. No findings which would be consistent with any cerebellar or other central neurological disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis. That
in February. And that's if this can be even trusted in the first place. That was in February. What about now? After he's had 2 horrific, incoherent public appearances.
That is from February. That is coming from February. That is what the medical unit, the president's doctor, shared. And I said to you, it's
Joe Biden reaching the level of Trumpianism that they want to gaslight you about linear time. That was from February. Everyone knows it was from February. Things have changed since February. In February, Joe Biden didn't have an incoherent senior moment on international television while debating Donald Trump.
Happened 3 times. Each time there is a physical that occurs and we put out a comprehensive report. That is when he has been able to see a specialist. So that's what I can share.
Question on this. Has the president, you mentioned Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, all of these things. One diagnosis that we have heard of, potential diagnosis, is hydrocephalus, which is fluid buildup in the brain. It's something we've never heard in any of the medical reports. Is that something that the president has been evaluating?
If it's not in the medical report, obviously it's not something that the president is dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are the things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House out of privacy.
Question is, will the president go to the Hill today? I know we saw his letter. Is he intending to have this conversation face-to-face with him?
So look, the president, obviously this is someone who is a senator for 36 years, who was the president of the Senate as when he was vice president for 8 years, and he truly respects the members of Congress, and has always and will always do that, especially as a former senator.
She avoided the original question, and her answer was, is he being treated? Is he taking medication for these things? No, no. I don't know. What about other things? What about other important things that might also be tied to it? I mean, I guess. I mean, finally, we got a direct answer. It is still extremely weird to be dodging the specific question, but at least we got something direct.
And I will say, and you've heard us say this before, or most recently, is this is a president who's won.
It's also weird. Why wouldn't you just lead with that? If that was the answer, why wouldn't you just lead with it?
The primary, right, by 14 million votes.
Let's hear those ones again real quick. I want to hear them again just to see.
Letter. Is he intending to have this conversation face-to-face with him?
So look, the president question a specialist, any medication, Parkinson's, no. Parkinson's for dealing with. Well, I can tell you this. Just going back to Parkinson's for a little bit, so to give you some answers here. Has the president been treated for Parkinson's? No. Is he being treated for Parkinson's? No, he's not. Is he taking medication for Parkinson's? No. So those are.
Has he been treated? Is he being treated? And is he taking medication? What that could also mean is that he's simply foregoing treatment. That doesn't mean he hasn't been evaluated. That doesn't mean that he hasn't been diagnosed. It just means he hasn't been treated. Which could arguably be even worse. I think it's, now look, it's also possible that Parkinson's is the wrong tree. That's not even the thing that's going on here. But it's really fucking weird the way that they've decided to go about this, and I feel that they've made a disaster for themselves, much like the previous incidents that we've had, where there doesn't need to be one. And it's clearly pissing off the media for really no reason. But it's and even still in this, it's a dodge. It's weird they're focusing on Parkinson's so much. The reason that the Parkinsons has become a fixation is because of the report that came out from the New York Times. Now, the New York Times could be onto a nothing burger, but it seems to me that it would be very easy to just simply say, this is a nothing burger. But they're not, which is what I don't understand. And what a lot of people don't understand. Everyone's looking at this and watching this and going, what the hell are they doing? What the hell is the White House doing right now? If he doesn't have Parkinson's, he doesn't have Parkinson's. The reason that everybody's concerned about things like Parkinson's, dementia, Alzheimer's, etc., hydrocephalus, is because people are looking to figure out why the hell he shuts down in the middle of live performances, why he's incoherent. That's the real problem. And there are these things popping up that are confusing, and the White House is not handling them with any grace whatsoever. It's weird.
The things that I can give you full-blown answers on, but I'm not going to confirm a specialist, any specialist that comes to the White House out of privacy.
Question is, will the president go to the Hill today? I know we saw his letter. Is he intending to have this conversation face-to-face with him?
So look, the president, obviously this is someone who is a senator for 36 years, who was the president of the Senate.
Okay. So we have gotten through the portion of this that I wanted to watch. There's a lot of other discussion, but this is what I wanted to talk about, okay? It is the Biden team public response to everything that has happened has been nothing short of a disaster. There is one other portion of this interview that I want us to watch, and this one's a short clip, okay? This is from the earlier section. So I'm gonna play this part for you, just so that you can understand why people are feeling not so good about this, and what I'm talking about additionally. Listen to this.
After that, the president will hold a press conference, I guess a big boy press conference is what we're calling it, and take some questions from y'all. Now, we're working to also set up some additional meetings. After that,
so this is just one clip of it, but he referred to the big boy press conference multiple times. And I really don't know why they did that. I have no idea why they kept referring to a big boy press conference, but just so you know, when people are pointing out the fact that the president kind of seems like he's turning into a doddering toddler, saying that he's going to have a big boy press conference in the future is like just really bad. And people are pointing it out. And this is like the pettiest thing of all, but it is just a really bad look. It makes it worse. Baby talking the president when the concern is that the president needs to be baby talked and is not fit for duty anymore is pretty bad. All in all, I think that everything that we've talked about in this kind of long segment should illustrate that things are not going very well for Biden and that the Biden team is handling it absolutely disastrously. It's a shame. And Biden should step down. The sooner that he is willing to admit that he is struggling, the sooner that he and his team are willing to admit that this is a disaster, the sooner that they can move past that disaster and make the decision that's right for the United States. One that voters might actually look up to. At least some will. Anyway, that's all we have to talk about for right now. Obviously, as the story develops throughout the week, I will likely talk about it more. We're obviously going to have to see how he does on Thursday when he goes to the NATO summit. And we'll find out if Joe Biden will be able to make it through a massive high-pressure speech in front of the entire world. Anyway, thanks for watching. This has been Demon Mama. If you disagree with me, or if you agree with me, leave a comment down below. I'd love to hear what you think I'm correct or incorrect about. I like to hear from you. Anyway, thanks for watching. Dear God, it's going to be awful. Yup. Yes, it is. Yep. K-Hive, Buzz, Mamala, Mamala. True. Good job on your big girl segment. Thank you. you. Oh no, it didn't work. Where is it? Where's my thing? Hello. No! It's broken! My voice changer broke. My voice changer broke. I don't know why it broke. In, out. It should be doing just fine. What the hell? Oh well. I was gonna do the baby voice, but it's okay. It's okay, it happens. By the way, Furcifer, thank you for renewing your membership, and Dragon Slayer, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Thank you so very much. Oh, hey, Bunny Goddess. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Okay, everybody. We have something coming up next that's a real treat for me and for you. We are now going to be moving into the section of the show where I talk about less politics and more fun stuff. And I want to encourage you, if you're usually here for the politics stuff, please stick around. You've been having a good time today, right? Through all the wild nonsense? Well, we're not stopping any of the wild nonsense. We're still going to be having an absolute great time. It's just that I'm going to be talking about slightly different topics. So I'm hoping that you will trust in both me and in the amazing super fan imps who always stick around and have a great time in the non-politics segments. I'm extremely proud of the stuff that we get up to when we're not talking about politics. And we've had a bit of politics overload lately. The balance has been upset. So I'm hoping that you will stay here with me now, have a good time, and help us restore the balance together. I'm sure there is, Sonia Forest Guardian. I'm sure there is. Ox Pecker says, have you done a segment on engagement hacking yet? No, I don't think I have. I don't really know. I don't know all that much about that, honestly. Maybe it would probably be cool if I knew about it, but I don't really know how to do that. Watch Demon Mama just long enough to get to the Steam segment I wanted to hear, and now I have to go to bed. Well, don't worry. The Steam sale is still going for a couple more days, and the VOD will be up. So when you wake up, you can watch it. We are about to do two things. First of all, I am going to give you a top 10, I shouldn't call it top 10, but I'm going to give you a top 10 list of games that I recommend from Steam and how much they're currently discounted and why I think you should go play them and get them while the Steam sale is still active. I get lots of questions about games that I recommend, and so this is an opportunity for me to talk about them, why I like them. I'll just do little quick reviews and tell you what the deal is and why I think you should consider buying them. I have decided to pick from a lot of different genres and with an attempt to try and find some stuff that works for everybody. And I think this is going to be a really fun and super, super, super cool segment. That's what we're going to do next. And then after that, I'm going to talk about Elden Ring because I have a lot to say about Elden Ring. And I want to get into it. I want to dig into Elden Ring a little bit. I've been holding off on being able to talk about Elden Ring because there's just been so much politics, but I love Elden Ring. So, gaming imps eating good tonight. Oh, I'm trying to get to the point where we can continually feed the gaming imps. Gaming is one of my biggest passions, and you know, I spend a lot of time on this show talking about politics, but it gives a misrepresented view of what I'm passionate about, because politics isn't the only thing I care about. It's just something that I'm particularly good at talking about. Kiwi TP says, I just finally got to the DLC last night. I'm such a slow gamer. Oh, you know, you go at your own pace. The DLC is still going to be just as good as when it came out. I'm still determined to fight you on Elden Ring. Oh, well, we'll fight then. You see, this is what always happens in the gaming segments. The second I start talking about Elden Ring, people start to argue with me, and then it gets really fiery again. So, yeah, probably got that coming. Okay, but before we go into another segment, I have a meme to watch. It's meming time. Let's watch a meme. Are you guys all ready to get mad at a meme that's starting to get to the point where everything is, our brains are falling apart? Let's do it. Here you go. Here's the Mr. Krabs meme. Oh, who could have guessed? Who could have guessed?
Time.
Wait, what?
Mario time!
I love the cutout there. It's just so perfect.
That's how you know it's a crispy Wario time. If it cuts out...
Wario time.
Wario time!
If I was slightly closer.
Okay, I gotta be 100% real. Based on what I've seen from this channel, I feel like there must be an unfathomable amount of time on their live streams devoted to simply just saying the Wario joke over again. How the fuck could anybody... I hope that I don't have a joke like that. I don't think I do. Maybe it's my soundboard, but I feel like my soundboard is a lot more like varied and it's contextual. If there's a joke that I make to that degree of like repetitiveness, I feel like I need to retire. Maybe just try screaming Wario time? I don't think so. Was that supposed to be funny? It was, at one point. I swear we've seen this one before. We haven't seen this one before. We've just seen this joke before. Plaxia Pup likes it. That's how I felt about the bathroom song for a long time, but now you've come around the other way, right? Your most used sounds are oof and bazinga. Actually, I think that the Among Us sound is edging out the oof. We do use bazinga the most because it's just unironically amazing. But I think that the Among Us ones are like a little more. There are a lot of sus motherfuckers out there. True. Straight up, though. I do want to find some new soundboard stuff. It's just, I'm very picky about the soundboard, you know? It's got to be the right thing. You can't just, I don't know, you can't just put anything on there. No, stop it. We're not having this whole conversation again. I wish you invoked the soundboard more. You need to have the My Wife one. I haven't done the My Wife one in a while. We do have that one.
That's my wife you're talking about!
I don't have it currently like queued up to be a quick one. But I probably should. We need the you're in the wrong neighborhood, bitch. Yeah, oh, I should. Oh my God, that would be a me sound effect that would actually be good. All right, I'll try and get that one. Hold on, Danny, are you still here? Danny, if you can find that moment from the raw audio and clip it into a smooth, it's got to be really tight. The you're in the wrong neighborhood, bitch. That one, it's got to be real tight, you know, so that it comes right in and out and can be used as a sound effect. But if you can grab that from the raw audio when you're editing, I would love that. I would love that. That would probably be one. That would probably be one to go on here. Yo, Lefty McLefterson with the $20. This is an epic 90s commercial. Can't play it. Would play it, but I can't play it because I know for a fact it's going to have copyrighted audio. And it's probably copyrighted itself. But I'll put it, I trust you. I trust you. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. I can already tell it has copyrighted audio because YouTube says it does. The what do you mean sound? This one?
What do you mean?
That one? We have that one. I need to add more though. Copyright is a curse. It is a curse, but unfortunately it's one we must contend with. You have no idea how hard my job really is. You know, we used to use the bonk. We used to have the fart with reverb. But those ones are overused. You know? They're just a little too overused. The Vine Boom is a good one, but also overused. You know? You remember this one? Oh, here's a throwback. Let's see how many people remember this one.
Imp, shut up! Order!
Anybody remember that one? Classic. Old school. Old school. Let's see. What else we got in here that have never been used? I got a bunch of Ed, Ed, and Eddie ones from Fawn. Oh, does this one have the music in it? I can't remember. Let's see.
Hit it, Joe.
Oh, it just has the hit it, Joe. I wish it had the music, but that would become copyright really quick. Oh, where's the one that, hold on, we had one. Oh my God, those are the JLP sound effects. There's one here. Hold on a second, where is it? Oh no, I don't think it's here anymore. Oh, here's the full one.
Order! Order! That's it, Imp, shut up! Order!
That's the full one where you can actually still hear Chud Logic in there. That was back from the ancient days. Before the shattering. What a strange and different time. What's this one? Oh, I forgot I had that one at one point. Lefty McLefterson with the $5. Thank you very, very much. I'm fairly certain this is not copyrighted, lol. Not happening. Fairly certain, not good enough. I have gambled and lost way too many times. But thank you. Seriously, thank you. I'm sorry I can't watch your links, but I can't take that kind of risk. Can't gamble on it. I wish I knew where the clip of DMO going, I'm not gay! That one. Here's another one. Here's another one. I found it. Remember this one? This one was only used in one stream. No, I think it was more than one, but it was mostly used in one stream, which was the Caleb Moppin stream. It's the fucking Spider-Man. Fawn made that one custom. The Spider-Man spank, an unrelated moaning noise, and some beats. From the Spanky Tanky. And of course, who could ever forget? What a sweet one. That one always just makes me a little nostalgic. Spibbity Spoo is just too good. The problem with Spibbity Spoo is it's too niche. It doesn't make sense as a soundboard one. You just gotta, we get it every once in a while as a little treat. What the hell is this? It's a Vosh meme?
Mom in my head right now. Virginity is a mindset. I'm fucking your mom in my head right now. Virginity is a...
Okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. We need to return to Spibbity Spoo. The thing is, I don't like Dono sounds anymore. It's too much, right? Like, it upsets the balance. Back in the day, I used to do Dono sounds because that was like the culture on Twitch, but I read all my Donos. Every Dono that I get, I read. Is it this one? Is it the transsexual allegations and not the gay ones?
Attention!
Bazinga.
Attention, everybody. I'm here to tell you that the transsexual allegations are false. Okay? I can't... I can't even tell you why I would ever need to address such ridiculous claims, but let me tell you.
What the fuck was the context? I don't even remember what the context was.
I am not gay. I am really not gay. I don't love coochie. I don't love cunts. I don't love dicks.
Oh, I'm gonna no! I demonetized my own stream! Me from the past just came forward to demonetize the stream. God damn it! Oh! 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 Why did I do this? Oh! Oh! Oh!
I don't love none of that. I am not gay. It was all made up. It was all made up. It was all made up.
Oh yeah, it was this. It was this person. It was the totally not gay conservative. I remember now, vaguely. There's so many of them. Okay, everybody. It's time to semi-lock in. Not really lock in, but kind of lock in. Oh, seal's broken then? What are you talking about? What the fuck's that supposed to mean? What the fuck, what the hell? We're not making it worse. I'm not making it freaking worse. Honestly, that would make a good one too. I should honestly take this one and here, I'm gonna send this to myself and try and remember. Maybe we could make this one into a soundboard one. The I am not gay. If I just clip that. I might be able to make something with it. I'll put a note for myself just in case. We'll see. We'll see. I am not gay. That could actually be super good. We could. I'm now thinking about it. I feel like I might be able to use that one to mine some gold. It would be niche. We'd only have certain moments, but it has potential. It definitely has potential. It would be great for certain moments. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Like what? I don't know. Like any time a conservative is like trying to beat the allegations and failing, which is like every other week. There's been several moments I remember where I desperately wanted the clip on hand. There's like so many. Can you believe that we've already been streaming? And by that I mean I've been streaming? What do you mean by we? I'm the one streaming. Can you believe that I've been streaming for 5.5 hours already? My body is deconstructing from the heat. True, Mixed Dizzy. Mixed Dizzy says, when Church Militant fell apart, that clip was all I could think of. Streaming hard or hardly streaming. I think we know the answer to that one. This is so tiring for me, streaming for so long. Yeah, I bet it's so hard. It must be really hard to chat for so long. Laugh, you know, you get really tired from laughing and stuff, you know. Church militant, are they still around? They're done. They're cooked. Belly up. Over. They collapsed. Speaking of which, I need to pick back up on maybe following up on the holy mackerel thing. I've been thinking about it on and off. I haven't gotten to it because it's been so busy this year, but I'll get to it eventually. Oh, a new ASMR video I gotta see. Oh, ASMR. Oh shit. The Daily Show just did a segment about Joe Biden. I'm gonna have to watch that later too. I can't watch that one on stream though because it'll get claimed. But oh man, that's rough. It's a segment. It says, Jon Stewart examines Biden's future amidst calls for him to drop out. The Daily Show. Holy moly. Holy moly. Wow, how come it's only when I'm on stream that I get the most fire YouTube recommendations ever? I'm getting like so many good ASMR recommendations, I can't even listen to them right now. What the hell? These look so good. I got stuff I gotta do. I gotta work. No time to be distracted. All right. Good night, Dragon Slayer. Have a great rest. You know, I should be able to, someone should deliver me nice, delicious cookies. Homemade chocolate chip cookies would be so good. Okay, we gotta stop waffling. I have a good TikTok. Okay, hit me with it. All right, we'll do one more. I haven't yet, Gayfesh. It's on my list. All right, one more time. Jessica Metal, hit me with the TikTok. Let's see it. I want to see it. Yo! Whoa! Hold on a second. We just got a fucking crazy cool fan art drop from Wormcat. Whoa, Wormcat! That's awesome! Holy moly! That's so cool, Wormcat! That's so cool! Golden era! First fan art from the golden era. Right? I think it's the first fan art from the golden era. I gotta make sure. I don't know if Wormcat's in chat. There's Wormcat. Wormcat, this is awesome! I'm saving this into the fan art folder right now. This is so flattering. This is so cool. Thank you so much, Wormcat. I'm sus. Wormcat, this is so amazing. Thank you so much. Wow, so awesome. All right, we got a meme from Jessica Metal. All right, get ready, get your judgments ready. A TikTok meme share from Jessica Metal. Hey, watch it. Let's do this. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, Cybertruck. Driving out some stuff and then it's stuck.
Always driven by a stupid fuck.
It is a Cybertruck. It is a Cybertruck.
Why though? that is good, but why is it to the Gummy Bears theme? That is very out of left field, but I'm here for it. That is so cursed. Spyrogal says, a Cybertruck lesbian tried to hit on me lately. She was creepy. That's a type of lesbian? I wanna go back. I wanna go back. We went one type of lesbian too far. I didn't think it was possible. I was always in the camp of like, there's always room for new types of lesbians, but I don't think that, I don't think so. I don't think so. Can we do like a Control Z on that one? I was... So the Subaru Lesies are all dead? No, I think they're just in their own environment, separate from the Cybertruck ones. What a cringe vehicle. There are multiple. So there are multiple that we've spotted in Seattle. We've seen numerous. And the first Cybertruck that we ever saw in this area, we were going to the mall and we saw it pulling out of the mall parking lot, and it had huge like blob / cloud like reddish stains on every door. Looked horrible. Clearly they must have taken it through the car wash. Oh my God, it was so bad. It was so ugly. We saw one at the post office, I think it was, recently. Giant, ugly, took up tons of space. And we've seen one parked along a nearby very busy road. So we've seen like 3 or... I think I've spotted 5, but I don't know if they're all separate ones. It might be the same one. Or it might be the same 2, because one of them... We've only seen the rusted out one time, but it looked like hell. I'm telling you, it looked bad. Rip Demon Mama's top 10 Steam list. What do you mean? We're doing it. We're doing the Steam list in just 2 seconds. What do you mean? We're not stopping. What? Huh? Did they cancel the Steam sale early? Or something? Nope. Still going. We still got 3 more days on it. All right. Let's do this, okay? Let's do this. It's time to lock in, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. There are still, as of the time of me recording this section, multiple days left on the Steam sale. Okay? The Steam summer sale. Steam summer sale. The heat is cooking my brain. which is how you know it's time for the Steam summer sale. I wanted to take a little bit of time for my lovely imps and make some recommendations for games that I think would be not only a good deal, but are some of my favorite games of all time. And I put together a little list of these games to make for you all. Now, some of you who've been watching me for a while might be able to guess a couple of these, but I've also gone out of my way to put a couple of games on here that people might not know that I'm going to recommend. And I think that people should hear me out. I'm going to give a little review for each game. I'm going to talk about why I like it and why I think you should play it. And I'm also going to let you know what the price and percentage off on the Steam sale is right now. A lot of people have been asking me to do this little section, so I wanted to do it. Don't say Elden Ring. Don't worry. Elden Ring is not on sale. Or maybe it is. Actually, I should double check. Is Elden Ring on sale? If so, I'll add Elden Ring to the list. Elden Ring is not on sale. I thought for a second maybe they put the base game on sale, but that would kind of... Oh, it is actually. It is actually. It's 30% off right now, but it's still $41. So I don't know if I can I mean, I do recommend Elden Ring. It's one of my favorite games, but I don't think I'm going to add it to my list right now just because it's not that much off. All right, let's talk. So the first one, okay, which is going to come as a surprise to absolutely nobody who watches my show regularly, but there's a lot of new viewers, so I want to make sure I take time to recommend this one. The number one game that I recommend, 80% off right now, $6.99, okay? Pathologic 2 and Pathologic 2, The Marble Nest. Pathologic 2 is my favorite game of all time. It is an unbelievably moving, challenging, and intellectually deep game that is what I consider to be a true masterwork. It is complete and well-rounded in all of its aspects. Its narrative, its gameplay, its thematic concepts, its character and visual design, they all lock together to make a complete and wonderful piece. And there are very few games that I feel that way about. Pathologic 2 is, at its base, a survival horror / im-sim game. You need to manage your hunger. You need to manage your thirst. You need to manage your immunity. You need to manage your sleep. And you need to do this in a very complex and strange environment. You play a former military surgeon and doctor returning home to your extremely rural town in the Russian steppe. And you happen to arrive just before tragedy strikes your town. From the moment you are back into your town, you have to put all of your skills to the test. You will be fighting for your life. The game constantly changes everything up, and I mean everything up, in ways that I cannot even explore without getting into spoiler territory. You will be doing surgery. You will be concocting medicine. You will be uncovering all kinds of mysteries. You will deal with both the physical and the supernatural. And it has one of the greatest soundtracks of any video game ever. Pathologic 2 is a game that drops you in the middle of things. The tutorial is incredibly minimal, and it asks a lot of you. It is a emotionally intense game. When I say it's a horror game, it is not a game that has lots of jump scares. In fact, I don't think there's really any jump scares in the entire game. The game's fear is situational, storyline-wise, and environmental. And it is my favorite game of all time. Currently, $6.99. The Marble Nest, which is a bonus chapter for the game, and a sort of like an alternate history version of one of the events that occurs, is also 80% off, and I think it's like $1.29 for the Marble Nest. There is absolutely no reason not to buy Pathologic 2. It is a game that truly shows what can be done with games, with a very complex branching narrative, genuinely unbelievable level design. A game that forces you to truly come to understand the space that you are inhabiting while you are playing the game, that asks you to think deeper about games, that asks you to think deeper about art, and that asks you to think much deeper about life itself. I love this game. It is endlessly inspiring to me, and it is my #1 recommendation, probably the only ranked recommendation I'm going to give. Please, if any of that I just said appeals to you, go buy Pathologic 2 and play it. I promise you, it will permanently affect your taste in art. Every person that I know who's gone and played that game has become enraptured by it. And if you do, make sure you tell me about it, please. Please come tell me that you bought it and played it and enjoyed it, okay? Seriously. It is just unbelievable. Incredibly replayable and beautiful. Truly shows what can be done with games as a piece of art. So that's #1, Pathologic 2, $6.99 for a game that is worth its weight. I don't even know how to come up with this because it's a video game. I was going to say worth its weight in gold, but it's digital, so it doesn't have any weight. Whatever. All right. That's #1, okay? The rest of these are not going to be strictly ranked, so this is not like a hierarchical list. The only one that I am ranking above all the others is Pathologic 2 because it's that important to me, and I believe that it will be that important to you. Okay? I'm telling you, it's fantastic. Otter Waffle asks, does it feel more finished than the first one? Yes. Pathologic 2 is a completely finished game. There are no unfinished aspects of Pathologic 2. Pathologic 1 has a incomplete third character path. That said, Pathologic 2 is going to be getting its own expansion. We are going to, sometime in the near future, be receiving The Bachelor as a character expansion for the game, which I'm really looking forward to. They teased some stuff at the beginning of this year. So it's going to be very different and very interesting. Really excited about that. Dizzy Rat asks, do you need to play the first one before the second? No, you do not. Pathologic 2 is basically a remake, a soft remake, a hard reboot. It's hard to describe exactly. It is a reimagining of the first game. I do recommend people play Pathologic 1, but it's harder to get into for a number of reasons. It has a bit more of a dated engine, and it has a very different design philosophy, and also, you don't need to play the first one, though the first one is also golden. Pathologic 2, though, is something else. It is a true masterwork. So, yeah. Yeah, the layout of the town is different. There's a bunch of different things, but that's okay. Chainsaw says it's worth the wait in your heart when you've finished playing it. I agree, 100%. It is just a truly stunning and breathtaking game. A game that leaves you emotionally gasping for air with how intense and wonderful it is. I love Pathologic 2. It is endlessly inspiring to me. All right, now we move on. #2 on the list, Darkwood. Darkwood, 75% off, $3.75. Fucking pocket change, okay? Darkwood. Darkwood is a Polish psychedelic horror survival game that is, the survival elements are more in the vein of inventory management and health management and time management over food. There's no like food, eat, sleep. I mean, there's not sleep mechanics, but it's complicated. Darkwood is one of the scariest games that I've ever played in my entire life. It is a game that would get me so scared that I regularly would have to stop and just take a break to catch my breath because the game was so unbelievably terrifying, but I couldn't stop playing because it is that enrapturing. It gets its claws so deeply inside of you. Darkwood is like I said, a psychedelic eldritch horror. I don't want to spoil anything, but it gets very freaky. It has an incredibly distinct art style where the whole world is always shifting and crawling just a little bit. It is the final game of its studio. The studio that made it decided that after making Darkwood that they wanted to close up shop because the pressures of trying to follow up Darkwood was just getting to them a little bit, and they weren't finding passion in it. So it is a genuine one-piece work, masterwork of a horror game. The gameplay feels incredibly good. It is a top-down horror game. It's, like I said, lots of inventory management and time management with regard to how you move through the world. The storylines are very, very evocative and addictive, and the soundtrack is phenomenal. Most of all, though, I think that the visual and gameplay elements, how they plug into each other, is one of the most standout things that I love about Darkwood. Again, just genuinely terrifying game, but also impossible. Once you pick it up, it's almost impossible to not finish it, no matter how scared you are. It's a game that is it has so many fascinating designs and decisions, and so many questions that keep getting raised as you progress through the game that you just want to keep going. There's a Pathologic 2 and Darkwood bundle. $8.58 for Pathologic and Darkwood. Pathologic 2 and Darkwood. That's absurd. Again, no excuse. Get it. Get that right now. Buy that right now. Just literally gonna set you up for a month of pristine, life-improving horror games. It's not often that I will say that horror games like just improve your life, but I genuinely feel that both of these games are games, they're horror games where when you leave them, you walk away feeling like you gained something from them. Just incredible. Truly incredible. All right. Time for game number 3. All right, are we ready? Game number 3. The Long Dark. The Long Dark is 40% off, and it is currently bundled with another game that I consider to be also very good, which is called Pacific Drive. I'm not going to talk about Pacific Drive, but if you end up liking The Long Dark, you'll like Pacific Drive, so you can get 2 for a really cheap price. The Long Dark is the gold standard for a survival sim experience. It is a game that I would call hard survival, which is to say that it is all about survival. There are scary events in the game, like encountering wild animals, but there is nothing supernatural except for in one bonus scenario, but whatever. There is nothing supernatural. There are no monsters. There are no zombies. It is just you and the wilds. The Long Dark has a story mode that's pretty good, but the thing that's most important about The Long Dark is its survival mode. The freeform survival mode is the single greatest survival mode of any game that I've ever played, and it has one of the most beautifully crafted maps. The map is huge. It is actually immense, like just very difficult to comprehend how big the world map is, and each zone is bespoke in its design, meaning it's not they're not randomized or procedurally generated. The zones are handcrafted. The only thing that's randomized is when you start a game, certain types of loot will only appear in certain areas. So like, for example, if you need a smithing hammer, you are probably going to need to go search a factory or a mine or something like that, somewhere where a smithing hammer would actually be used. That's the only thing that's randomized about the game. It is unfathomably beautiful. The entire game is made in this dreamy watercolor style that somehow manages to be more realistic than any realistic graphic that I've ever seen. These incredibly beautiful painted sunsets, the woods at night, the fear of getting lost in a snowstorm as the watercolor snow moves around you. Unbelievable sound design. The Long Dark is a game that I have put an unfathomable amount of time on, and I've met so few people who've actually played The Long Dark, and they don't know what they're missing out on. It is so satisfying. It's a game that I find deeply relaxing and inspiring. It is the only game that I've ever played that actually manages to some level, simulate the actual experience of going out into the wild and spending some time out in the woods. And obviously, it can't perfectly replicate that. Nothing is like that at all. I love the outdoors, and I love going and exploring in the woods when I can. But it's the game that has come the closest to actually simulating the feeling. The core mechanics are your hunger, your thirst, your body temperature, your clothing, and stuff like shelter. But the game is heavily simulated. Everything from how wet your character gets, your clothes can get wet and then freeze, and that'll affect your body temperature. There is all of these temperature mechanics. There's wind mechanics that affect temperature. Surfaces have all kinds of variable things. You'll use more stamina when you're going uphill than you do going downhill. You'll use more stamina trying to walk across slippery ice or through deep snow. It's incredible the level of simulation that is present in the game, and what that means is that it is one of the most replayable games I've ever played in my entire life. It feels so good every single time to step into the world and go explore. Additionally, there is meta progression between your games, but it's very slow and it's very subtle. For example, if you run, I think it's like if you run a certain number of miles in game, maybe it's like 100 miles, I don't know, total. You will earn a badge that makes you every single run going forward it lets you use slightly less stamina because your character has become like a sprinter or whatever. They're very small, little tweaks, but they feel so good when you get them. There's another one where if you start 500 campfires, then you become slightly better at making campfires. Genuinely incredible. The Long Dark is, like I said, hard survival. So your game is going to be you and the elements. Most of the game is going to be you focusing on how to make sure you've got the food you need, how to stay warm, how to mend your clothing, and it's incredible how well it forces you, I shouldn't say it forces you, it encourages you to constantly explore the world, to build up little stores here and there. Let me give you an example of one of the things I love the most about this game. If you want to go on a big journey, you are incentivized to explore in small steps. You go and you take a day and you find you scout out a spot that you can store things in. Then you go back to your camp. You get the things you want to store there, you go and you store them, maybe you sleep in that spot, and then you head back the next morning. And then finally, when you're ready to go explore even further, then you stop at the spot that you set up where you stored all your stuff. Maybe you've got some extra water, maybe you've got some extra clothes. You build little caches throughout the world. And as you get better and better at the game, you learn how to build this thing so that you can ensure that you survive and don't get caught in a storm. Or if you get attacked by a wolf, you can make sure that you have bandages necessary, but you're not carrying a huge pack of things. It really simulates the experience of needing to plan for your journeys, and you're able to do that with the tools that are in the game. It's phenomenal. It's wonderful. And it's 40% off right now, so you should go buy it right away. Yeah. It's amazing. The Long Dark is wonderful. In fact, I want to play it right now. Just thinking about it is making me want to play right now. The story mode also is good, but I love the survival mode. The just raw survival mode it's so amazing. And the atmosphere is unbelievable. Each zone, like I said, is completely unique, okay? The mechanics persist between zones, but the zones are incredible. Every time I play the game, I'm dumbfounded by just how wonderful and unique they've made each of the zones in the game. Anyway, that's enough about The Long Dark. That's number 3, The Long Dark. Please, if you even like survival a little bit, and if you're intrigued by the idea of a game that is focused purely on survival, honed to mastery, The Long Dark is the gold standard of survival games. All right, ready for number 4? This one is one of the easiest recommendations I can make. Disco Elysium: The Final Cut. Disco Elysium is 90% off. It is $3.99 right now for Disco Elysium. What is Disco Elysium? Disco Elysium is the most wild and out there and heartbreaking and exciting classic computer RPG that you can imagine. You play a total piece of shit. The character that you play in Disco Elysium is a guy who is quite literally at the end of his rope. The game drops you in as a guy who's lost basically everything. You have hit rock bottom. And your goal is not just to get out of rock bottom, but to solve a murder as you do it. The entire game is made with this incredibly unique paintbrush style. I would say watercolor, but it's not exactly watercolor. It's more like a mural. The game looks like it was painted on a concrete wall with paint that you bought at a hardware store. Impressionist, that's probably the word. Impressionist is probably the right word for it. The game is extremely political in the most funny and amazing way imaginable. It discusses basically every modern type of political theory, and it has a specific fixation on communism and the various types of communists you might meet in the world. It has so much commentary, and it just oozes humanity. Everything about it is designed to make you think a little harder about everything in your life, about what it means to be a person and what it means to grapple with impossible political situations. The music is to die for. Most of the soundtrack was done by Sea Power, I believe is the name of the band. Let me double check on that. I don't want to get the name wrong. Yeah, Sea Power. I was right. Sea Power were the ones who did the soundtrack, and it is incredible. I listen to the Disco Elysium soundtrack over and over and over again all the time. It is so moving and evocative. The game is played mostly through RPG-style dialogue, and you have a character sheet, but your character sheet is not what you expect. It is not strength, dexterity, wisdom, intelligence. It's authority, composure, visual calculus, logic, doing drugs, style, empathy, spirituality / inland empire. It's genuinely drama. Goofing around, your comedy abilities. It's ridiculous. You can build these characters that are just totally off the wall. And there are so many different ways that the story can go. It's magical. Disco Elysium is a well-known game, but there are a lot of people who still have hesitated on playing it. But you can get the final cut for $3.99, which means it's the fully voiced version. Every character in the game is fully voiced and voice acted, and the performances are amazing. The game is not, it is not a hard game. The difficulty in Disco Elysium comes from making decisions as your character and trying to figure out where you want to go. The game doesn't have a whole lot of lose states. It's more about writing a story with your character and experiencing the world and these other characters. It is mostly a lot of role playing, and people have described the game as having no battle sequences, but they're actually kind of wrong. There was a post going around recently that described Disco Elysium's battle sequences as verbal combat. Every single conversation is a verbal battle sequence, and I tend to agree with that. Each conversation feels very high stakes. There's always a lot going on. There's so much intrigue. It is amazing, and I love it, and I think you should go play it. There are lose states. There's just not many. There's just not many. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can die from sitting in a chair incorrectly. That's the type of game that Disco Elysium is. It is very funny and amazing. All right. So that's number 4, Disco Elysium Final Cut for $3.99. All right, ready? Next game. For 50% off, which is a lot for this game, is FromSoft's Sekiro. All right? Sekiro is, despite winning Game of the Year, still one of the most underplayed games in the entire modern FromSoft library. Obviously, if you stretch all the way back, you got Kingsfield, Shadow Tower, stuff like that. Those games are a little bit less played than they probably should be. But I wanted to talk about Sekiro, okay? It is a magical game. It is a game that permanently changed the way that I play games. It is a game that forced me to reanalyze my relationship to games and my own psychology around playing games. It is, on top of all of that, a absolute thrill and one of the most heart-wrenching single storylines of any FromSoft game, which says a lot because FromSoft games are very emotionally intense, though strange. Sekiro is you play a one-armed shinobi who has completely fallen from grace, and only through a strange and unknown magical ritual are you able to even continue living. You are called to protect a child, and you are given an impossible task, essentially. From that, you set out into an unbelievably hostile world. Now, this game borrows some elements from other FromSoft titles, but it is not a Souls-like at all, which surprised a lot of people, and it's also the reason why a lot of people haven't given Sekiro a try, because it has certain elements borrowed from Souls games. For example, there are like bonfire-like things, and you respawn at them when you die. Enemies drop various items, and you can get them. But unlike Souls games, there is no RPG progression system. There aren't stats that you put into. There are techniques you can learn, but you are locked into a single weapon type. Your katana. That is your weapon. Now you have an arm, a prosthetic arm, that can be fitted out with all kinds of trick weapons that help you in battle, but everyone has the same weapon, and it is awesome. People go, oh, well, I like the fact that you get different weapons. I promise you, you will still have a good time. The combat system in Sekiro is beautiful. It is a never-ending dance, this perfect and beautiful flow of action that requires you to meet it on its terms and is unforgiving. It wants you to learn, and it will force you to learn. And when you do, you will feel amazing, and you'll feel smart, and you'll feel powerful, and you'll get better at other games. Sekiro teaches people to meet the game where it is at, gives you tools with which to innovate, but tells you, pay attention to the game that you're playing, step into the world, and work with it. It shares that with Pathologic 2, something that I really like. Pathologic 2 is another game that demands that you take the world seriously. It says, you're playing in our world, recognize what we are trying to build. And if you do, you're going to have an amazing time. Sekiro is incredible. The storyline is extremely political, which is very weird for a FromSoft. Oh, well, okay, I should say overtly political, which is very weird for a FromSoft game. All of the FromSoft games are very political, but this one is very overt in its politics, and I find that compelling. And additionally, it's one of the few modern FromSoft games where you play as everybody plays as the same character with the same weapons, and there is no stat-based customization. You are meant to walk into this world and deal with it. And it proves that you can actually do that because the bosses are unbelievable, the zones are incredible, the combat feels amazing, all of the items that you can find are compelling and interesting, and the customizations that do exist are awesome. They hit so hard. It is a game that has an amazing rhythm, and you feel the rhythm when you're playing. There's a fantastic video essay by the amazing Jacob Geller that talks about Sekiro and compares it to playing piano. And as somebody who plays piano, I have to say I agree. Sekiro feels musical in a way that is unexpected and surprising. At 50% off, I cannot recommend it enough. It is one of the most deserving game of the years of all time, and it's a shame to me that there's a lot of people who haven't played it. Even though it did get critical recognition, there's a lot of people, even Souls fans, who haven't played it because it's different. Play it. You won't regret it. Oh yes, Gayfesh says, I love the Respawn Jedi games, so it sounds like Sekiro is for me. I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again now for the benefit of everybody else. The people say the Respawn Jedi games are the Respawn Jedi games are Souls alikes. They're not. They're Sekiro alikes. It's so incredible, especially the second one. When I played Jedi Survivor, I was like, oh my god, this feels so much like the combat, the battles, the way the battles were designed reminded me so much of Sekiro. It's much harder, I will say. I will warn you in advance. Sekiro is really hard. It is probably the single hardest FromSoft game, but it is but its puzzle spaces are more dialed in. They're much less like the other Souls games, and they are way more like, they're much more in the vein of those Respawn games. If you like those games, you'll like this one. Just prepare yourself that it is very challenging. And but I think you have an advantage. You can read sheet music, and you know how to make music. You already are walking in with an advantage. The Sekiro wants you to pay attention to the game and kind of learn to read the game like you would read sheet music. I don't know about, I have not played on Grandmaster. I played on the second highest difficulty when I did Jedi Survivor, and it was hard, but I don't know how the Grandmaster difficulty would compare to Sekiro because of the scaling. Sekiro is a single difficulty game. It is very hard, but it is not, it doesn't tend to do things like huge health pools or like that kind of thing. It's much more, it's a give and take. Every battle is like these back and forth struggles. I love the game. Windleby says, I definitely died to the first ogre a dozen times because I was too Dark Souls brained. Me too. There were a couple of bosses that really challenged me because I was too Dark Souls brained. And once I learned to break out of that, I did so much better. And it wasn't just Dark Souls brain, it was a type of gaming approach that I needed to break out of, and it made me a better gamer all across the board. Bird Noise says, I just platinum Sekiro just not even 30 minutes ago. Congratulations, that's amazing. It is true. They did introduce the, like, regularized jumping mechanics. Anyway, that's number 5, Sekiro. Golden game, 50% off right now, massive deal. All right, the next one, this one might be a surprise for some people that I'm going to put this on the list. Monster Hunter Rise. That's right. Number 6 on our list is Monster Hunter Rise. Monster Hunter Rise is 75% off right now. It is $10. Monster Hunter Rise is incredible. It is so good. It was my first Monster Hunter game ever. It is the game that made me fall in love with Monster Hunter, and since then, I have become a true Monster Hunter fan. I have 223.7 hours put into Monster Hunter, and that was easy to get, okay? I could easily put in more time into Monster Hunter Rise, especially if I was continuing to play. Monster Hunter Rise is a game that all of my entire household played together. We were playing 4-player stacked co-op for almost all of those 223 hours. It is amazing. It is, Monster Hunter Rise is a game where, if you're totally unfamiliar with Monster Hunter, the goal of the game is to hunt gigantic monsters. And all of these monsters have complex vulnerabilities, behaviors, psychology, strengths and weaknesses, and there are a lot of them. And you do so with a high prep system. So basically, part of the fun of Monster Hunter is you pick the monster that you're gonna hunt, you sit down with your friends, and you go, okay, what are we gonna need to bring on this journey to make sure we can take down this monster? The game requires a lot of forethought. It requires a lot of preparation. You're going to be putting together item sets and going, okay, I'm going to need this type of healing. I'm going to need this type of weakening item. I need something that can do, blunt damage so we can break the bones off of this creature. We're going to need something with slash so we can hit this creature's weak spot or pierce. We're going to need fire damage because it's an ice monster. Ice damage because it's a water monster or whatever. It has a incredible and unique flow that requires you to think about your movement in advance. Monster Hunter is in a similar genre, oddly enough, to the Souls games, which is deliberate action, meaning that your actions have a lot of commitment. You have to be careful about what you're doing, but unlike the Souls games, you don't get invincibility when you dodge. In Souls games, you can roll through people's swords and stuff like that. It's very fantastical in that way. You can, like, roll into someone's attack, and if you time it right, it'll pass through you. You don't get that in Monster Hunter. You have to get out of the way. You have to read these big, huge monsters and make sure you're not getting hit with them. It feels awesome. Monster Hunter Rise is amazing, okay? And it is often put next to Monster Hunter World. I love both of those games. I love them both. Monster Hunter Rise was my first ever Monster Hunter, so it holds a very special place in my heart. Both Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World are really good in different ways. Monster Hunter Rise, however, is much easier to learn than Monster Hunter World by a long shot. Monster Hunter World is like, it approaches almost an MMO level of how much stuff is going on. Monster Hunter Rise does not have that much extra stuff. It is a little bit more focused on the monster hunts and letting you jump in and have fun. The style, out of this world. If you love dressing up your characters, it's probably one of the best in the entire business. There are very few other games I can think of that allow you to customize your character and as many adorable, awesome, sexy, cool, intimidating outfits as Monster Hunter Rise. It is crazy how many outfits there are. There is just an unbelievable amount of armor sets, and they are fantastically designed. Weapons and armor sets are like the heart and soul of achievement in Monster Hunter Rise. Getting a rare monster armor set so you can have this very special look lets you show off your character in an amazing way. Monster Hunter Rise is where it is a great place to enter. If you've never played a Monster Hunter before, please consider picking up Monster Hunter Rise. It is $10. How is the character creator in terms of making androgynous-looking characters? In my opinion, good. I think both Monster Hunter World has, actually, hold on, I can show you my character. Hold on a second. I think I have it. Hold on a minute. Do I? Let me see. I think I have my character. Oh, yes, I do. I can show you. Oh, no. Do I have a picture of her without her? Oh, no. I don't think I have a picture of her. My character is an androgynous character. And I love her. Even though she is a she-her, she is still... She's definitely butching it up, and I love that. It's really good. I don't remember which. I can't remember if it's the World or the Rise character creator that's better, but both of them are really good. That said, your characters are going to be in armor a lot, and the armor options are awesome. There are no like gender-locked armor sets. So you can dress your character up however you want, which means you can go bulky, you can go, you can get a little fairy hat if you want to. You got a lot of stuff. It's amazing, okay? It is, it's so hard, it's so hard to overstate just how much you're getting for $10 out of buying Monster Hunter Rise. But if it gets you into Monster Hunter, you are going to have a new obsession. Between Rise and World, I have somewhere in the ballpark of 400 hours played, almost all of that with my partners. And I treasure those memories as some of the most fun in gaming I've ever had. It is very easy to find other players to play with in Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World, but also a lot of people are buying it because it just came out. So maybe some of your friends will play it. But if you don't have friends who are already playing it, it's very easy to find parties to join and have a lot of fun. There's also a lot of ways to express yourself. In Monster Hunter Rise, actually wait, in both of them there is a text chat, but most people just communicate using stickers and emojis, which is really adorable and cute. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I think that's everything I need to say about Monster Hunter Rise at this point. All right, next, okay? Coming up next, okay? Ready? Are we ready? That was 6 is Monster Hunter Rise, okay? Our next one, number 7, Tunic. Tunic is currently 50% off at $14.99. Unbelievable deal, okay? Tunic is it's a Zelda game. It's not officially a Nintendo Zelda game, but it deserves to be considered an official Zelda game in my opinion, because it is just that good. It captures the spirit of the classic Zelda games so well. I think it does it better than a lot of actual Zelda games, but I know it does it better than a lot of actual Zelda games. There is something magical about Tunic. Tunic is a game. It's a top-down adventure game where you run around as a little adorable fox. Oh, I don't have the fox up here. My fox plushie is downstairs. I have the plushie of the character. He's absolutely adorable. You run around as the character with a little sword and a shield. And you get bombs, and you get little musical instruments and boomerangs and things like that. And you have to solve a ton of puzzles. And the main conceit of the game is that almost nothing in the game is written in English. Everything is written in the world's in-game language, which you don't know until you start to figure it out. Throughout the game, you pick up pieces of a game manual, of a classic-style NES game manual, and you have to figure out through context and with a handful of English phrases what is going on in that manual, and use it to discover an unbelievable plethora of wonderful puzzles. The game is devious with its puzzles, and they are unbelievably satisfying. On top of that, the game is very centered around its music. It has a phenomenal soundtrack that is not quite like any other game I've ever played. I've played their music. I've played the Tooting soundtrack on this stream multiple times because it is so evocative and unique. Additionally, and I don't want to spoil anything at all, but the soundtrack itself is key to understanding the game, which is amazing. There is so much in Tunic that is left in the player's hands. The game trusts you to use your mind to figure out all of the secrets that it has to offer. It is a game that is very much about secret hunting. And while there are some, you know, difficult bosses and combat challenges, most of the game's combat is not really the central challenge. The challenge is in figuring out the complex puzzles and discovering the mysteries of the world, using contextual knowledge and craftiness and creativity to figure out how to solve all this world's puzzles. And they are very, very good. There are a number of puzzles that took the community a really long time to figure out. There's one puzzle that was quite literally, it's not an official puzzle. Well, it is, but it's not like your completion isn't tied to the solution of this puzzle. It was a puzzle that was put there for the most devoted members of the community. Basically an ARG that was buried in the game itself and buried in the soundtrack of the game itself to an unbelievable degree. I won't spoil, I'll let you discover it for yourself. But Tunic is a magical game. It is another one of those games that I consider to just be masterful. Almost perfect game, if not a perfect game. I was constantly filled with wonderment playing the game, and it's one of those games that I wish I could experience for the first time again, just because it was so magical. It is a bit of a smaller game. It's not as long as as any of the other games that I've put out here. I think Tunic took me, let me see. Tunic took me about 20 hours, 20 to 25 hours to beat the entire game. And I got basically everything there is to get in the game. So it's a little bit of it's on the shorter end, but I loved every minute of it. And after I got through my initial rage, the first like hour of playing Tunic, I was a little bit mad at the combat system, and then I realized I was being a big baby, and then I had a really good time with it after that. Are you talking about the puzzle you have to beat to get the true ending? No, I'm talking about the puzzle. I'm talking about the puzzle that is after the true ending, the one that required audio engineers to work together on it. That's the puzzle I'm talking about, the unofficial one. It's official, but it's unofficial. You don't need it to complete 100%. Anyway, that is my number 7 recommendation. Tunic, 50% off, $14.99. A beautiful, vibrant, wonderful experience that is just a treat to the eyes and ears and will get your brain juices flowing. If you like Zelda-style games, this is the game for you. If you like cute animals, this is the game for you. If you love a game that just sounds like the whole time you're playing it, it sounds like you're just getting to enjoy a masterful soundtrack, there you go. This is the game for you. All right, number 8, okay? Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain is 40% off. It is $11.99 right now, which is a steal for a awesome game. Metal Gear Solid 5 is a third-person shooter. It is a open world. It is the first open world Metal Gear game. You do not have to have played all of the other Metal Gear games to enjoy Metal Gear Solid 5. In fact, Metal Gear Solid 5 was my first Metal Gear game that I ever actually played in any serious way. Metal Gear Solid 5 is awesome. The combat feels amazing. There are so many cool things to do in the world. It really plays with the open world format and turns it on its head. There are missions you can jump into sort of dynamically in the world. You don't just fight people in the world, you are also trying to find soldiers to recruit. You are also trying to rescue animals. You are also trying to find all kinds of secrets. There is an unbelievable amount of vehicles, weapons, modifications, characters, and the story is so much fun. It is a wild, demented ride, super, super politically charged. It is, it pushes you into the absurd and back out the other side. I love it. The characters are endlessly incredible, and you get attached to them. There's a reason that this game has spawned like a generation of memes which we regularly cite and reference in this channel. It is just so goddamn good at it. Nerodia says, I want to be in the timeline where Konami let Kojima finish Metal Gear Solid 5. There is a small section at the end of the game that is a little more sparse, but I promise you it barely impacts the quality of the game. It is just, is it gay? Oh, is it gay? It is not only gay, it is very kinky. And that's going to get a lot of you involved in it, okay? It is a very gay and very kinky game. And I love it. I absolutely love everything about it. I don't want to spoil anything because this is just a list of games that I recommend that I want to see if it suits your fancy. If you are into really cool military hardware, tons of weapons, crazy missions with multiple solutions, including being able to do stealth, if you love excellent gunplay, excellent sound design, a truly banger soundtrack, and if you like any of Kojima's games, you're going to be into it. If you've never played a Kojima game, it's a great place to jump in. Just let your mind open to it and latch on where it does. There's a reason people are so in love with all of the things that Kojima makes. I'm a huge Kojima super fan. As you can see, I literally have the, you know, extreme limited edition collector Death Stranding glasses. I have a Kojima book over my shoulder over here at all times. Big Kojima fan. And this was my first, not my first Kojima game. My first Kojima game that I fell in love with was Death Stranding. But it was my first Metal Gear Solid game. And I think it's a great entry point. Yeah. It's really amazing. Yeah. Very strong game, even though it has it wobbles a very tiny bit at the tail end of the game, but I'm talking at the tail end of the game. There is a lot to enjoy, and you'll have a good time. All right, so we are on number 8. So now we are on number 9, okay? Number 9, are we ready? Number 8 was Metal Gear Solid 5. We are moving on to number 9. Number 9. Kenshi. Kenshi is 60% off. It is $11.99. Kenshi is magic, okay? Kenshi is a hybrid strategy / RPG game with survival elements that takes place in a post-apocalyptic samurai Wild West. Now that sounds kind of quirky, but I assure you, it nails it perfectly. It is a very strange and fascinating game, and it is so much fun. Many people have compared Kenshi to RimWorld, and there are similarities, because you can do colony stuff. You can build like a colony and take over a base. But also, you can just play as a weird RPG hobo that goes on weird adventures. And there's not a whole lot of games that manage to strike a balance between that, but Kenshi does. In addition to having an incredible amount of base content, it has a truly fascinating and amazing modding community, which normally I wouldn't like lead up front with like, oh, this game has amazing mods. But the Kenshi modding community is genuinely next level, and it's hard, it's like hard to even explain. Really only like RimWorld even comes close in my mind for a community that is so passionate at modding the game. What that means though is that there is just so much that can be done with Kenshi. The actual gameplay of Kenshi is is somewhere between, like I said, an RPG and an RTS. You are able to pause combat and move your guys around, and then you can speed up and slow down time as you want, but you don't have direct control over your character's actions. You can tell them where to attack, and then they use their skills appropriately, and the combat is very brutal. There is dismemberment, bleeding, poisoning. All kinds of things can happen to your character, and you die a lot in Kenshi. It is a very harsh world. My first experience playing Kenshi, I spawned into Kenshi. I immediately tried to go into a town, and the guards tried to arrest me for being a hobo because vagrancy was not allowed in that town. So I left the town, ran away from the guards, and I hid in what appeared to be an abandoned shack that was next to some resources. I started harvesting the resources, and I was like, hey, maybe I'm gonna be okay. You know, I was able to pick some food, and then I saw on the horizon a gaggle of naked men screaming religious mantras. They saw me, ran into my shack, demanded that I pray to their god, and when I said that I would pray to their god, they then called me out on the fact that I didn't know the prayers. They promptly beat my character within an inch of his life, stole everything that I owned, and left the building. Incredible. That was my first experience with Kenshi, and every experience with Kenshi afterwards was different. The world is huge. There are so many different factions. There are a bunch of different storylines and secrets that you can find in the world. There are unique characters you can discover in the world that can help you or harm you. It's such a strange game. Like I said, it has elements of a game like RimWorld, where there's like strategy colony building kind of stuff, and yet it is an RPG. There's all these unique items and places to discover, stories to explore, and characters to meet. There's no other game like Kenshi. My most successful Kenshi run was amazing. I got together a band of about 5 people, and that number slowly grew to somewhere in the ballpark of 11 or 12 people that were in my party. I built a fortress next to a pre-existing town, and I built up a trade relationship with the town that I was closest to. And the fortress that I built, I slowly converted it into a giant drug factory. And my people would help defend the town that bought our drugs. We pissed off the Empire. There's an Imperial faction. We pissed off the Empire to the degree that me and the town were basically waging a resistance war against the Empire, with the Empire perpetually sending increasingly larger armies of people to try and crack down on my drug empire. And then, eventually, I got to the point where me and a number of my characters who had trained up in all of this combat went on a mission into the heart of the Empire with the goal of assassinating the leaders of the Empire. It was awesome and amazing. I've never played any other game quite like Kenshi. And you should play it. It's $11.99 right now. Had to restart my computer. That sounded bizarre as fuck out of context. That's just how it is. I'd call it a paraplegia simulator with slavery. Okay, that's true. You are going to, your character is, you are probably going to experience your character losing the use of their lower limbs, maybe their upper limbs as well. You might find that your character has to crawl around a bit and all kinds of things like that. You're probably going to get arrested a lot. You might get put into slavery. In this game, it is very possible to get your character captured and end up just every day in the in-game days, your character having to go in a chain gang and go mine stuff to meet a quota so that you don't get beat up as a slave while you slowly and desperately try to figure out a way to escape. I have had to bust characters out of jail. I have had to bust characters out of slavery. It's a crazy, crazy game, and it's amazing, and I think that people would really, really enjoy it. Let's see. All right, that brings us to, so that was number 9, Kenshi. And that brings us to number 10, okay? Number 10, Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Amazing Cultivation Simulator, 32% off, currently just $16.99. Amazing Cultivation Simulator is so near and dear to my heart. It is a game that was baffling and beautiful. It is constantly inspiring. It will make you feel like the smartest person ever if you can progress. Amazing Cultivation Simulator is a cult simulator. You start the game with almost nothing and you build a religion. It is comparable to games like Kenshi and RimWorld in that you don't control your characters directly most of the time. You can tell them to do certain things directly. You have a little more control over your characters than you do in a game like Kenshi or even in RimWorld. You have a little bit more, not much, but a little more direct control. But most of the game is going to be you automating your characters, giving them tasks, setting their schedule, deciding what they're going to eat and how they're going to survive. You're going to be building out structures and making a little sect for yourself, a Taoist sect. And it is breathtaking. This level of simulation is unbelievable. There is so much. Part of the core to the game is martial arts. It is heavily inspired by wuxia and Taoism, obviously. So if you're not familiar with wuxia is a very, very popular form of Chinese fantasy martial arts. It is a lot of people in the U.S. who aren't familiar with wuxia will recognize a movie like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. That Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is is like the wuxia that made it through to America, basically. It's the most well-known wuxia film in the West. But there are so many. The game it has a fully simulated world map, a giant world map. You can actually make multiple churches. You can send preachers out into the world to recruit people, and you can build multiple churches as you go on. And you can automate those churches with an incredibly complex system called districting. So not only do you get basically every feature that is present in games like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, where you're controlling a colony, but you can actually automate multiple colonies as you grow your religion to greater and greater heights in pursuit of reaching immortality. I have played a lot of it, and I've never had a character truly reach immortality, but I had a character touch the gates of heaven, and it was one of the most incredible and satisfying feelings I've ever had in a game like this. Additionally, one of the coolest things about Amazing Cultivation Simulator is that in addition to simulating seasons and weather and food and hunger and mood and training, meditation, magic, it also has a fully fledged feng shui system, which I've never seen in any game ever. Everything in the game has elements, and everything in the game has rules that are not always 100% clear. The wikis can be a little bit more helpful. In-game, there is an in-game forum system, which is super, super cool. If you're confused about anything in the game, you can actually press to open an in-game message board that has information about it, and you can find people's posts about it. thankfully, there are a lot of English-speaking players, even though most of the player base is Chinese. Because it has a full English translation version, there's a lot of English-speaking players. Yeah, I always pronounce it slightly wrong, but that's aside from the point. The feng shui system is fantastic. It is totally wild, and it changes the entire way that you think about the simulation, because you have to consider how you're organizing rooms, the decisions that you're doing. You have to consider all of the elemental balances, and all of those things plug back into the religious and martial arts practices of your characters. There is a style. There are all these different martial arts styles that your characters can learn, all these different magic styles that your characters can learn. You can specialize them in all different ways. I once got a character who was basically, they were a physical body shaper, meaning they would basically work out all the time. They're like Goku, okay? Imagine like Goku. They would work out all the time, and they would meditate intensely to shape their body into an unbelievable shape. And it got to the point where this character would use so many calories that I had to build a food storage place right next to their dojo, because they would work out and meditate so hard that their food bar would just go like this. And when they would get up to go get food, if the food wasn't right there, they would pass out and have to be rescued by another person. It's amazing, okay? If you like RimWorld, if you like Kenshi already, if you like Dwarf Fortress, do yourself a favor and go buy Amazing Cultivation Simulator right the hell now, okay? It is the best, in my opinion, of all of them. Also, it has so much more quality of life features. I know that that's a controversial term sometimes, but in my opinion, it has the best scheduling system of any of that style of game. Scheduling your people, prioritizing things is super easy. There's lots of built-in features, and it also does have a pretty big modding community, which is amazing. Quality of life is controversial. Yes, it is, because the term quality of life it passes judgment on things, on certain features. Quality of life is a term that I don't generally love myself, because it implies that certain design decisions are just like obvious, and that if you don't embrace those design decisions, you're like hurting the quality of life of your players. I generally avoid that term, but there are some circumstances where I do think that it applies. You know, people describe difficulty modes as quality of life, and it's just like, that's just a design decision. Some games are not designed around having variable difficulty, and that's not quality of life, that's just different design sensibility. Not to become a stunlock about quality of life, but yeah, it's a bit of a controversial term, and it's also, I don't always agree with it. But I do think that in this particular situation, it applies. Amazing Cultivation Simulator has a very functional UI. It communicates itself quite well overall, with some small exceptions because of, you know, it's kind of a complicated game, but yeah. And, all right, I said this was a top 10 list, but I'm actually gonna go one further. We're gonna go to 11, okay? We're gonna go to 11, all right? And I am going to recommend a wild one. Some of you have heard me recommend this one already, so it might not be new for you, but for some people it's gonna be a weird one. And that is going to be, number 11 is Fear and Hunger 1 and 2. Fear and Hunger 1 and Fear and Hunger 2 Termina. They are both on sale right now for 30% off, making them, I think, like, hold on, I'm sorry, I accidentally forgot to write down the price for this one. Making them $5.59 and $8.39 respectively. For both of these games, you can pay, you know, about 16 bucks, okay? Now, I want to warn people in advance about Fear and Hunger, because Fear and Hunger is a extremely It is an extremely intense game. The subjects are very mature. It is extremely violent, and there are some TOS topics that if I even say them, it will demonetize my stream. So just be aware, this is most certainly a game for adults only, and most certainly a game for people who are willing to delve into very, very, very intense and dark topics. I think that it does a very good job of dealing with those topics, and it presents a very compelling story and world. It is heavily inspired by Berserk, almost sometimes shockingly inspired by Berserk, and it is terrifying. Fear and Hunger is a very scary game. It is a game for the people who like to have a pit in their stomach once in a while. Fear and Hunger is an RPG. It is a turn-based JRPG style game, though it is not a Japanese creator. The creator, I believe, is Finnish, but it is very inspired by JRPGs. It is extremely difficult and brutal. Your characters, your characters suffer permanent limb loss, diseases. They can develop mental conditions. It is an IMSIM in that you need to manage your mental state, your hunger, your status effects, your sanity, and also there are all kinds of objects you can find in the world that you can craft into other objects to try and give you an advantage. It has a very, very, very compelling art style and world. I found it enchanting. It is the type of game that has a presentation that inspires sort of obsessiveness, which I love that. I love when a game makes me want to just keep reading. I need to keep reading more. I need to know more because it's like getting under my skin. If you get into like reading SCPs or creepypastas and you just keep wanting to read a little more and discover a little more, this is the type of game for you. It's scary, it's very violent, and it's very difficult. Also, if you, like me, struggled with the time management aspect of the game, it does have a very, very cruel save system. Some people love it, some people hate it. There is a very popular and easy to install mod for the game that allows you to change the save system a little bit. I like that system, and for me, while I played somewhere in the ballpark of 15 hours on the default save system, I later decided that I would have more fun with the game with the modded save system, installed it in like that, and had an absolute blast finishing the game. It is a constantly oppressive and terrifying game, very eerie, very eldritch, and very berserky. And I gotta say I recommend it. Fear and Hunger, $16 for 2 games. I don't want to go too much into Termina. Termina is also very similar, though Termina is a little bit longer, and in my opinion, balanced and polished a little more than the first, but I like the first one more anyway. Well, I don't know if I'd say more, but I have beaten the entirety of Fear and Hunger 1. I haven't beaten the entirety of Fear and Hunger 2 Termina, but both of them are fantastic. And the characters in Fear and Hunger Fear and Hunger 2 Termina are awesome. In fact, there is a canonically trans main character in Fear and Hunger Termina 2 who is absolutely beloved by the community. And I love her. Yes, exactly. Windleby says, don't be dissuaded from getting the Infinite Book of Enlightenment mod. That's the one I was talking about. Well, it's one of 2 mods that are very popular. They're mods that allow you to save whenever you want instead of using the cruel save system. The games are kind of built around difficulty, but in my opinion, I think I enjoyed them more being able to save whenever just because of the time restraints of my life. It was very hard for me to play for 5 hours and lose progress and still be able to continue through the game in that way. But some people really love that, and they're valid. So, yeah. Is it $12? The first one was like 5 something, and the second one was 8. I may have not done my math properly. All right, so that is the full list of games. We had Pathologic 2, Darkwood, The Long Dark, Disco Elysium Final Cut, Sekiro, Monster Hunter Rise, Tunic, Metal Gear Solid 5, Kenshi, Amazing Cultivation Simulator, and Fear and Hunger. I think that is a very well-rounded list. The only thing there's a couple of game styles. I don't really have a first-person shooter in there. I left off some of my card games because I've talked about those a lot. There are some, I have a whole list of honorable mentions, but I think those are the games to check out. Hopefully, there are still 212 people watching, and we are 7 hours into stream. So I appreciate you all watching, and hopefully this list is enjoyable to you. Yeah. I hope it was. Anyway, all of these games are games that I love and that I personally have played a lot of and highly recommend. If you decide to buy and play any of these games, please consider, leaving me a comment or shooting me an email about it. It means the world to me to know when people play a game on my recommendation, especially if it strikes them in a special way. Please tell me that if that happens. If you enjoyed this, obviously, thank you for watching. Leave a comment, like, and subscribe. Mr. Krabs, you missed it. We already did your meme. Margot the Marnome says, what's your opinion on the forest? I love the monster designs of the forest. I love the monster designs in the forest. I really like the overall map, the world map design of the forest, but I kind of don't love the survival mechanics of the forest, unfortunately. Yeah. I would put the forest as like a pretty good survival game, but I wanted more. I found it very easy, and I found the crafting to be too simple to be super compelling. I do like the base design, but it like, I don't know, I didn't find it, I don't know, it didn't do it for me. It didn't click enough for me. I've heard the second one is really good, Sons of the Forest. The bot, I will say though, I must say again, the enemy design in the forest are frankly incredible. They strike a certain type with me, okay? Mutant flesh monsters, vaguely H.R. Geiger-esque. I really love that. I got a soft spot for my oddly terrifying, sexy flesh monsters. Chainsaw says, for real, thanks for the recommendations. Thank you. Thank you very much. I haven't, Zadoki. I don't think I have. Maybe I have. I'll go check that out. I'll check out that. Actually, you know what? I'll put that. I'll go put that channel on my watch later. If they like all those games, maybe they have some recommendations for me. I'm always looking for new games, especially ones that strike me. Oh wait, I have seen this.
Hey people.
Excuse me. I've seen one of their videos. I don't remember what video of theirs I saw, but I saw one of their videos in the past. Oh, it was their High Fleet review. Oh, I really liked that one. I enjoyed their High Fleet review, and I played High Fleet. I didn't love High Fleet, but I enjoyed High Fleet. Okay, I'm gonna put one of their videos on my watch later and see if there's any of these that really do it for me. They have Kenshi on here. Yeah, you're right. They did like a lot. They do like a lot of the games I like. Cool. Outward, hell yeah. I considered putting Outward on this list, but you all have heard me ramble about Outward almost as much as you've heard me ramble about... Oh, they got Amazing Cultivation Simulator! Oh! Damn. Hell yeah. Good night, Bunny Goddess. The Long Dark sounds like a glimpse into the Neolithic revivalist cult I grew up in. Hope people would enjoy an Anprim simulator. It's not really Anprim per se, because it's just a survival simulator. You get modern clothing. In fact, the modern clothing is like a treat when you find it. You get, you know, batteries and flares and guns. So it's not really Neolithic, and it's not really Anprim per se. It's just survival. You are stranded on an island in the wild in a post-apocalypse, and you gotta survive. I think it's great, personally. His Caves of Kud video is depressing in hindsight. Why is that? Fires of RDA says, is there a game that you are currently playing much and or are obsessed with that was not on that list? I don't have any obsession right now besides Elden Ring. And Balatro. I've been playing a lot of Balatro. I have yet to find my new, you know, I have yet to find the new thing to latch onto. Elden Ring has been that. I've been playing Pacific Drive, and I like Pacific Drive, but it's not, it hasn't inspired obsession in the same way. I've enjoyed Pacific Drive, but it's not, yeah, so, yeah. Margot the Margnome says, I'm always in awe of how small the Long Dark makes me feel. It's wild. The Long Dark both makes me feel small and it makes me feel very cozy and safe. I don't know what it is. It's a hard survival game where it's fairly easy to die, and yet for some reason there's just something about it that makes me feel at great personal ease. Even when there's scary moments, like getting attacked by a wolf in the middle of the night, or going out of your house and a bear immediately attacks you. Oh yeah, I meant to address something you said before. Koopa Tetsudo said earlier said I was under the impression that the Long Dark was like an eternal early access thing. It had a long early access period, but it honestly, like, no, it was gold even when it was in early access. I played it when it was still technically in early access before it had the 1.0, and it was still incredible. It's only gotten better. They've been doing a bunch of small DLCs that have added a lot to the game. For example, in one of the recent DLCs, they added a complete complex cooking system. So in the base game, there's basic cooking. You cook fish, meat, nuts, berries, whatever, and you basically just make really simple meals and stuff that you find. You can make oatmeal if you find oats. You can eat crackers, things like that. But they made an entire recipe system for advanced cooking that gives you different buffs, and it's amazing. Really good. Uncle Gumbald said, is there anything that makes you restart a run? Like if there's no canned food or fire starter nearby? No, not really. Not really. I just play. If I die, I die. I'm pretty good at intuiting where to look for things. And I'll take risks if I feel the pressure to restart a run. I'll just play really risky in order to try and solve whatever it is. And I've died that way before. Like I remember I started a run where I got hit by a blizzard almost immediately after starting. I didn't have an axe, a knife, or a saw, so I was severely struggling with being able to make fire. and get food. And so I just was like, okay, I gotta book it. I'm gonna try and book it over to the corner of the map where I could see some structures. And I fell through the ice and died. So I restarted, but, you know, other times, though, I've actually made it through. Koopa Tetsudo, I promise you are not going to regret it. It is a magical game. Genin's Joe says, speaking of survival games, what are your thoughts on Subnautica if you've played it? I have played Subnautica. Subnautica is one of my favorite games. If The Long Dark is a 10 out of 10 survival game, Subnautica for me is like a 9 or a 9.5. The first Subnautica is a magical experience, and it is just, it's an incredible, incredible game. I really love it. I love how unique the world is. I love how much you're motivated to go explore all these incredible biomes. I like how scary it is. The audio design is awesome. The lore is, you know, it's not overwhelming, but it's interesting. And I love the base building. One of my favorite things in Subnautica is the base building and the fact that you get to make a mobile base. The Cyclops is just such a cool part of the game. Being able to make like basically a water RV, your own little home under the sea, makes you feel so strong and so good. Baphomet says, have you ever played Pseudo-Regalia? I picked it up cheap during the sale. It's a really fun platformer with Metroidvania elements. I have not played Pseudo-Regalia, but I am familiar with it. I am not the biggest fan of platformers. I really love the art style of Pseudo-Regalia. I might play it at some point, but I'm not the biggest platformer fan. Yeah. Does The Long Dark have a decent onboarding for new players? If you play the story mode first, then yes. If you just jump into the survival mode, no, not really. But it is fairly easy to understand. It's quite intuitive. I would recommend, if you don't want to play the story mode at all, just watch a quick YouTube tutorial. I know that's kind of a cheap thing. But I promise you, it is not the basics. All you need are the basics, and from there you start to figure out the world. And the YouTube tutorials, there's like a ton of really passionate players. YouTube tutorials will teach you everything you need in about 5 minutes. The game is very easy to grasp the basics of. I will say it is lacking in tutorial unless you play the story mode, though. The story mode teaches you everything you need to know about the game. Yeah. Uncle Gumbald said, the studio said a few months ago they're going to reveal something sometime this year. I think they've hinted it'll be Subnautica 3. Well, I hope it's good. Subnautica 2, in my opinion, is not as good as Subnautica 3, but I still really enjoyed it. Subnautica 1, not Subnautica 3. Subnautica 2 was weaker than Subnautica 1, in my opinion, for a number of reasons. It felt less complete. It felt less unique. It felt like they were redoing a lot of things. Down to some of the creatures being redone, which was a little bit of a bummer. But it was still really good, and I still enjoyed a lot of it. I know that they were working on a, not mobile game, but like a weird hero strategy game, which I was kind of surprised by. But hey, maybe that game will be good. I don't believe that game studios should have to like stick to a single type of game. I like it when game studios are able to make whatever they feel like making. I was just a little bit surprised because it's like literally totally different, a totally different world, and I wasn't expecting it. So, players like you love. Oh, look at this. You want to look through my players like you? Players like you love Path of Acra, Slay the Princess, Rift Wizard 2, Fear and Hunger 2, Withering Rooms, and Cobalt Core. Oh, Cobalt Core is really cute. I actually know about this game. This game is so cute. It has these little animal characters. They're so adorable. Look, this one's named Dizzy. so cute. Paige Punk Corp says, Demon Mama, don't you have thalassophobia? I don't really call it thalassophobia. I do have a very intense fear of deeps, but it's like I don't really, I guess I don't frame it in the realm of a phobia. And also, I have a weird thing with my fears where a lot of my fears are also fixations. I don't know, maybe that's a coping mechanism. Things that I fear, I often kind of become obsessed with as well. And therefore, I gravitate towards interrogating them, even if they scare the hell out of me. Which I don't know if that qualifies as a phobia per se. Usually when I think of a phobia, I think of something that's like very difficult to overcome and perhaps debilitating. Maki Pocky says, has anyone tried 9 Souls? I'm considering getting it. I have. 9 Souls is really fun. 9 Souls is it's the visual design is awesome. It is so pretty. I really, really, really like the visual design. For me, I played like, I don't remember how much I played. I played quite a bit of it. Okay, I guess I didn't play that much. I only played about 6 hours of the game so far. Somehow I got like almost all of the trading cards for that in that time. Anyway, I really love the art style. The music is also really good. The combat was a little bit too limited for my tastes. It most reminds me of, it is like very Hollow Knight with regard to the combat system. But it was a little too restricted for me. And I don't know, I didn't fall in love with the combat, but I know a lot of people have. There's a lot of like parrying and a lot of very specific timing is required. The first big boss, the first name boss, kicked my ass. He was so hard. It took forever. I did beat him, but he was very difficult. But I think it's a great game. I really like it. And the art is something else. It really has a great art style. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Maybe, Baphomet says, maybe that's why I became so obsessed with Hannibal. By the way, I finished Hannibal. Congratulations! I know, the ending is amazing. It's so rare that you have a show with like an almost perfect ending. Or perfect ending. And yeah. Gayfesh says, that's also why Hereditary is my favorite horror film. I walked out going, I feel horrible and I never want to see this movie again. And went back to it 2 days later because it wouldn't leave my brain. You know, it's funny. That was Midsommar for me. The first time I watched Midsommar, I felt horrible after. I was like, oh God. Like, I just felt so upset. And then I was like, I gotta see this again. There were so many scenes in Midsommar that made me feel like stomach churning. The car, the tube, the scene with the tube running from the car exhaust, it really upset me. That one slow shot, just pulling away from the sister, that really got under my skin. It really upset me. Also, the death ritual in broad sunlight, so upsetting. God, it's such an upsetting movie. But I ended up watching it again, and I've actually seen it 3 times now. So yeah, you're right. You know, it happens sometimes. This is me and the book The Man Who Spoke Snakish. And though I've been gearing up to reread it for years now, I read it once and it won't leave my brain and I want to read it, but I don't wanna. The Man Who Spoke? What the hell? I've never heard of this. Huh. Wow, there's a lot of... It has crazy positive reviews. Maybe I should check this out if it's, like, really challenging and stuff. Estonian literature. Maybe I'll check it out. There is only one piece of media. There is only one piece of media I can think of that upset me like so badly that I never wanted to see it again, and I didn't. It actually like legitimately made me sick to my stomach for like more than 24 hours, where I felt genuinely sick. There's only one piece of media that wasn't like an actual real world event. There have been, of course, real world events that have made me feel that way. And I don't remember what it was called. Oh yeah, actually, Clockwork Orange almost put me there, but I overcame it. I don't know what this thing was. It was a manga. It was a manga about a photographer. This obsessive voyeuristic photographer who, as the story goes on, he becomes more perverted and twisted and sadistic and fucked up, and the ending upset me. I don't know what it's called. I've never found it again. I don't. It's like I thinking about it right now. I don't even have a desire to look at it again. But the ending is was so messed up that it genuinely made me feel sick. I felt horrible for having read it. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was called. I tried to find it just out of curiosity a couple of years back, and I couldn't find it. It was not a series. It was a single, at least I don't think it was a series. It was like a single read. It's like a single novel, visual novel. I actually haven't yet. What was the setting? It was like a modern, it was like a 90, I want to say 90s or 80s Japan. Like the character, he takes pictures with a Polaroid, and like first he's taking fairly mundane pictures, then he starts like photographing dead animals, then he starts photographing all kinds of other messed up stuff. He starts like photographing people when they are not aware of it, and it gets worse and worse and worse till towards the end it gets really bad. Dead Rising? What? No, I just said it was a manga. It's not Dead Rising, not even close. Dead Rising is like a pulpy goofball video game. What? No. No. It was a manga. No one has been able to find it since I mentioned it on stream a couple years back, and I've still never found it. Yeah, I don't know. It really upset me, though. I'm sure there's probably someone who knows of it somewhere, but I've never found anybody else who read it. It was posted on a horror subreddit. There was like a thread of people talking about the most disturbing pieces of fiction that they've read, and somebody posted it, and I read it out of morbid curiosity, and well, I guess I should have known what to expect, because it truly was extremely upsetting. And it is very weird to me that I've never been able to find it again afterwards, because it kind of feels like it was like an evil entity that appeared, and yeah. Good night, Calliope. Thanks for being here. Anyway, all right. My back is hurting. We are at 7.5 hours of stream. It has been a phenomenal stream night. Today was a lot of fun. Thank you very, very, very much for supporting me. Thank you so, so much for being here. Oh, Page Punk Corpse. People always say it makes me think of Junji Ito. I know why people say that, but it's worse than Junji Ito. Like, it was more sick than anything I've read. I've read almost everything that Junji Ito has ever done, or at least a large portion of his library. And this was more. The thing that was so upsetting about it is it felt like it was written by a murderer. Like, it was so weird. And I mean, that's a skill in and of itself. I'm sure the writer wasn't actually a murderer, but the tone and delivery was so upsetting. Was a biological weapon involved? No, I don't think so. I don't think there was any biological weapon involved. No. This is not it. This is not it. Was it in color or black and white? It was in black and white. Spirit photographer Saburo Kono? Maybe. I could probably tell. Hold on, let's see. This does not look... No, this does not look at all. This does not look like that at all. Everyone's being like... no, this is fine. No, this was like everybody who was... everybody who was reading it was like, I feel sick. I hate this. There was nobody being like... there was... There was nothing, nobody was walking away being like, oh, wholesome, oh, that was inspiring. It was literally like, I feel sick. Again, it was the closest thing I've ever gotten to just like reading the documentation of a serial killer. Speed grapher? Maybe. Let's check. No, it's not an animated series. They did not animate this. It was like, it was like fucking banned media level dark, okay? People are not listening to me. This was not lightly fucked. It was severely fucked. The ending, look, if I even say what's depicted in it, it will TOS the stream. It's not possible for me to fully talk about the contents of it. It was the most screwed up media. Was it a hentai? No, it was not a hentai. It was like an absolute horror, like raw nightmare horror, vile. Yeah. I know everybody's got ideas, but I have never found. I haven't found anybody who knows what it was. Every time I've brought it up, no one has been able to find it or recognize it. It's possible it's quite literally banned media and it got through the cracks on Reddit. It was genuinely fucked up. I can't believe people are still sitting here while I try to talk about this and think about it. We know you do. I know. I'm trying to see here what the... There's like so many things. Wait, holy shit. I might have actually found it just now. I might have actually just found it. I think this is it. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god, I found it. Holy shit, I finally found it. I think this is the one. Hold on. Hold on, maybe this isn't it. Hold on, let me double check. Let me see. Give me just a second here. I need to verify this. Let me see if this is the one. No, wait, maybe this isn't it. Okay, never mind. I don't think I found it. I think I did not find it. I thought I had found it, but I don't think I did. I thought I had for a second. Hold on, I'm trying to find on this thread that people have. I thought I had found it for a second. I know. I was so close. There were parts of it that made sense, and I just don't think. Let me just double check though. I could probably tell quickly. Hold on. Nope, never mind. I thought this was the one. This isn't it. I totally thought this was the one at first, but it's not. Or wait, maybe? Hold on. No, it isn't. It's really weird. When I was first reading it, I thought I found it because it was describing a major part about a character getting a camera and like these people start like a relationship and then one of them gets a camera, but that's actually not it. Okay, well, I'll have to search for this another time. Yeah, well, no luck this time. I'm gonna get nightmares of never finding this horror manga. Good luck. Good luck. I'm warning you, it's like, it's fucking upsetting. I'll see if I can find it in the future. You know, it might just take some work. I'm sure somebody knows of what it is. Anyway, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go rest so I can stream again later this week. We're gonna have stuff to talk about later this week. We've run out of time again for Elden Ring and Dark Souls, which is a real bummer. But, you know, I want to talk about politics because, hey, politics is kind of important. I know I'll have to get better about it, but thank you all for bearing with me nonetheless, and for letting us all have, for chilling in chat and making the chat great, and we all get to have a great time. Anyway, thank you for watching, and remember rule number 1, do not fucking die. I'll see you all soon, okay? Good night.